टू में पास पहुंच स्काउट करेंगे, वेपन स्विच ने ग्रेनेड खोला है पर चलना शुरू हो गया। उसके बाद जाकर नजर आ सकता है
आज आईएनएस भूखे शेरों की तरह आगे बढ़ते हुए आपको नजर आ जाएंगे। डब्ल्यूएसएफ के हाथों को स्पॉट किया, नेट इसके हाथ से डालने की कोशिश जरूर यहाँ पे जरूर करी है, बट अगर गन से वहां पे अटैक करते ज्यादा बेहतर होता। प्लेयर्स आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश, जोकर को यहाँ पे नॉक करा जाएगा, ग्रीन का एडवांटेज यहाँ पे जरूर मिलता है। 2 प्लेयर्स टीम आईएनएस के यहाँ पे नॉक कर दिए जाते हैं, एक प्लेयर को फिनिश भी कर दिया जाएगा। टीम आईएनएस सडनली बैकफुट पे जाते हुए पूरा एडवांटेज सरप्राइज अटैक था उनके पास था जरूर, बट बिलियंस लास्ट में स्टार्टिंग आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश अटैक उन्होंने जरूर करा, बट अभी भी क्या बिलियंस अपने प्लेयर्स को रिवाइव कर पाएंगे? नाउ दैट्स अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन।
कल भी सेम टीम के साथ उन्होंने फाइट लड़ी थी और वो जीते थे, बिलियन ही थे जिन्होंने अपनी टीम को वहां पे सर्वाइव कराया था। आज देखते हैं एक बार फिर से वो डब्ल्यूएसएफ को एलिमिनेट कर पाएंगे। एफएन ने बड़ी पीसी के साथ डाउन किए गए मान्या, उनका एलिमिनेशन हमें थोड़ी देर में देखने को मिल सकता है। वहां पे निग्मा गैलेक्सी जो खिलाड़ी वो प्लेयर्स को फिनिश करने में पूरी तरीके से तब्दील दिखाई देंगे। बाजवा एंड उनके जो प्लेयर बचे रहेंगे टैंगो अपने खिलाड़ी को रिवाइव करेंगे। और बिलियन को आप देखें वो जो फिनिशर्स के लिए जाना चाह रहे थे इस वक्त गए नहीं, कल वाली गलती शायद एक बार फिर से वो रिपीट करना ना चाहे। कल फिनिशर्स निकाले थे बट आज वो फिनिशर्स निकाल सकते हैं। जी नहीं, एलिमिनेशन होगा बिलियन का और इसी के साथ ये आईएनएस की जो स्क्वाड है उनका एलिमिनेशन हमें देखने को मिलता है। और पीछे से हाइड्रा की स्क्वाड करेगी थर्ड पार्टी। डब्ल्यूएसएफ का भी एलिमिनेशन 6वें पायदान पे, बट आप देखें 6 टोटल फिनिशेस इस वक्त हाइड्रा के नाम।
अनडाउटेडली वो चीज हमें देखने को मिलने वाली है और अभी दोनों ही टीमें बस वेट कर रही हैं पहले नॉक का। ऐसे में अगर ओपनिंग नॉक आता है तो एक इंस्टेंट पुश हमें देखने को मिलेगा। अभी जो दूसरा है वो नजदीकों में बदल चुकी है, एक खिलाड़ी को डाउन किया जाएगा। 7C पूरी तरीके से बैकफुट पर, सवितार भी यहाँ पर डाउन होंगे और अब अलादीन के कंधों पे बड़ी जिम्मेदारी। डैडी की बात करें थोड़ा ऊपर से जाएंगे जरूर से, बट प्रे गॉड पीछे से एक बढ़िया कवर फायर। 7C पूरी तरीके से बैकफुट पर और शायद पहली टीम बन सकती है जो इस मैच से अलविदा होते हुए नजर आए। शैडो वो आगे जाएंगे, एक बढ़िया वेपन उनके पास पहुंच स्काउट करेंगे, वेपन स्विच किया, डाउन करेंगे एक और खिलाड़ी को अलादीन। नाउ ही इज द ओनली मैन स्टैंडिंग, लेकिन शायद ज्यादा देर तक नहीं क्योंकि पोजीशन उनकी पूरी तरीके से रिवील्ड है।
देखिए एक 1-4 सिचुएशन यहाँ पे बन चुका है अलादीन के लिए, कोई ना कोई मैजिक उनको यहाँ पे जरूर करना पड़ेगा अगर यहाँ से फाइट को निकालनी है। अभी के लिए वो बूस्ट अपने आप को करते हुए नजर आ जाएंगे। उनके पास एक M4 जरूर है जिसका वो फायदा उठा जरूर सकते हैं, बट अभी के लिए इट्स नॉट गोइंग टू बी इजी। उनके पास टीपीपी एडवांटेज भी देखने को मिलेगा, बट ब्लाइंड के पास जो नीड्स है वो देखने को मिल जाते हैं। टीम यहाँ पे ब्लाइंड एडवांटेज पूरा, एक नीड जहाँ पे जरूर शैडो की तरफ से आएगा, अलादीन को खत्म करा जाएगा। ड्रॉप क्लास में जीत हासिल हुई टीम ब्लाइंड की, बट सबसे बढ़िया चीज जो यहाँ पे टीम ब्लाइंड के लिए कि कोई भी प्लेयर गवाया नहीं, चारों प्लेयर्स के साथ है, 4 फिनिशेस वो निकाल चुके हैं। शुरुआत इससे बेहतर नहीं हो सकती आपकी। नेट उनके हाथ में दिखते हैं, नेट कोई वैल्यू यहाँ पे निकाल पाएगा, नेट आएगा जरूर, बट अभी के लिए कोई खासा डैमेज नहीं मिलेगा। गॉब्लिन की पोजीशन रिवील हो जाती है, उनको भी डैमेज यहाँ पे मिलता है। 2v4 सिचुएशन, बट जोन के जो दोनों प्लेयर्स हैं वो अलग अलग डायरेक्शन में, अगर कोई नॉक होता है रिवाइवल का कोई मौका नहीं मिलेगा।
काफी मुश्किल स्थिति यहाँ पर टीम सोल के लिए। एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड आएगा, हेक्टर को डाउन किया जाएगा। गॉब्लिन वेल ही इज द ओनली मैन स्टैंडिंग राइट नाउ। एक 1v4 का सिनेरियो, ग्रेनेड कनेक्शन बनाएगा जरूर से, डैमेज दिया गया। अभी के लिए हील करने के लिए जाएंगे और हील के साथ ही इनकी जो पोजीशन है वो भी रिवील होगी। थोड़ा ओपन में जाकर के एक मॉलोटॉव करने की गलती, स्पॉट करे जाएंगे, डाउन करे जाएंगे। इनिशिएटिव अकेडमी अपना 10वां फिनिश निकालेंगे। एक बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग परफॉर्मेंस इस टीम की साइड से जो अभी के लिए अंडर प्रेशर है, और आप देखिए कि कॉन्फिडेंस भी उतना ज्यादा नहीं है, बट स्टिल ये मैच काफी कॉन्फिडेंस दिला के जाएगा।
लेकिन ये एनेबल करता है टीम हैदराबाद हाइड्रास को आगे बढ़ के जाए और यहाँ पे एक विक्ट्री लेके जाए, बट अभी के लिए रिवाइवल यहाँ पे शुरू कर दिया जाएगा। टीम हैदराबाद हाइड्रास अगर उनको जीत हासिल करनी है, पंक को टेक डाउन करना बहुत जरूरी। कैरी एचपी उनकी तो काफी ज्यादा कम नजर जरूर आ रही है, बट देखना पड़ेगा किस तरीके से वैल्यू निकालेंगे। बट स्ट्राइकर आगे आते हैं, पंक को यहाँ पे नॉक करा जाएगा। टीम हैदराबाद हाइड्रास है लुकिंग गुड सिचुएशन, बट इमोर्टल वहां पे आते हैं, इमोर्टल को नॉक करा जाता है। 1-2 के पंजे में से छीन के लेके जाती हुई हैदराबाद हाइड्रास एक बिना चिकन डिनर।
जब पहले दिन विकेंडी चल रहा था आपने एक बहुत बेहतरीन चीज की बात करी थी, मुझे याद है आपने बोला था कि अपने निशान लोग छोड़ करके जाते हैं इस पूरे मैप पर। पहले उन निशानियों पर आएंगे जरूर, बट यहाँ पर 7C के शायद ना वो निशान मिटाया जाए क्योंकि सोल के प्लेयर्स आ चुके हैं। हालांकि 7C भी डिपेंड करना चाहेगी अपने एरियाज को। आप देखिए काफी ज्यादा ओवर एक्सटेंड यहाँ पर अलादीन ने कर दिया था, दूसरे प्लेयर को भी स्पॉट किया जा चुका है। स्पेगॉट को यहाँ पर डैमेज पड़ा जरूर है, लेकिन वो खुद को सेफ एंगल पर रखना चाहते हैं, सेफ साइड पर रखना चाहते हैं, ऊपर की तरफ को एक ग्रेनेड करना चाहते हैं जो कि काफी सही रह सकता है। अक्षत स्प्लैश डैमेज में आए तो नहीं है, बट स्प्रे गॉड को टाइम मिलता है खुद को हील करने के लिए। वहीं पर गॉब्लिन का एक ग्रेनेड जाता हुआ एक प्लेयर को डाउन किया जाएगा। अक्षत अपर एरिया पर बैठे हैं, बट स्प्रे गॉड की खातिर गॉब्लिन भी डाउन किए जाएंगे। अक्षत इस समय आखिरी प्लेयर टीम सोल से बचे हुए सर्वाइव करे। ग्रेनेड खोला है, बट ये तो गन का गेम था और उसी के अंदर सारंग सोल अक्षत को भी डाउन करते हुए टीम सोल बनती है पहली टीम एलिमिनेट होने वाली वीकेंडी से। देखते क्या एक्सो आज के दिन के पुश को यहां पर रोक पाते, क्योंकि मॉर्टल ने एक प्लेयर को डाउन किया, वहीं पर स्प्रे गॉड भी डाउन हो चुके हैं। ये शायद खराब सिचुएशन हो सकती है। अलादीन बिल्कुल सामने, उनको भी स्पॉट किया जाएगा। डाउन करने की कोशिश। अलादीन घर के अंदर जाएंगे जरूर, लेकिन शायद ज्यादा आगे ना जा पाए। खुद के लिए एक फर्स्ट एड लगानी पड़ेगी। फियर्स एक ग्रेनेड करना चाहते हैं, सारंग भी उसी डायरेक्शन में रहने वाले हैं। इस समय एक्सो अपना डिफेंस बहुत प्रबल कर करके बैठी हुई है। थोड़े बहुत शॉट लिए जा जरूर है। सेंसी के ऊपर भी शॉट्स आएंगे। उनका हेलमेट और वेस्ट जो है वो पूरी तरीके से यहां पर चकनाचूर हो चुका है। वहीं पर एक और पेटी बनाते नजर आएंगे। इनफैक्ट टीम का 5वां फिनिश रहेगा, बट सेंसी और फियर्स ये दो ही प्लेयर्स बचे हैं। सेंसी अपना वेपन पीछे रख करके आगे की तरफ जा रहे हैं, बट शायद उन्होंने स्पॉट कर लिया या नहीं। सारंग के काफी करीब पहुंच चुके हैं। ऐसा कर क्यों रहे? ग्रेनेड जाएगा सारंग का उसी जगह पर, और सारंग ऐसी चुनौती तो पार पाना चाहेंगे ही। इस समय सिचुएशन सारंग बिल्कुल सामने, उनको स्पॉट किया जाएगा, बट नहीं, ये तो तैयार स्पोर्ट्स के कैनरी। WSL के ऊपर हावी होते नजर आ रहे हैं। फ्रॉम द हाई ग्राउंड टू द लो ग्राउंड प्लेयर्स एक एक करके टेक डाउन किए जा रहे हैं, लेकिन वहीं पर 7C के प्लेयर्स फंस चुके हैं। उनको शायद अब अंदेशा ना हो कि यहाँ से क्या सिचुएशन हो सकती है। हाइड्रा के प्लेयर्स जो अभी तक काफी अच्छा खेल रहे थे, उनको भी फाइट्स में वापस से अपना पलड़ा यहाँ पर भारी करना पड़ेगा। सवितार के एचपी काफी ज्यादा लो है, उनको हील करने का टाइम शायद ना मिले। एक गोली मिलेगी तो दिक्कतें उनके हो सकती है। हील करना चाहते थे, बट वहीं पर करन आते हैं। 6 गोलियां बची थी, 40 करेंगे।
आतंकी तो यहाँ पे आतंक मचाते नजर आ जाएंगे। यहाँ पे अटैक करने की कोशिश यहाँ पे करी, गाड़ी लेके आगे जाने की गलती साबित हुई। नॉक करा जाएगा ज़ेनोबी को, और यहाँ पे बहुत मुश्किलों में टीम फंसी हुई। स्वीप यहाँ पे स्प्रे करा जाएगा। करन यहाँ पे बचे जरूर हो रहे हैं, कर सकते हैं वो यहाँ पे अपने अपोनेंट को बचने के लिए। बोलते हैं एडवांटेज, वो देखने वाली बात है। जिगल देखने को मिलता है। करन विद अ ब्यूटीफुल जिगल देयर, एंड बिग ब्रदर ईस्पोर्ट्स एलिमिनेट होते हुए आपको नजर आ जाएगा। जी हाँ, बट वही अगर हनी की बात की जाए तो उन्होंने काफी ज्यादा कमाई जरूर है। पीछे गए हैं, अपने आप को हील करने की कोशिश यहाँ पे करेंगे, आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश बाजवा भी करते हैं। एक और शानदार जिगल, एक और शानदार स्प्रे, और बाजवा एक प्लेयर को नॉक करते हुए WSF के बाजवा आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश। आरू उनके बिल्कुल जब सामने आपको देखने को मिल जाएंगे। रैंडम फ्रेज स्मोक के अंदर आरू पीछे जाएंगे। रिवाइवल की प्रक्रिया को मेरे ख्याल से शुरू वो भी करना चाहते हैं, बट आदित्य अभी के लिए नॉक पड़े हैं। हनी को भी बुला लिया गया, वो भी आगे जाना चाहते हैं जरूर है, बट अभी भी आतंकी हारे नहीं है। अटैक करने की कोशिश उनकी तरफ से, शॉट तो दिए जाएंगे, और WSF का सफाया 20 फ्रीकिंग फिनिशेस टीम ओवर लेके जाती हुई।
20 फिनिशेस टोटल है। 22 के साथ चिकन डिनर वो निकाल सकते, बट आदित्य यहाँ पे डाउन किए गए। आप देखें पूरी जो कसर थी एक सिंगल मैच में आदित्य ने निकाल दी है, बट आतंकी को आप देखें 10 फिनिशेस शायद वो निकाल सकते हैं। 11 को जो मार्क है वो भी वो हिट कर सकते हैं। 9 टोटल फिनिशेस इन अ सिंगल मैच। 1000 से ज्यादा का डैमेज, 1046 का डैमेज इस वक्त आतंकी ने डील करा, और आप फिनिशेस 6 के साथ 1230 का डैमेज जाता हुआ। एक और नॉक, एक और फिनिश अभी नीचे मौजूद रहेंगे। देखना यह कि आतंकी क्या वो 10 फिनिशेस निकालने के लिए जाएंगे, शायद हाँ, क्योंकि आदित्य ने जरूर बोला होगा चलिए आप 10 का जो आंकड़ा है उसे पूरा कर ले, और उन्हीं को उन्होंने आगे छोड़ा। आतंकी 10 फिनिशेस के साथ, बट जिस तरीके से वो ने 22 टोटल फिनिशेस निकाले, स्पीरो लगता है अब तक का मैक्सिमम।
जोन के अंदर वॉकआउट के पास हाइड का एडवांटेज, ग्रेनेड स्पैम किए जा रहे, बट अभी भी टीम वॉकआउट एक ज्यादा एडवांटेज ये सिचुएशन में।
बट हम जरूर कहेंगे कि स्क्रीम ने वो चतुराई भरा अपना गेम दिखाया कि जो ग्रेनेड्स थे उन्होंने बचा के रखा। ये जो आखिरी मूवमेंट था उस चीज के लिए उन्होंने ग्रेनेड्स बचा के रखे थे, बट जो आखिरी सर्कल है देखना ये है कि वो बीबी के खिलाड़ियों के पास आएगा या फिर वॉकआउट्स के पास रहने वाला है। मोस्ट प्रोबेबली चांसेस ज्यादा हैं कि वो बीबी के पास रहे, बट अभी भी आप देखें ये 8वां सर्कल बनने वाला है। चलिए एज पे आके वो रह गए, और आखिरी सर्कल, ये आखिरी डेथ सर्कल बीबी के खिलाड़ियों के बहुत ज्यादा करीब, और वो ज्यादा एडवांटेज पे आपको देखने को मिलने वाले। वॉकआउट्स उनको नीचे कूदना पड़ेगा, बट स्क्रीम उन्होंने यहाँ पे स्पॉट किया, अबरार को डाउन किया जाएगा। मिस्टर स्प्रे वो भी सामने मौजूद रहेंगे, हेड उनका दिखाई दिया, स्क्रीम को इतना ज्यादा ओपन में जाने की जरूरत नहीं थी, बड़े आसानी से वो इंतजार कर सकते थे बाकी खिलाड़ियों के कूदने के, बट गलती करी। और अब अगर 1v2 का सिचुएशन होता भी है तो मोस्ट प्रोबेबली हेल गॉड एलिमिनेट हो सकते हैं, बट अभी भी आप देखें अबरार वो जो डाउन है वो पोजीशन रिवील कर रहे हैं। हेल गॉड की सर्कल के बाहर गए, सर्कल के बाहर एक बार फिर से गए, बड़ी सी के साथ बियर्ड बाबा का आखिरी शॉट, हेल गॉड डाउन, वर्कआउट फाइनली एक विनर चिकन डिनर।
Hello and welcome to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India series, and of course this is the Pro Series powered by Loco. It's a wonderful time to be alive right now. Day 4 is finally upon us in week 2. My name is Angat Singh Chehal. I go by XP or the Experiment, and joining me is a guy who I've kind of reconciled with. Fixes, how are you doing today?
Well, I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty happy. We had a little bit of a pre-show before this. We had the prelude.
I was watching.
Yeah, you were watching. Of course, some interesting discussions did come up on certain teams. And yeah, today the entire day is going to be about the teams that are from 16 to 24th, if they can make their way into the top 16 by the end of the evening.
Well, that is, of course, what we are going to have to find out later on. And, well, we are going to have to wait for it a bit too. But before we get into everything, it's been a beautiful day out today. It's nice and sunny, and it isn't the kind of sun that, you know, just pierces through you. We've actually been basking in the sunlight for a little bit before this, haven't we?
Oh, you have?
Oh, you were right with me. I don't know why he's acting so surprised right now.
You know, considering I'm wearing my hoodie, the last thing I would do is step away from the studio. I sweat profusely, man.
Especially if there's a food joint nearby, because
that's a different case.
Then Fixes will walk to the ends of the earth. But again, I kind of feel like we're a bit facing each other a bit too much today, huh? It's nice because then we can converse with each other. Yeah. And, well, the camera, we're going to see you every now and again. But, of course, this is the iQOO BMPS, and none of it would have been possible without our sponsors, iQOO and Loco. But, you know, we are going to have the specs coming up in due time. However, you all better pay attention, because chances are, if you do pay attention, if you do correctly answer a few questions in a certain quiz, you might just walk away with one of these bad boys.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have already had their hands on it, right? Been getting a few DMs, you know, we finally won, and courtesy to your English stream, we had ourselves felt our presence, you know, people could actually read, you know, while they were on the chat. Kind of goes a little slow. That's a little advantage for you guys, but yeah.
Well, of course, it is an advantage for them. And speaking of advantages, I guess we might as well just give them the answers, because, well, what this bad boy has in it is going to be coming up on our screens now.
There you go. 875G Snapdragon processor, 80 watts of flash charging, right? And not just that, we've been talking about the cascade cooling system, a little bit glimpses in that promo video that we have seen in the past, right? We've been witnessing for the past couple of days. But yeah, I think fairly, I've been having my hands on this phone. We've been playing a lot of BGMI.
You haven't
so
put
far,
it down?
No complaints, yeah. I mean, the battery, everything is just picture perfect.
Well, it is picture perfect, and well, you all, like we did just mention earlier, can stand a chance to win one for yourselves, and I guess we can tell them. All you have to do is, well, head over to Amazon. You are going to see that little prompt coming up on your screens shortly, and Fixes, we have, I do believe, about 5 steps. So going on to Amazon is step number 1. What comes next?
On the search bar, type iQOO Neo 6, then go to Know More, then partake in that quiz, and then just pray.
There you go. I like that. Of course, you know, the prayer is probably the most important step over here. But, you know, speaking of steps, this is the iQOO BMPS. And the question is, what are we all fighting for? Well, there's a large sum of moolah up for grabs right now. And your eyes are not going to deceive you. That is 7 zeros after the due. 2 crore rupees, Fixes, is what everyone is going to be battling it out for. Of course, the first place, walking away with a massive chunk, 75 lakhs all to themselves. And as we keep going down, sure, you know, the little bit of giving away is going to go down, but I like the fact that we have individual prizes, right? We've got the MVP, most finishes, lone survivor, and of course, every now and again, a few of these lads, they love going on a bit of a rampage. But I like the additional prizes. Are you going to give me a hint as to what it's going to be? Because I know you know, but I wonder if you know whether I know.
I told I know, but I am not going to make any further announcements until and unless we have a confirmation from the officials, right? But again, if you've got league stages going through, maybe something for that, or maybe for our viewers, or maybe some fan favorite teams, anything could possibly happen, right? But again, how do you get the money? Of course, you've got to battle it out, earn points, for which, you know, OR Esports have been doing a tremendous, fantastic job at that. First position getting, of course, 15, so one reduces. Now, like we've said, always the highlight of this particular point standings is going to be every finish equals 1 point.
Absolutely, and speaking of finishes, and OR Esports, 200 is the mark that they have already, well, set themselves at, and 405 points is where they are standing. But we're going to come to that later because, well, you are probably wondering when the next week is going to start, and that is where the calendar is going to be popping up on our screens now. Week 2 almost at an end. Of course, today is the 29th of May. And it is a Sunday, but you know, someone's got to work.
Oh, it's our primary days of work, and of course, for all the viewers out there, it does come down to your convenience, making sure that Sundays get heated up, you have something to binge watch upon, and considering how the entire series has been going, especially that battle in the middle order going on, it's going to get even further intensified today as well.
Well, keep one thing in mind, you better mark your calendars because we are going to be resuming off this week on the 2nd of June all the way through the 5th, and then after those 3 short days is when the grand finals start. And oh boy, again, the question is which all teams are going to make it to the top 16, and well, we are going to have to say bye-bye to 8 of them.
And that's the hard part, right? But again, that's how the entire scenario is. You've got to understand that the competition is such fierce. You've got enough matches, but where do you play it? Of course, the match schedule, which is right in front of us, Vikendi really strikes out for me.
It does indeed, and of course, you and I had the opportunity to cast our first Vikendi game in forever, actually. And it was quite an interesting affair, especially since, you know, you love your drama, right? And that map had everything. But of course, we are going to start things off with Erangel, and well, we're going to be coming full circle back to Erangel as well. Now, the thing is, you know, we were just discussing this moments ago as to whether maybe we could take one of the maps out, put Sanhok in, but I like it, you know, I mean, again, you got to give everyone a level playing field. Maps that have that little RNG factor, even Vikendi for that matter, you don't really want to leave anything to chance, do you?
I think finally in Vikendi, we've got few teams that we can really pick up, have been having a really good time. One of them being Retribution RTR, then the others being Hydra Official. Yesterday we did see INS also coming through. But a few teams have taken the brunt of it, right? Teams like Big Brother Esports that we've been saying, you know, for the first week, Sanhok games, they were doing pretty well. And suddenly in the second week, they're starting to fall off.
Well, let's see what they are going to do on the last day because the pre-match segment powered by Loco is popping up on our screens. And to kick things off, it's going to be Group B going up against Group C. And oh my goodness, buddy, that's a lot of big names out there.
Indeed, especially when you talk about Group C, right? So many contenders out there. For Hyderabad, Hydras, Seoul, Exo, all in the top 6. And then 7C, one of those teams that has been primarily focusing on a lot of finish points. And I'm still wondering when they're going to go for the position points like Global Esports recently started doing so. But then again, when you talk about teams from Group B, right, it is going to be OR Esports. Almost 100 points of advantage over Team Seoul.
I mean, almost 100 points. And, you know, we have a little bit of a switcheroo as far as your Finnish leaders go as well. Because up until now, the Green Goblin, Soul Goblin himself, was the guy who was basically head and shoulders above everyone else. However, OR's Aditya has finally surpassed him. And, well, it is still 3 finishes. However, every single point matters. And let's see if OR are going to continue dominating the playing field right now. Or will Seoul and Team EXO catch up? We're going to have to wait and find out.
I think for Team Seoul, it has been sort of a fall this time around in week number 2. A lot of discussions, a lot of arguments being brought up over there. A lot of people telling, you know, they've been trying to switch around their devices. They've been trying to do new strats. They've been going around with a lot of experimentations. But yeah, I mean, it all comes down to being, it's 2 parts of a coin, right? This was a discussion even brought up over there that if things don't work out, if they keep on playing like this, maybe they mess up their week number 3 as well.
Well, let me tell you one thing. Some things will never be messed up, and that, of course, is the iQOO BMPS. A massive shout-out to our sponsors, iQOO and Loco. You know what time it is. It's time to watch how to slay a dragon. Well, of course, Fixes, when you have the iQOO Neo 6 in your hands, you are never going to run out of juice, especially largely thanks to that 80-watt flash charge. And now, I guess, is the time when we can let you all know we still are giving these away. You know, maybe earlier they would have thought, hey, wait a second, they talked about it, but we didn't see anything on our screens.
And finally, here it is, right? All you've got to do is head over to Amazon. Again, on the search bar, you have to press iQOO Neo 6. And once you do, partake in the quiz. And it's pretty much simple, right? Standard questions about the features, about the specs. It is indeed launching on the 31st of May. But for all you guys, you could get it earlier if you are lucky today.
And if you aren't lucky with the phone, well, lo and behold, we still have some more goodies in store for you. You can be walking away with some amazing BGMI merchandise. I'm, of course, talking about the lovely T-shirt and bottles that you see just below us. And all you have to do is head over to the Esports page and make sure you do it in English because, again, your chances are going to be a bit higher. Click the link down below, fill the form, and make sure you predict which team is going to be on top as far as points are concerned on the same day. And make sure you spread some love, hashtag, and, well, who knows, you might just be getting some cool T-shirts to go and rep your favorite game out in public. But speaking of the game, buddy, I think it's time.
It's time.
I think it's time.
So I think for what we've seen in Erangel is some really good circles to work around with, right? A lot of teams are having a lot of trouble. Yesterday, you could see the final game of Erangel Circle went completely down south around those coastlines where Walkouts did come out as the winners. But it's time. I mean, takes you to the good old days, you know, Hindi Bollywood movies. You've got Sholay. Reminds me of the Jai Viru bike that I really love to call this one. But there you have it, the pair itself. And yeah, I think it's been time. We've seen any pair circles.
Check
and
out that water, though. Crystal clear, buddy. I just love it.
Oh, yeah. Of course, you're going to find...
Makes you want to go take a dip.
Yeah, I mean, considering it's the summers, I would really not mind doing the same, right? But then again, we have to get back to the cities and... by all means, I mean, so many places around, a lot of topographical changes. Now we head into prison, the last area that you would want to be in real life, of course. But then again, in the battlegrounds, as long as it takes you to survive, go for it.
Of course, and, you know, just speaking of, you know, getting back to the city and all that, you know, what I feel maybe, just maybe one day, we might in fact have one of those amusement parks where, you know, we can recreate certain places of Erangel and maybe we can actually genuinely walk down those hallowed paths and, well, just live it a bit more for ourselves. But it is going to be the calm before the storm right now, as this fjord north of Yasnaya is again, you know, whenever circles end up over here, Fixes, it's interesting because you always have a gamble, right? Yes, you want to be on those cliffs up to the north, but then again, you are exposed everywhere. And of course, I love that Erangel is scattered with remnants of a previous war.
And the best part is we haven't really witnessed even a single Yasnaya circle, right? It's on very rare occasions we did see in the BMPS circle going a little bit up north, but let's find out what's going to happen as the big bird has taken it up to the skies. And the flight path trajectory XP, quite interesting, right? A lot of the teams that tend to head up north are going to have so much trouble. And this is where Seoul, UP50, Hyderabad, Hydras, we might see some vehicle collisions.
We might just see something, you know, a little dash for all those vehicles. But the thing is, by now, I kind of believe, Fixes, that they are well versed with the situation because more often than not, the flight path has been towards the south of this map. But again, it all depends on where the question, where the circle, I beg your pardon, is going to form. And if our predictions are going to be correct, I kind of have a feeling it is going to be somewhere around, well, Primorsk, Ferrypair, Gatka, and maybe just half of the Sosnovka military base. But again, until we do speculate, let's just have a look and see who is leading the charge. Of course, it's OR Esports in the map of Erangel, but have a look at that. Team Seoul dropping down to the 6th as far as points in this particular map is concerned.
Yeah, and this point, I'm not gonna make any conclusions right now for
They're
Team
just
Soul,
trying things
but
out.
this is
Speaking
what
of
we're
them.
talking about, right? Teams do battle it out against each other, and at that point, Team Soul did not have any ammunitions or any sort of weapons to work around with, so hence they had to retreat. Yeah, of course, we've seen all these hindrances coming their way. Initiative, Academy, UP50, Hyderabad, Hydras. Had Walkouts been playing, that could have been a different case. But yeah, indeed, they are. Rather, they've taken a rather eastern side area. But a circle has been formed around the eastern sides. You're talking about another shelter mansion, or maybe a sniper circle. Maybe.
We've seen too many of those, to be honest with you. Yasnaya would be a breath of fresh air right about now, because like you mentioned, we haven't seen anything happening in the city so far. In fact, all the end circles up until this point have pretty much been out in the open. No urban warfare in our fortunes right now. Maybe that might change, but UP50, buddy, still languishing at the bottom. However, they have finally crossed that 100-point mark and are going to be catching up to Team GOG Esports and Team MG, if, of course, the gods allow it on this day. But yesterday, we did see something a little peculiar, right? I mean, they were taking fights, which, of course, we are happy about, because that is how you infuse that little confidence in yourself. However, a couple of rash decisions coming in, especially when they knew that, all right, fine, we have the enemy knocked down. But then again, maybe they got a bit too greedy for that single finish point, as a result of which they pretty much lost the entirety of their game.
I think it's the same old problems going on with UP50, right? Just that one day when they were trying out for the center, they tried to do that yesterday also, right? Try and take circle center, but the timings were completely off. Had they rotated pretty earlier, that could have been a different story. Now, from what we can see, they've got basic loot, right? At this point, you're supposed to start moving in if you want to play around the center, because if you do not do that, a lot of teams would start congregating, and eventually you're going to face a lot of heat. And talking about heat, it's a fight within us, as we've got Initiative Academy being pushed over by Team Soul.
Well, Blazy is the sole man standing right now in this house. He knows the enemy's coming in. He's going to go out. He shoots. However, he does not get his connections down. Well, he does manage to get a knock, unfortunately for him. He is going to be out of here in the blink of an eye. Now, keep one thing in mind. It was Blazy and Goblin who moments before did have that little bit of, hey, what's up? How you doing? As Goblin ran away with the buggy. And I would have kind of presumed that Blazy would have, moved a bit further away, possibly towards his teammates, because the moment Soul got a few weapons, they're like, you know what, boys? Time to go and take out a team. And they've done this before as well. I mean, I'll be honest with you. If a team like Team Soul knows that Initiative Academy is going to be nearby, they aren't going to really be threatened, are they?
And this is where, if you take a look at the map feed, right, we can see the players of Initiative Academy heading towards Primorsk. Now, Blazy decided to head over to the barn houses, start to get a few loot here and there, and suddenly Soul realized there's one little vehicle, there must be someone. Let's check that spot out. And there you go, they find the first blood inside the game already, and this is where, again, teams like Blind, they've been playing fairly well, they've been engaging in a lot of fights, they have been the smarter bunch from the rest. But there's again one thing that they need to really work upon, even in week number 3, is to position themselves at a good spot after the hard shifts.
After the hard shifts, indeed. And again, if Pochinki is their city and they are the most confident, this is what they've said before, right? That Pochinki is our town. If you want to come in, well, you are going to have to mess with the bull. But a few indecisive decisions did come in yesterday, as a result of which, they did lose their lives. But let's see, as you mentioned, whether their rotations and their positioning is going to be on point today. And another team who is going to be on a bit of a high in the 3rd position as far as the overall rankings go, Team XO, 11 points behind Team Soul. Now, yesterday was not the best day for them, in my opinion. But what do you think? How are they going to tackle this day? I mean, they're definitely going to be vying for that 2nd position, right?
I think Exo still had a fair, decent day yesterday, right? Considering how they'd been playing, a few good games, a few bad games towards the very end. But that is not going to deter them. But for Team Soul, again, it's the alarm bell stalling for them. Considering the way they played in week 1, it has been a completely different picture in week number 2, right? They did lose out on the first spot. They were holding around 60-70 points of lead to OR. Now, they are under 100 points almost most deficient to OR. So that is the kind of changes that have occurred, right? Even if you talk about the frag boards, Goblin being one of the players that was way above the rest. Now suddenly he's been contested by Aditya. You've got the other players, even Scream has sort of fizzled out a little bit. Now the other players are definitely stepping up. MJ, Aru, as a matter of fact, even Rex from Enigma has been quite a valuable find.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, 38 finishes for him in this tournament so far is going to be something that he is going to be happy about. But, you know, that 86-point lead that OR Esports has over Team Soul is just going to keep increasing because, look, we did discuss this, right? I mean, Team Soul, they are definitely making it to the grand finals until or unless, you know, something miraculous happens and, you know, they don't get a single point from here on forth. But it also gives them a chance just to try a few things out. However, you know, when it comes to those fights, we expect them to be firing on all cylinders, and that wasn't the case yesterday.
I mean, that was the intention, of course, but the teams were so well stationed to defend every single one of them, right? The approach to the fights haven't been quite the same the way it had been in week number 1, right? One of the primary examples would be that Vikendi push against 7C. The day before, we had them pushing at UP50 in Miramar.
Even Erangel yesterday when they were atop the hill, and we just said that, you know, oh, they're in the best position, and within the blink of an eye, well, they weren't there anymore.
Oh, indeed. And that is what I was talking about, right? They're being a little complacent. They're being very overeager to engage in fights because, again, if you tend to lose the control of your higher grounds, you're focusing, you have all your players focused at one certain direction. And that is where the other teams are going to capitalize. Because look how atrociously Walkouts just came over, took the hills, took down the players one after the other. They were entirely wiped out. Nobody had a slight idea that they could be spotted from the backlines.
Well, they did walk over the opposition with some ease, but for now, they are going to be in a convoy of buggies, trying to make sure they get north. And, well, they will try and get into Rozhok one way or the other, and that is good control, Mr. Spray, making sure he doesn't lose his buggy in that water down below. Now, they are going to be going east of Rozhok at this moment, which means, well, teams are going to be wary that someone could be coming in. Of course, OR Esports are going to be at one end, and I do believe UP50 also are going to be close by, but, ooh, some action at the bridge as OR Esports' hero is going to make sure he just scouts out ahead before his team does come in for the push because, well, for now, ACBC are going to be in a good position because we know they love, you know, hanging around north of the bridge. They love those ridges over there, and looks like that is the course of action they might take right now. Fortunately for them, 7C Esports, they've moved further inland.
Yeah, I think for ACBC, considering they know that the fact that the circle is not going to be taking that southern shift anymore, it's always better to cross over the bridge. Now, ideally, they could have really taken that military bridge, the western one, and could have gotten a rather better entry inside the circle. Because look at the cluster being formed at the eastern side, and the western side is so much vacant for Team Soul. Now, what they're going to try and do is try to take off the Pochinki Hills. If they can manage to do that, then they're going to be in a very good spot to have a really good game this time.
Well, it looks like our Esports did take your cue right now. They are going to be heading over towards the western bridge. It does seem like because ACBC are still at the bridge. If you have a look at all those colors on your screen as IE, Initiative Academy's Ayush, a little low on HP, well, all of them are. They have spent quite some time out in the blue, are going to be making their way, and it looks like they might just head on collision. And speaking of head on collisions, ooh, the Hitman was hit a bit hard right now, and he is going to be down on his knees and blind. They want to get the best of him, and elsewhere looks like blind is going to be taking fight with Kinetic as well as KU does lose his vehicle. But the thing is, they still have that little advantage, right? They are on the hill, but these particular buildings, these houses, have been one of my favorite spots because you have so many angles, and if you aren't careful, well, you could have your head wiped off clean off your shoulders.
Now, again, Team Blind dropping off at Pochinki. They took a transition towards that eastern side while traversing around. So many teams were trying to rotate, try to take that little bit of a higher ground. That was the exact intention of the players of FS. Did get caught off, but talking about having their players knocked out, ZOP, of course, did get picked off by the players of 7C, but the push is not going to come in anytime soon. They're just going to wait for maybe another knock, but elsewhere, Team X already getting picked off next week.
They have been, and well, that is how the cookie crumbles every once in a while. Savitar in a similar position as we saw him yesterday, and you know, he did. It was kind of deja vu right now because I do believe it was ACBC. Wait a second. Both teams are going to be cooking some grenades. Sarang does throw it inside. However, Scream is going to be on the outside. Now he is going to know someone's coming in. Have a look at that fire coming in from Helgard from his position atop that little house over there. But again, the problem for them right now is, yes, they need to make sure they bombard that house with grenades. And even outside, looks like he finally realized, wait a second, he's not inside, he's outside. And Scream could be throwing a grenade off his own, and it's going to be perfect. And Spray God just walked into that, and with that, Sarang's work is going to be cut out because A, his position has been given away. Have a look at how Big Brothers are already rotating around. Scream might just get the finish, but keep an eye out someone in the fields in the distance. That could be the little thorn in their side.
Now Xenopi already getting taken down again, and it was really nice coming out of Beast, but his position has been compromised, right? Now 7C have perfect vision as to where he is. Now he cannot really fire until and unless the other players start coming in and engage in a battle. Now Aladdin having such a beautiful vantage point, it is going to be so difficult for Big Brother to really go for a push.
Well, let's see if the push is going to come in because they are kind of thinking about it. They are in two minds right now, but of course, as soon as Zen OP patches himself up, that is where they might make a decision. And now he is going to be spotted. Oh, he peeks, he shoots, and in fact, he's going to be taken down for the third time, buddy. And, well, another couple of knocks, and his HP is going to be depleting by massive chunks. But now Sarang switching to the first person. He wants some blood over here. He wants a little bit of revenge for his fallen god. Spray God, but let's see if that is going to be the case.
I mean, at this particular point, ZOP out of helmets, but right now Scream is being pushed at. Sarang trying to make those proactive plays over here as another player just comes in from the sideline. Savitar dishing out so much damage, but look at Scream repositioning himself, bobbing and weaving, does manage to get a knock on Sarang.
Well, he is letting his weapon do all the talking for him right now. He is not going to have to scream with that massive magazine inside, 50 rounds for himself, and now he is going to be dishing out some more pain, death, and destruction upon 7C Esports. Beas was knocked down, but is that a grenade inside? Well, he does take a little bit of damage. Fortunately for him, he did realize it in the nick of time. Now, Savitar's work is going to be a bit problematic. Remember, Aladdin is going to be there for Kel, but speaking of that, it is not going to be enough as Zenobi this time finally gets a little bit of revenge. And, well, Big Brothers, we did kind of say that, we need a big comeback from them. Wait a second. That is beautiful shooting because from the other house, Zenobi makes sure that, well, 7C Esports are sent back in, and Aditya just took out Aditya with a car 98, of course, or Aditya being at the receiving end of things.
Of course, and Team Soul in the midst of it all. This time, they're not any sort of monkey business. But Team Kinetic, God has been taken down. Fierce just waiting for the other players to maybe try to come to his aid and dish hell upon them. But coming back to the fight that we had against 7C, I really felt they got a little bit more impatient. Had they held on to the compounds, because Big Brothers were anyways making those plays, had they held on to the proper positions and rather not changed for it, maybe they could have been on the better end of the things.
Well, again, coulda, woulda, shoulda, maybe ifs and buts. That is something we are going to do later when we analyze the fights. But for now, the circle is going to be edging towards Potato Hill once again. And you know what? I don't mind that. I like the topography over there. I like the way everything is set out. And, well, I also like that Team XO are finally out of that little shack. And now they are going to try and lay down some shots in Team Kinetic's way. Now, this fight is going to be a little problematic because it is going to attract a lot of attention from all around. And, well, Kinetic God still on his knees, and now the cavalry is coming in. Unfortunately, Immortal is going to take down KU, and now this is where the angles are going to be set up. Fierce, in fact, might just go out. He might just get out with a weapon and just, be in the face of the opponent, because Onyx, well, he does come in. Unfortunately for him, he gets taken down, and Fierce was almost not paying attention there.
Oopsie.
I didn't get this push.
Yeah, I mean, again, this was the moment where they directed one of their players to just go hit ram the compound, other was trying to provide cover fire, but the same was the case with even the players of Team EXO, right? Team Kinetic should have really cut on their losses and should have moved on. He was just in the wrong space, could have worked things around with 3 players. Now the numbers have again started to reduce.
And this is where Team Soul will come in and try and capitalize on a few lucky finishes here and there. EXO, again, we did kind of mention this, they were making a lot of noise. And, well, the inevitable has definitely happened, as now they are going to be target practice for all these teams around them. But the question, where is the circle going to take us? It is going to be down south. Team Soul are going to be in prime position here, buddy, to rack up all those finishes, because we know they thrive in such situations. And this is what they are most comfortable with. And I do believe they are just going to try and reposition themselves just a wee bit. As if you have a look, Hyderabad Hydra and the boys from HH are going to be coming in behind them, and they are spread far and wide. However, looks like no one seems to be keeping an eye on them. But look at all the influx coming in from the east. We've got all the teams coming in from the north, and sooner or later we are going to have some regular manslaughters and maybe, if we're lucky, a few drive-bys.
I mean, I really like Hyderabad Hydra's positioning if they can thwart off the players of Initiative Academy. Now, Seoul even had a 2-2 split. If the circle had gone a little bit towards the eastern side, they could have still had a really good compound to themselves. But ACBC did get pushed upon by a squad, and somehow they've managed to get the better of things. But Enigma Galaxy also trying to rotate around. They're trying to find a perfect area to build up a proper cover, but in the midst of it all, get clutched in the jaws of the players of Eve. So as Omega, he's going to continue spraying down, but this time no success.
And now, well, like you said, this is where they are most comfortable. All they have to do is, well, tap away, and Kirito is going to find himself on the receiving end of things. But they have to be careful because, again, someone... Oh, well, Rain, you might be heavy, buddy, but your vehicle is definitely not going to be that petite to fit behind that little tree over there. But again, no harm, no foul. This is a good, smart move. He knows someone's in that vehicle, and now he sees him, and now Rain is going to be taken out. Again, the question is, what was Rain thinking? Because have a look at him. He is moving around. Maybe he was patching himself up. Maybe he was just, drinking those delicious energy drinks, but... he did finally lose his life, and now a snowman is going to replace where he once stood.
He never really thought that Omega is going to just overstep and take him down, right? That was a good idea that he wanted to implement over there. Just show your buggy, but stay inside, stay put. But there were two ways around it. Had the buggy been broken over, but there you have it, Team Blind again being pretty aggressive, getting the first opening on Hellgod as Beast has to defend this entire territory with all his life.
And now BB's reinforcements are coming in. Have a look at that. Scream is going to make it a little bit of an entrance as they are going to have a little bit of footing inside the house. Now this is where Blind could in fact be trapped. Question is, have they checked their blind side? Because outside we do have Scream, and there you have it. The grenade is going to go up, and Deadpool is going to be at the receiving end of that fragmentation. And now with Rage is going to throw a grenade. Wait a second, you can't peek before and then do that, because again, someone is going to shoot you. And we were talking about Blind Esports being a bit aggressive. Unfortunately for them, looks like it is not working out, because even though just one man stands, it is a 1v1 situation right now. Scream, again, making sure he drinks a lot. That grenade could be devastating if indeed it is going to go boom. And looks like before it does, BB Scream lets his weapon do all the talking. 6 finishes for himself, and look at that, he's going to go for Zen OP, but there's no point. This was his 4th or 5th knock. He was definitely out. Big Brothers, 9 finishes for themselves, 6 of which came via the gentleman on our screens now.
And he's absolutely screaming out and loud the way he's been playing that entire fight. He was just stationed at one position. We're going to talk about that a little bit later, because Team MG, they're on the prowl. And they have lost out at start though. They have to deal with the players of OR Esports who are around the edges, but finally have found a really good compound. Team Soul, Team OR, the first and second team, the only teams to be inside the zone.
Well, the only teams inside the circle, the only teams with some semblance of fortification around them, and, well, they are going to be happy, and, well, they have to be a bit patient, just making sure that everybody walks into the lion's den. Elsewhere, Initiative, oh, that grenade is a bit too long, and DG does have plans to throw one of his own. That vehicle is going to go flying as expected, because that was placed perfectly underneath. However, Hyderabad Hydras, they do have an idea where the enemies are. There you have it. DG is going to be taken out. You can only hide behind a vehicle for so much longer, and now someone's going to be run over. There you have it. Ayush is going to be pretty much crushed under that buggy, and now, oh, the sound cue has been given away. He is going to chase. Expect Carry to get off and start shooting, but the thing is, he lost a lot of his HP. He's got to be a bit careful, and for now, slow down and patch himself off.
As Carry just trying to pepper those bullets, rattling it around, still did not connect. Had to be a little ahead, but it's all right. Now, Hyderabad Hydras, they know they have to get inside the circle, have a limitation of the vehicles though, as Team MG spotting the players of FS on a little bit of a lower ground. Still going to be relentless with all those grenades.
They are going to be relentless indeed, but again, as you mentioned, all these teams, buddy, they have to make it inside the circle, and that is where Team Soul, well, they are just going to be patiently lying in wait, as Jabu is going to take the fight to UP50, as one of their members is going to be brought down. Powerful Killer making sure he obscures the vision of the enemy. And speaking of the enemy, Soul has a little little bit of an invader in the house, as Akshat was the one who actually did get that shot in, and Goblin goes and makes sure he finishes what his teammates started. Again, Big Brothers getting a little complacent over there. Maybe they had no idea how Team Soul was spread out, but again, they are going to learn their lesson, as Scream is going to be, well, screaming right about now, as only one man stands for their team. Now, Akshat goes up on the roof. He does spot a few enemies in the distance, but he's got to be careful, Fixes. He might just be shot from behind.
Oh, indeed. The players of our Esports, but look at Aditya having that little higher crowd, but now he needs to drop and roll, needs to somehow recuperate in this particular fight. But Omega, well, he's got a lot of players right beneath him.
He does have an entire team, in fact, just walking around, and there you have it, making sure he deploys smoke to basically conceal his retreat, as he is going to try and get back to his teammates. Now, Walkouts, they do have a compound for themselves. Let's see if they are going to be locking horns in due time, because for now, although Hyderabad Hydras, you know, they were outside the circle here, they are going to be coming in hard, and, well, the last man from IE could be in a precarious position, but Akshat is going to make sure whatever pops up over the horizon like silhouettes against the backdrop, he is going to shoot at anything that moves.
Striker still, in the meanwhile, trying to get better out of Loki, but Carry and Striker just trying to take cover just behind 1-3. Did not really work out for them, but it's all right. They're going to get that revive. But do they have enough time, though? Yes, they do. 30 seconds. They're waiting for someone to pick a fight against Team Soul so they can instantly charge inside the compound.
Speaking of Team Soul, they still have a little bit of a house in the circle right now, which means they do have a nice little nest of where they can shoot as they are doing right now. A good 360 vigil once again. Now, Goblin is going to make sure he moves in. Oh, he is going to be shot at Esports in the distance. They do have a nice little advantage for themselves right now, but it's going to be Bias at close range. He does lay down some shots, and before he can hit the deck, well, that is Big Brothers leaving the game for you. However, they do have 9 finishes for themselves. Not a bad start to the day.
Oh, indeed. And the way they've been playing Big Brother Esports, I really feel they're starting to build up a lot of position points and finish points by the end of the evening. But OR Esports, a little bit outside the circle. There you have it, ACBC, one of their players already taken out as Hyderabad Hydras. They're making the moves. They have to take the certain areas, but they have to be careful about our Esports right beside them. They might get sandwiched, which just happened right now.
Well, they just got sandwiched, but it wasn't the teams you mentioned. In fact, it was Team Soul who is going to put that final nail in their coffin, and now this is where they are going to be raking up all those finishes for themselves. Zuck should take some cover, because you've got to keep one thing in mind. Our Esports right now are going to have a good position, however, they don't have the semblance of a lot of cover, and then you have Omega with a few pop shots in the smoke. He does manage to connect a few, and now those vehicles are going to be giving their sounds away, as a grenade is going to be chucked down the hill, because he felt someone could be coming for his position. Again, they want to defend this kill with all they have, and now Omega, he realizes the enemy is behind that broken down vehicle. He throws a grenade. In fact, it isn't going to do too much of damage. Oh, one comes in. Make sure he just hugs that corner.
Oh yeah, and Omega making all those good decisions out there. But finally, it seems like Team Soul, they want to stick to one compound right now. They want to unify, as ACBC unleashing hell from the backlines has spotted out a brass position, but the Baril with the suppressor, really not the best weapon at this point. Still resorts to grenade, though. Does it connect? That's the big question, as Canary is going to be going after the leaders over here. OR Esports under heavy fire, as Jelly and R, the last player surviving, they go outside the lobby, as Team OR, they've been eliminated.
They have been eliminated, and now we just have 4 teams remaining. Shortly, it could be 3, because Hector knows someone is going to be coming in from the sidelines. He did lose his helmet, however, he still has all his utilities with him. The question is, again, look at this, you know, they still have this little wall to basically play around, and now our Esports could be in a bit of trouble, but lo and behold, the circle is going to be in their favor, and Fixes that split that they have is something. Wait a second, maybe they feel there's a dummy in the car, because even I was like, wait, nothing's moving, and they are completely oblivious that someone is so close by. Question is he going to strike? Because of course Team Soul, they aren't looking there at all, are they?
They definitely aren't. Like an abandoned vehicle, but little did they know there is a snake hiding inside the little vehicle, all coiled up and ready to strike, as Akshat, well, he understands our Esports have taken a very good position right now. For Team Soul, they have to pull off something miraculous if they have to get in safely inside the circle.
Listen, once they do start running, I'm just going to try and see what his idea is, because This is not what is normal. Now he realizes the blue is going to start hurting him. In fact, he might just get out. Come on, you got to take a few shots at the enemies. There you have it. He patches himself up. Is he going to whip out his weapon? Not for now, because he still has one first aid, but he can just get 2 finishes for himself and, well, try and eliminate Team Soul. He's got to do something. The M4 comes in, the shots are fired, and suddenly Soul are caught off guard, and they're like, wait a second, where did this one come out for? As does reload his weapon, but before he could get the second finish, well, he is going to meet his maker. Boy, oh boy, that has to be one of the plays of the game.
Oh, indeed, and Team Soul, they must be kicking themselves in the foot as now Goblin, the lonesome survivor over here, has to fight against all odds, but
That
it is
it.
not
Oh
happening.
my goodness, calm down. Yeah, look at that. Someone called in an artillery strike, and our esports, ladies and gentlemen, are going to be your winners of game number 1 as they walk away with that delicious chicken dinner. And let me just say one thing, Fixers. I'm sure Team Soul thought this game was theirs, but I'm going to pick your brain as we move into the post-match segment powered by Loco and have a look at how your teams did. 27 points for our esports.
Indeed. I love what they did, right? They were holding on to that eastern side. They were steering off from all the battles. What really favored them was the 6th circle shift towards them. And when the 7th one happened, it went a little bit north. And they had that 2-2 split coming in. And it was a checkmate already for Team Soul. But what Team Soul did not really count on was Loki's presence.
Oh my goodness.
Completely in disguise, all to his mischievous deeds. And he did prevail supreme.
Well, the God of Mischief definitely living up to his name. And, well, we're going to be keeping a keen eye on this one in the games to come. But Big Brother Esports, a massive game for them in as far as, you know, finishes are concerned, because, you know, they normally give precedence to those position points. But now we're going to find out who is going to be crowned the iQOO MVP. And lo and behold, it's Scream from Big Brothers Esports.
No doubts there, right? Considering how he played, especially that one fight against Team Blind. They kind of were blindsided, right? Making so many mistakes, and Scream just keeps capitalizing them. But one sheer moment of brilliance I witnessed was that fight against 7C, right? Sarang and Savitar, both of them pushing at his direction, did reposition himself and did manage to get one knock and had his teammate take the other. So, yeah, I mean, as we head on to the top 5 leaders in this particular game, had to be 2 of those players of Team Soul, Goblin and Omega, finally making an entry along with Akshat. But Jadu, the way he created the flank, the way he was stationed alone while all his other teammates are just fighting around, I think our esports were amazing.
They were, and of course I do apologize for, you know, just screaming and shouting at the end, because someone had literally pinpointed an artillery strike over there, because grenades were coming in from every direction, and all we could hear was boom, 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 boom. That is all we could hear. But now, let's have a look at a few more facts and figures as the match summary is on our screens now.
I think nothing really catches my eyes apart from the 7 grenade finishes and 3 airdrops being looted out there, 2 vehicle finishes. I mean, we did want to witness something in the start, but you know, again, coming back to the knocks and finishes that we've had so far, it's pretty standard, nothing really out of ordinary. But what really stood out for me was how the circle formed, right? It was a little bit of a northern shift towards the end, and that is where chicken dinner were kind of taken away from the hands of Soul and given to RE.
I don't blame the circle. I blame Loki, and I'm never going to stop blaming him for that, because that was just amazing. And of course, you know, like you said, they would never have thought about that in a million years. As of course, we do have a look at the FD graph on our screens, and looks like all the teams did get a taste for blood. However, Nigma Galaxy, buddy, getting caught off while rotating.
I mean, for Enigma Galaxy, I think one of those teams that really excels in the map of Miramar, especially how they tend to rotate. But again, had they tried something like what our esports did, had they had that position to themselves, could have been a better game rather than just trying to take the center where there were so many teams stationed as the overall standing comes up on board. Finally, Team Soul finding a little bit of a respite, you know, getting a few points from this one, but they're still so far away from OR.
Well, the lead was 86 points. Now it's 74. They are going to try and close in on that gap ever so slowly. And Team XO, well, we're going to have to wait and see what they bring to the table next. Now, of course, all the teams are still holding on to the position that we left them in yesterday, as we do have a look at the second page. Now, this is where things get a bit interesting. Big Brothers finally making a little bit of a move up towards the top, while FS Esports and 7C, even Blinds, are going to be falling ever so slowly through the ranks.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is what we're really interested in, right? So minute differences between all these teams, and it could just be anybody's game. But Walkouts, ever since yesterday's Erangel chicken dinner, they've been playing pretty well, right? Again, a top 2 finish over here. This time getting a few position points around. You always want to be in that top 8, have that little bit of a cushion being developed, because the teams that are below them, you know, you talk about Esports, they just managed to get a chicken. 7C, another team that has been prioritizing a lot of those finishes. But this is where they need to start a little bit of focus on the position. If they do that, I'm pretty sure they're also going to qualify. Yes, 7C.
Well, again, what kind of surprises me is that they don't have a chicken dinner to the name as yet.
Yeah.
They've come so close, but you know, it's always been elusive. But these are the teams that are in danger. And well, despite having a chicken dinner, UP50 still languishing at the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, for UP50, this time the rotations were fine, the fights were fine, they did not get into any kind of hasty situation, but, well, once we had those hard shifts, so many of those teams were just kind of stationed around that area that they had to face a lot of trouble in dealing with such situations. But yeah, I mean, the only thing that has been missing out from UP50 is the desires, the drive, the hunger to engage in fights, not really back off, and it's the same old story, right?
It is, but again, you know, it's that one spark
Yeah.
that is needed to ignite the fire, and we did see that little spark in them, you know, in Vikendi on day 2. If I'm not wrong. But again, looks like the flame has kind of extinguished. Let's see if they can actually, well, revive it once again. But, you know, again, we're not just going to keep talking about them. Of course, we want every single team over here to do good, but, you know, that is how the cookie crumbles every now and again. And, well, we are going to have a look at the highlights, and I'm going to put up a few questions, right? I mean, the circle, yes, did favor teams like OR Esports and Seoul up until a certain point, and then you mentioned, you know, that hard shift coming in towards the east where our Esports finally capitalized. But if we focus on our Esports and have a look at how they started off at Novo, and then they made it all the way through the west, and then finally are finding themselves in the east position, how do you think their migration happened?
I think it was pretty simple, right? We had a circle around the Snake A compounds building up, then it eventually landed at Seoul. They had so much room to rotate around, and that is how they capitalized on it.
They did indeed, and well, before we actually have a look at the highlights, once again, a massive shout out to BGMI Crofton for giving us this opportunity, and our lovely sponsors, iQOO and Loco, which means, well, you know what time it is.
Watch it, earn it.
What are all these lovely people waiting for? Because, you know, they have all the opportunities at their feet. All they have to do is get onto Loco and start their esports careers. But, I see what it is. It's, of course, they don't have the iQOO Neo 6. And, well, Fixes will tell you, maybe you might just be lucky enough to win one today.
Of course, now all you've got to do is head over to Amazon, right? And on the search bar, type iQOO Neo 6, head over to No More, participate in that quiz, and if you're lucky, I mean, pretty much easy questions, right? I mean, even boomers like XP have no trouble answering them.
Oh, yeah. I like it how you took a dig at me this time. Well, I am, because I don't know how technology works, bro. I mean,
it's pretty simple.
You play games on this now? But again, you know, with just all jokes aside, if you aren't lucky with the phone, well, you can win yourself some amazing BGMI merchandise. All you have to do is head over to the esports page, click that link, fill out the form, and just correctly predict which team is going to be the ones with the most points at the end of the day, and make sure you spread some love with all your hashtags. Now, the highlights are popping up, and again, just try and break down how, especially our esports, maneuvered all the way around the map.
Of course, I mean, once we get to that. But this is where Initiative Academy, despite losing out on Blazy, I'm pretty sure they're going to be happy about the kind of a game that they had, right? A top 3 finish to themselves. Loki somehow managing to low-key survive there. And yeah, this is something where Blazy was kind of a little overconfident when all of his other teammates were trying to loot around in Primos. He was still somewhere around the Gatka areas.
He would have expected this grenade. Oh my goodness, just shook our entire screens. And Zenobi over here getting taken down for the 3rd time. But you know, speaking of Soul and IA, right? Again, Scream played brilliantly over here. Just quickly coming back to my point.
Yeah.
Initiative probably thought that they're just going to head up north to Gatka. And, well, it looks like Soul, like you mentioned, saw a vehicle and they came in for those finishes.
Well, it was kind of the other way around, right? They dropped over at the northern side and they resorted to come down to Primorsk. If you remember, there was this one day where we did witness a fight with Initiative and 7C, right? Whenever Autobotz is not inside the lobby, what they do is they tend to resort to the Primorsk area, a little bit of a bigger city to rotate around. And in that, you know, Blaze is like, you guys go on, you know, I'm going to be safe by myself. I can handle things over here. Little did he know that his vehicle was out in the open, and Soul did sniff him out and took the entire soul out of him. But I think later on what we saw, we did get to see a lot out of Big Brother Esports in this particular game, right? One fight against 7C, that push by Blind at their direction, and they were so well stationed. But talking about this one, I had no idea what Rain was up to.
Well, like you mentioned, you know, maybe he was just being a bit cocky. He was like, hey, I know you see me, but you aren't going to be coming out from your little safe spot. And speaking of safe spots, this is where Blind, they did open things up, getting the better of Hellgod. However, Scream once again comes in and saves the day.
I think it was an entire squad being wiped out by this man, right? The way he played it around, and could be a 1v4. I mean, he had his few of the players alive, and towards the end, did manage to get a majority of them, right? Even Williams towards the end. But Initiative Academy, despite all odds, look at this, you know, DG, Ayush both being dealt with, but Loki still managing to survive. But Team MG still somehow struggling with their Erangel games right from the very beginning.
Do you think it's just Erangel, or do you think it's been the other
Miramar, they somehow have recovered, right? Yesterday's few Miramar games were good for them. They did accrue a few points, and yeah, I think the same goes with teams like UP50, GOG, and all the teams that are sort of languishing in the very bottom, right? They're not really having that drive. Now, this is where we come into business, right? The circle was well split, you know, it was either Soul or Team Ari's zone, and this is where Ari, look at them, they are not engaging even in a single fight, not giving their position away, instead rather waiting for the next circle shift. The moment it comes, you have 2 of the players taking that northern area, 2 of the players on the sideline, they wipe out OR, they wipe out the players of Soul, they get the chicken dinner, easy peasy.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy is what they did, and of course chicken with a little bit of lime on it tastes just so delicious. But again, ACBC did have a good game up until now. They got that little squad right for themselves, but this grenade is what is going to make sure that OR Esports, well, they were dealt with, creating a few shots with that rat-ta-ta-ta-ta, and that is going to be all she wrote for this team. But again, I'm just intrigued and interested to see how Loki just walks right in. There you have it, he's there. You can see him, he's crawling his way. He is not going to make a single sound, and well, the boys from Seoul thought they've dealt with everything, but now from behind, this is when the mischievous god himself is gonna put some lead in their backs.
Just let's just be silent. Look at him. Oh my god. Both of them. You know, had Loki survived a little bit longer than Omega, then that finish point would have also been registered to Initiative Academy, and it really makes a lot of changes. But by this moment, there was barely anything really remaining, right? They've just being ambushed, infiltrated by 4 different directions, and well, they were completely out of options. By this moment, even Kirito knew what fate awaited him, and he just submitted himself to the players of RE, and here they are, beautiful chicken dinner for the lads.
Of course, they're the first chicken dinner as well, and let's see if they are going to capitalize on this little momentum that they seem to have for themselves. But again, you know, like you did mention, yes, they did acquire a few finishes, but they were patient. I wouldn't really say trigger discipline, but they had the presence of mind, because if they had shot out from their position, then, well, they would have come under fire themselves. So I guess a few good choices definitely being made over here.
I think that they really capitalized upon Team Soul engaging with the other teams and not really having their attention focused at them, right? There were multiple instances where we did really bring this conversation up in the cast that Hyderabad Hydras coming in, they could have gotten sandwiched, but you did mention that it was Team Soul who got the better out of them, right? And our Esports was still silent. They did not even move a muscle. They were having all the informations relate to each other. They were somehow anticipating the circle is going to take a little bit of a shift, and that is where they acted upon, and that is how you get a good chicken dinner.
Well, again, if you want to start your career as far as esports goes, well, you better be listening to us over here because we do have those little insider facts, to help you along the way. And did you just pat yourself on your back?
I mean, I always do that.
Oh, he always does that. Again, this guy doesn't shy away from, just praising himself. But again, or gloat, there you have it. Oh, I heard something else. But anyway, before we do transition into the next game, it is going to be Miramar, and we are going to have a little bit of a group shuffle. How does that affect the dynamic as the teams move from Erangel to that map?
I mean, this time we have teams from Group B taking a seat, right? We have A joining into the fray. Group B not being there means you do not have teams, big names like OR, the teams that really tend to thrive in the map of Miramar. Like you don't have Walkouts, you don't have Blind. So Team MG, as a matter of fact. Now this is where I would have my attentions again redirected at the players of Team Enigma, right? Yesterday was a day where they kind of got themselves back into the mix of top 8, and the way they've been playing, they've been getting those top 3 positions, top 4 position, still in pursuit of that chicken dinner though.
Still in pursuit, but again, tomorrow never dies, and they are going to have a few more chances. Of course, you have all the games today, and then you have one more week of league play, after which, well, somebody's fates are definitely going to be sealed. But it is going to be exciting. Of course, I'm going to be taking the back seat for this one, as we are going to be heading into the next game. But before that, again, just try and tell us. I know we don't have all the facts and figures in front of us right now, but our esports' rotation, were you happy with this?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Or was it just chance?
I think, again, when the circle was forming, they knew that they could not take the Nova Bridge, right? They have to resort to the western one because it was way open. We did see so much vacancy in all those western side compounds where the eastern side was jam-packed with so many of the other teams, because I can't really blame the other players or the other teams, as the previous iterations of this similar circle did went to a little bit on that western side, right? And this is where our esports decide to take that western route, and then they realize the circle shifts again a little to the west. And that is where they just snuck in on the corners over there while all the other teams were fighting, right? They were not making, like we said, again and again, they were not creating a lot of ruckus, something like Team Soul was doing. They were just all over the place. And, well, what Loki did to them, that's something that they're not going to forget. But, yeah, learning lessons, no matter if fumes are coming out from a vehicle, still
blow it up.
Check it, yeah.
Just blow it up, check it. Make sure you always check your backside, because that is where you have the, stabs coming in and a knife in your back. Oh, that's going to definitely hurt a lot more than bullets coming at you from the front. But again, it was an interesting affair, this game. So, Team Soul, they did have that opportunity or the advantage of making all that commotion, because A, they could always fall back into their compounds, which again, they were using it perfectly. But I'm going to stop talking right now because the pre-match segment powered by Loco is popping up on our screens now, and well, I'm going to say bye-bye to you, and well, the studio is going to get a whole lot brighter.
All right, we do have a ray of sunshine along with us, Arca, and now he's all excited, all riled up for the games to begin. Of course, it's A coming in. Now, this is where a few of the teams that we have to talk about, right? Enigma Gaming, we did have a little bit of a discussion around them. Esports, Wala WSF, and their games of Miramar, Arca, I think have been pretty impressive. What do you have to say about that?
I would say that, finally, there are few teams who are actually taking those fights. Those necessary fights is what I would like to say. They're not making mistake of going in for an unnecessary fight, but rather taking those fights and converting that into their favor is one thing which is going right for them. And we have been seeing that, right? So whenever they're going to a fight, they're not rushing in blankly. They're using those throwables, they're holding angles, they're also trying to cover the real estate in front of them, and then they're taking the fight to the enemy. So I strongly believe that, when you have a mindset like that, and the IGL is kind of placing you, even though let it be the corners of the circle, or a little bit inside the circle as well, if all these things are going right, I do believe that they can perform much, much better than what they're doing right now as well.
Oh, they certainly can. And considering, how Esports Wala WSF have played lately, be it the Western circles, be it the Eastern circles, they somehow make sure that they get into the center towards the very end. But one thing has clearly been missing from their side, however, is their willingness to engage in fights, or rather excelling at fights, which they used to do pretty well during the iQOO BMPS. Now, what do you have to say about the reluctance over there? Is it them feeling the pressure, or is it just the team opposite to them being better?
No, somewhere I feel that, as soon as they get a knock, that is where they lose their confidence. Until then, I do believe that, they might want to take a fight, or it's going to be the assaulter, the only person who says that, don't worry, I'm going to be doing the best of what I do. But ultimately, as soon as he gets knocked out, there's so much of, fear in the boot camp that, eventually they get erased off.
They definitely get erased off. But ladies and gentlemen, this beautiful smartphone in my hands is here to stay. I'm talking about the iQOO Neo 6. We've been watching videos of the dragons being slayed. So let's head over again to what our friends from iQOO have to say. So, I mean, Arka, every single time we see that Wyvern or maybe the dragon being slayed, I love the part when, the fire is being breathed out and the moment it turns into ice, right? And that's the best part, of course, courtesy to the cascade cooling system we do offer with this beautiful smartphone. But we do offer some things. We are also offering 3 lucky winners to have their hands on this bad beauty. And Arka, you know what you gotta do?
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, again, you're going to get onto Amazon immediately and make sure that you get into Amazon only, because I've been seeing that,
Amazon special, huh?
Yeah, I have few people who are being foolish and asking me, is there anywhere else we can do this? But no, Amazon specials is what these devices are getting for themselves. So get onto Amazon, search for iQOO Neo 6. Over there, you're going to click, there's going to be a small segment below the search bar where you have no more. Click on no more, and then you have to take part in a quiz of 5 questions where all the answers, you'll know it because we have already told you all the specifications over here, right? So eventually, once that is done, your name, address, and then you'll be good to go.
A big substitute has been made, Arka. We do have Prince, I believe, for the first time coming in, right? One of the veterans in the scene. We've seen him from a long time, even in previous titles as well. Now transitioning, he's had a rather good time. But like Arka said, now if you do not have Lady Luck by your side and you want to support your teams, we are also offering you 10 merchandise giveaways in the form of really cool summer t-shirts, iQOO BMOCs, rather BMPS exclusives, and those beautiful sippers. And well, mind doing the honors?
Again, so you guys have to head on to the Esports channel of BGMI or Battlegrounds Mobile India Esports channel. Over there in the description, you'll find a link. Click on the link and make sure that you fill up the form perfectly. And then you can come back to the chat and vote for the favorite team or the team you believe is going to be at the top of the table by the end of the day. Not the overall points table, just the day table. So you need to do some calculations as well to understand which is the team performing well and being on the top and all those things. And to make it easier for you, you can head down to the English desk where we'll do all the calculation for you and give you the answer. All you have to do is spam out over here and make sure you get an opportunity for yourself to get those merchandises home.
Oh yeah, and we've been talking about that, right? And of course, in the English chat, you're gonna be more visible. You're gonna stay there for longer. You never know, your chances can get quadrupled. But I think it's finally time, Marka. It's finally time heading inside the game, rather into the desert of Miramar. Well, it says holiday in the mountains, but I'm pretty sure you're out for a holiday, out for a trek, and suddenly you have blood being splattered all over the place. That instills a little bit of a fear, a doubt in your heart. Now, coming back to the teams and discussions that we were having, we did talk about Esports Wala WSF and Retribution RTR. Now, this has again been one of those teams did get that Vikendi chicken dinner, tend to engage in a little bit of fights in Miramar. They have that little wild card in the form of Eros 24, just comes in and wreaks havoc. But Oops has also been one of those players to look out for. What are your thoughts about this team?
See, RTR Retribution is one team which is very strong in firepower according to me, right? Let's not forget Craniac, being one of the best assaulters. He can do wonders if given the opportunity. So I strongly believe that they are given an opportunity. When they are given an opportunity, they're gonna make sure that you make the best use of it, they assault everybody else. But at the same time, when there's an attacker coming towards them, when they have to strategize against the team, it's just that they're not able to do it as quickly as the opponents. And throwables is one of those things which is a huge hindrance for the side of RTR. So I believe that, having Coobs also coming in, they're going to look much more stronger. But yes, one other thing which I would like to point out over here, apart from this team, is 7's Esports, as you said, coming back in the fray. But they have removed their Assaulter. Spray God is very, very good with his 4x and mid-range sprays. And that question comes up in my mind, which probably you could answer for me, is Spray God's, part in the map of Miramar with that 4x sprays has always been vital for this team, right? So with Prince coming in, do you think he can live up to those expectations?
Oh, 100%. Because again, now the only issue I think that they need to resort has been always about the position points. As ladies and gentlemen, we take it up to the skies. Now, getting back to the discussion, right? Prince has been one of the players who's been in the scene for a long, long time. Has a little bit of an experience coming out from his side, and maybe he could just be that one jigsaw in their puzzle that was kind of missing to get them that chicken dinner. But for now, I mean, this is a really ridiculous flight path. A lot of teams are going to be scratching their heads as to what to do, because we might get to see a lot of vehicle collisions happening right now.
Now, let's not forget, on the north, the same love story continues between Hyderabad Hydras and GOG, where both of them tend not to fight with one another, but rather stay close to other and travel together inside the circle. And after which, Hyderabad Hydras have always proved themselves in the map of Miramar. That's why they're in the 4th position with a total of 101 points. Let's not forget the dominating map for Team Soul was this one. And as you know, that it's going to be easy for them to continue their domination, as Goblin is still on the top, trying to pick up as many finishes as possible. But let's not forget, it's time for us to put the limelight to the teams on the bottom, and it's time for us to speak about the side of GOG, right? So Miramar, at one point of time in BMOC, this was the map where they raked up most of the points. What do you have to say about the new strategy they need to bring in to make sure they do the same kind of thing which they did before?
I mean, we've had this discussion around GOG, right? The same old thing. They're getting inside the circles, but their fights have been all over the place, right? They keep on walking on eggs, engage in situations in which they're really uncomfortable, right? But getting back to the circle that we have in front of us, rather a little bit of an eastern shift. We've been getting a lot of these eastern circles, right? And this was exactly one of the circles where Esports, Wala, WSF, OR did tend to have a really good time. But maybe things could change. Maybe our Esports could dream about getting a second back-to-back chicken dinner.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna vouch for that, because they're pretty much in need of it. This is the first time ever that our Esports was able to gain themselves a winner chicken dinner so far, and with the 15th position getting a chicken dinner like this, the confidence of making it into the top 10 and retaining that spot is going to be very, very strong. But yes, coming back into the map itself, we're able to see most of the teams are right now inside the circle, wanting to make sure that you hold their high grounds, hold their low grounds, or whatever is possible, and also have the right kind of farming. We have been seeing yesterday, one of the reasons for the failure of Team Soul is not having the right kind of resources, which they usually do. And also, it's a very good thing to see that in the map of Erangel, they've started to play like their initial days in this tournament.
I think they finally realized that they're losing their grip over the overall standings. The difference had been so humongous that now they have to get back to their old ways, right? Do a little bit of try-harding, get a few chicken dinners, get a lot of finishes, try not to make all those hasty mistakes that they've been making from the past couple of days. But yeah, I mean, for OR, I really feel heading over to Picado, it's never been a trouble getting the loot, right? It's always been about engaging in fights where they sort of do not think twice, right? No backline cover, just go directly ramming in, rely on Goblin to get you those openings, and as a result of which, now teams have been so well conditioned to deal with such threats, right? Now Team Soul is coming in, all right, let them just hit the deck, right? The moment they do that, they go all guns blazing, and Team Soul goes out. But that has changed a little bit in the first day. We're just hoping we get to see more of that.
I strongly feel that from here on it's going to be hard for anybody to take a fight with the side of Team Soul by the momentum, by the composure they've showed in the previous map. They need to play out of the box, just like how Loki did, try to make sure that you lurk around in the shadows and strike when the iron is hot. But yes, coming back into the game, there are other teams which have to shed our light on, right? So for example, we have the side of UP50 yet again,
Yeah.
and also the team INS. But yeah, before we step into team INS, UP50's performance day before yesterday was so good that they gave a ray of hope not only for us but also to the viewers that they'll be making it in the next round. Do you think they can continue to do the same? If they perform well from here on, they can make it into the top 16?
Yeah, I mean, ideally, there's always chances, right? If they keep on playing like that, we're going to talk about that a little bit later, because Rage Cause is being pushed by the entire horde of Team INS. And I love what the boys are doing, right? They have been doing this ever since the round 4 of iQOO BMPS. That is, stay together, stay put. Now, how do you counter a team that always moves like a pack of hyenas, right? Make sure you've got your Molotovs in, you've got your grenades in, try to scatter them around a little bit, because look at UP50, they are so lost, they have gone awry.
I mean, this is what happens when you try to pick up a strategy from a professional teams and try to use it at the nth moment of this tournament. And this is the way they were doing it. But still, Sarkar is able to put a stop to the side of towards the side of INS as another player that's gonna be again UP50 losing another player. That's gonna be Sarkar, who get retaliated and get taken down. But let's not forget that this is not the end, as Crazy Soul is also cooking up a grenade. If this lands perfectly, then the story can be different for the side of UP50. It looks like that is the case, but Aditya retaliates at the right time, and this point of time, Billion is going to be coming in the crosshairs. Comes in another player, a 1v2 situation where UMP are looking the strongest at this point of time, lays the perfect corner. UP50 sticking together is the key for your success, and this is the biggest example, and I hope you guys learn from this.
You know, more than them sticking together, it was just INS going crazy and wild, right? They had no single care in the world. They just wanted to go for finishes and eventually just forgot, right? Going after one player, they were kind of tunnel vision. From multiple directions, we had the players of UP50 kind of readjusting themselves. But yes, 4 finishes, little points already into their pockets, but they need to get a few more position points, at least somehow get into the top 5. In that manner, they're going to have that 10 points overall. That could be a merry day, because for now, they're around the centers. Now, Team Soul, they're hearing all the commotion. They can just come in any single moment. As we speak of, they were resorting to that. But look at you, INS, right? They're just crazy boys out here, just doing crazy things. Joker comes out, gets shot. Crazy Soul, look at him, just steps out of his vehicle, does manage to get that knock from Billion's side. But the moment he steps out, this is where he gets shot from the backlines and could not do much. And that is how the cookie crumbled. And what do we have to say?
Yeah, this is where I feel that, INS were a little divided, right? We were speaking about them being the hyenas in the back of Worlds, and eventually when they started to get away from one another, that is when UP50 started to regroup and take it home. So the teams on the bottom, the lesson is very, very simple. Stay together and take the fight when required, or probably try to challenge the opponent and see whether you get more than one knock, and if you do get that, try to capitalize on it, and which is not be invisible. There are few teams who tend to, stay together, make it inside the circle, but are scared of taking those fights, and due to which they're suffering. Let's not forget the side of GOG.
Yeah, I think we did touch upon them, and this is where, again, coming back to UP50, the discussion that we have, the fight with INS, it was all about the fact that they should have restabilized themselves, right? Just not gone like loose cannons, just here and there, heter and tether. They had to be punished. Now, this has been one of my favorite teams lately, right? Team Hydra officials. And
agreed.
The way they've been playing, they're the ones contesting for the 3rd spot against Team EXO, right? EXO had a really rough game in the first game of Erangel. This is where Hydra officials have an ample opportunity to overtake their lead. As Global Esports, well, they've managed to get a few finishes to their names as well, or maybe they're just trying to loot around from whatever remains from Team INS. And yeah, I think it has always been a cause of concern for GE.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, this is one thing which I love, when you are looking out for other places, or when you have a keen eyes to get those resources for yourself, even a death crate will give you something which you need. But at the same time, Global Esports all of a sudden are coming into the point of concern, again losing the momentum of what they had, according to me, because ultimately we're able to see there's just one man performing the best of what he can, right? He's not going to be there in this game as well. It's just, there's been Manya who's always performing in the map of Miramar as well. As we speak more about GE, it's going to be shots coming in from the side of Clutch, almost taking down Enigma, Eggy, and it looks like FS crosshairs are a little hotter than usual.
And Team FS, now you've been talking about teams that prioritize on circles, not on fights, and FS has always been one of them, right?
Yep,
Unless and
yep.
until it's absolutely quintessential, they're going to steer off. Now, this was just them, landing a few pot shots, trying to do that to thwart the enemies of their territory. But Team Enigma, well, they are one of those teams that has a perfect balance between positions and the way they get into battles. And now Rex has been their revelation of this tournament, right? He's been getting a lot of frags for his team. He's been doing really well. But the way Team Enigma have positioned themselves, they really have to look out for the next circle chip. Now, taking a look at that map, people, look at this is what I was talking about, our esports. So much area to play around with, while all the teams are just clustered around the southern, western, northern side. The eastern area is completely theirs.
Yes, I do agree on this point, but also let's not forget that all the teams are trying to come into the eastern side when the circle forms in like this, because yesterday we saw the contestment for the high grounds towards the side of Al-Azhar and towards the side of Bronco was so high that there was a lot of fights taking place. Let's not forget that, OR executed it perfectly with the side of GE as well, becoming most of those finish points for themselves, but still, this is what I say, right? So sometimes when you're rotating, you have to be very, very careful. With few teams already starting to prioritize the center of the zone right now, we can expect this storm to be coming in as the calmness is just going to walk away.
Our esports realize that there is a team right beside them. They've heard the commotion, they've heard the vehicles coming in, but they also need to make sure that they do not engage in a fight right now, because the moment they do that, they are bound to get third party, right? EXO is right on their eastern sides and few shots have already been taken, which means Kinetic has to run for cover.
Yes, absolutely. But at the same time, one other thing which I love about our esports was, yes, the previous game in the map of Erangel, right? Oh my god, the amount of time they were getting punched, but still the way they were able to survive, kudos to them. But again, UP50 doing the same mistake of coming into the crosshairs with one of the toughest teams will pay a very, very hefty price, as Aditya at this point of time, with a mirror of HP, probably it's the zone which is going to eat him up. No, it's not. It's going to be AJ landing the final bullet and making sure that is the end for UP50. And it's going to be a very short-lived victory for themselves over one team, and getting only 4 finish points for themselves gets eliminated in the 15th position. And
this is what I was worried about, right? You're barely going to have any position points to your name just for 4 points out of this entire game. Did not really go the way they thought, and well, Global Esports, they were the scavengers right from the very start, right? They was just looting around top kits here and there. They knew that the bloods are going to just be splitting, and it is going to lead to a certain place, as Team Soul again taking that higher ground, have a beautiful cover, and to fight against the God as the nades keep on coming, and somehow God has made it to cover in good time, but still not from the clutches of Goblin. He's going to try to lob the grenade into perfection. KU might deal with the brunt of it, has taken some hefty amount of damage, but is still alive.
Now, this is the point where I love the side of Team Soul. It's Goblin going back with an immediate grenade to the exact very spot where he can hear some footsteps coming around and connecting it and making sure it gives a ray of hope for the team. At the same time, he's going to boost up to his fullest potential. Allow his also teammates to do something as Omega falls down and he gets a lot of damage out of it. But again, he's going to be coming to the crosshairs as well. At the nth moment, he's going to get into cover. But I know Kinetic is not going to stop themselves. They know they've done most of the damage. They're going to be pushing in, making sure they take down Omega, but the backup which is going to be coming in from upstairs is something to watch out for. Yes, there it comes. It's going to be Goblin, and this is what I love the most when you have back-to-back against a team.
They're just resorting to such mischievous, notorious ways, right? Omega being calm as a cucumber there, as Hector, he knows go after, completely oblivious of Bio. Thankfully gets cover at the right nick of time, as Omega steps in after healing himself up. As the final player, God remains, does get a knock though, but is he out for trade? Can he dig in more? As Akshat also gets taken down, as Omega, the last surviving, gets finished off, as God, out against all odds, clutches it out, wipes Team Soul, sends them out of the lobby.
And look at the smile on God's face at this point of time. I really love the way this instant replay is going to show us exactly what happened. God waited it out, saw Goblin, crosshairs were perfect. The second burst just fell in front of his crosshairs, and again immediately changed of the gun. He knew that he already had 40 bullets for himself, but the composure, the calmness paid off so well for the side of Kinetic. But this is a blessing for the other teams to take the position in the top, because Kinetic, oh my goodness, you just slayed the gods themselves.
It was murder in broad daylight, and if Team Soul keep on doing like this. I mean, at this point, I do not know if I really have to blame them for going so aggressive in that situation, because they could have done so much, you know, to wipe him out. But they really never thought that he could live up. But for now, Hydra in a little bit of a pickle, but they have managed to somehow keep their players alive. Legend, however, has lost out on his life. Pav, their star player, is going to get that revive. But Team Enigma from the backlines, there you go, there you go. Hunting season going on, and they're not going to shy away from getting those finish points.
Yeah, obviously. In Enigma always has this thing to do, right? But the previous fight which took place, I'm still not able to come over it. Team Soul was doing everything right, allowing the opponents to make all kinds of mistakes, but one man god sits in one place and he's trying to turn the tables around, and that is where Team Soul loses their composure, makes the mistake of what the opponents were doing, and all jump into his crosses, where it was so well planned for the side of God. The position he was holding, he had hard cover to his right, and everybody was just coming straight walk into his crosses, and I don't know what to say. I only have to say this, that Team Soul has learned this the hard way.
I mean, have they? Have they? Because that's the question. But Maxi, finally, you know, gets his hand on the big green cannon, and you know, there have been very rare occurrences that we've seen him yielding the bolt action, right? So I'm really excited to see what can he make out of this, considering the circles start to shrink. Not a lot of solid cover to play around though. Kinetic and our Esports have a good place inside the lobby, while all the other teams are just going to be squirming into their direction, and this is where they have to thwart off their attacks. Now, Hyderabad Hydras, again, one of those teams, tends to take the northern side, then goes down south, then starts rotating. But look at Ace Black. He knows he has the players of Team Hydras in his clutches. Does manage to land a few shots, but eventually decides against it.
Now, again, at the same time, we were able to see that GOG is trying to take down the side of Enigma at this point of time. And also, they have a split gameplay coming in over here. Leader gets taken down. There's nobody close by to come in for the revival. And let's see whether that's going to be the case, because they'll have to rotate around at this point of time. But a good spray coming in from the side of Evo, making sure he removes that, you know, mode of transportation, but also uses that blast radius to clear off another player right next to it. But eventually, retaliation does come in from the other side. As Striker at this point of time is going to finish off Leader OP yet again. GOG making the same mistake of trying to play a little far away from one another, has to pay a very, very hefty price.
Oh, they indeed have to, right? At this point, it is all going to be about the centers who are holding off. And Global Esports, they're making a really good move right now, trying to take a fight against Team Kinetic. They know they're wounded, and that could be the best decision that they are going to resort to. You've got a few areas to hide though, but RTR found a really solid compound to themselves, and they're going to defend it with all their might. But our Esports, considering the way things started off, they have had a few casualties to their name. But what on earth is Striker up to? Had to get blown into smithereens. And Hyderabad Hydras, again the miscoms, right? Ace Black, none of them, you know, trying to provide cover fire, had to pay the hefty price.
I would call this overconfidence, right? They know that there's a vehicle blasted off over there. They were also having a little bit of a sound cue that there was a fight going in over there. And at this point of time, the final moments of HH were almost in front of their eyes. But eventually, they survive with a little bit of a rich support in front of them. But Hydras on the other side would be really happy to pick up those finish points, which is just walking in towards them. A good compound to be held. 4 finish points already in their favor. They're pretty much inside the circle, if I'm not wrong, at this point of time. And from here on, they can continue the domination from the eastern side. But one team which they have to watch out for is obviously the side of Enigma, because slowly when they start to spread around, things can absolutely go wrong to any team in their radius.
Oh, Sensei, look at him. Things aren't really working his way, but Punk can provide him that cover fire that is needed to disengage from that particular situation. Now, 7C, this is the change that I was talking about, right? Had it been, you know, Spray God in the fray, they would have been already engaging in fights. Now, they needed a little bit of a calmness, and that is where Prince could really be that extra factor that comes into play. But 7C also need to hold on. They need to realize that they've got Esports Walla WSF right beside them. Nate's being flung over from both the directions. Sensei taking a little bit of damage. Not enough though, but the second follow-up could be devastating.
Oh, absolutely. This is going to be falling in. Oh, Sensei on the other side is pretty much visible, if I'm not wrong, at this point of time. But still, Prince did not dare to go in and tag him out. Probably felt that it was a bait coming in, or probably it was sometimes the spectator glitch we get witness over here amongst the smokes. But still, Prince has still still got a very good chance as he's having a little bit of a visibility on Sensei. All he has to do is going for a random spray and get information. Or probably he's spraying that person who's going to give out information. As Punk walks into his crosshairs, it's going to be a hefty prize. As Fierce is also coming in from the right side, waiting in for Sensei to come in a bit more closer. And Sensei and Fierce can come in from two different directions. And from far away, he's also getting tagged as he goes in for the heal. This is the time for EXO to come in and strike. And I guess that is what Fierce is trying to do. And he does connect as 7Cs are on the receiving end in a very, very bad position.
I really do not understand what Immortal is up to, right? Should have been changing his angles, but regardless, has done some heavy damage to the department of 7C. Prince, completely nervous in that situation, had gotten taken down, but EXO in a little bit of a trouble right now, as it has to be Fierce going up for those revives out there. As Autobotz, they also make a move inside the zone, and this is where they could really try and get some third parties done, right? Especially go after the players of Team EXO as they're wounded.
Now at the same time, Bullet has opened up another window for the side of GOG, and this time it's against the side of GE, and they have to be very, very careful with what's going to happen as Perv is going to be exploded. Look at what's happening over there. Teammates are getting exploded as well, and there's going to be the last player of HH getting eliminated. And I do believe from here on, it's going to be a very tough story to say as Hyderabad Hydras. Is it the last player getting eliminated over there?
I think could be, right? I think Hydra officials, well, they have been eliminated. But for now, we're just going to focus on the fight right in front of us, right? Team EXO, somehow, they've managed to recuperate against all odds, because 7C, look at them, again, being a little reluctant this time to engage in fights, as Autobots want to get better out of the situation. Already nades being flung over, the smoky trails have been built up. They want to get a little up close and personal. Autobots know that there's no one from the backlines, but hell, having been taken down, that is a literal cause for concern, because you've got Team Enigma. Any single moment, they could also strike.
Absolutely, this is what I said. Once you're in the radius of Enigma's crosshairs, that is when things can go wrong. But on the other side, Autobots are just being composed, and they're taking the fight into the faces of Enigma at this point of time, who's looking pretty vulnerable. Abby in the pixels gets taken down as well, as Orvo has one last man to deal with, and eventually he's going to get taken down because of the zone itself, giving a little bit of appraisal, little bit of a blessing for the side of ACBC to make sure that they survive and perform much better. With 4 finishes in their name, Enigma out of the game.
And this gives enough time, ample opportunity for Team EXO to now get all their revenge done for all the pummeling of those grenades at their direction. But Hero, I am not going to be questioning the physics as to what happened. But Duty in the meanwhile has been taken down as Coops gets the better out of Kinetic.
Oh, nice.
Gets that knock. Hero again following it up on Chonu as he is the last player surviving, right? Now, the push might come in any single moment, but now he has to reposition himself. He understands the gravity of the situation. He has to get inside the circle.
Yes, absolutely. Look at what Fox does, abandoning all his teammates and trying to make it inside the circle to make sure that he doesn't have a double side blade with the teammates and also with the opponents and also with the zone. But let's not forget that from here on, it's going to be Team EXO who's going to be in the radar from the corners of the circle. There are 2 teams around them. One is going to be EWWSF and also 7Cs from the other corner. But where is the side of GOG and Global Esports? Because both of them are having a little bit of a clash as we speak about it. AJ is going to be connecting a bullet towards the side of Bullet. AJ is going to be connecting a grenade towards the side of Bullet, and Nick OP is in the radar at this point of time.
And this is where Global Esports would really want to open up, right? Nick OP is still surviving though, but not for long. As the grenades are being locked over, Nick OP does manage to get a knock. Would go after AJ. Can he connect the shots though? But AJ is still hiding in that little smoke. But still gets away with it. But maybe Nick still surviving, still somehow beating around, fighting it out as Savitar elsewhere. But we are redirected to this fight again, and well, he needs to administer that first aid, and this is where he's gonna strike.
Absolutely, he's going to be putting up a molly to restrict the side of GE, but ultimately comes in from the other angle with low HP before getting taken down. With the molly coming in from the side of Nikopi itself, he does survive and make sure the finish points are shared amongst one another. But on the other side, as you were speaking about the grenades being lofted from the side of Team EXO, 7Cs are in the hiding. Aladdin is almost bleeding out at this point of time. They do not realize there's another player pretty much next to him as he's going to be taking up all the tension, and this is going to be the moment where 7C can strike.
You know, Sarang, he almost made a run, has been spotted out. Fierce has relayed that information to his teammates. But Savitar could be up to notorious deeds over here. Gets that knock, has the potential to clutch it around, but gets multiple fires from different directions. The crossfire being perfect as Fierce is going to try pushing in. Savita still being relentless, but eventually just gets taken down as Fierce from elsewhere is subjected to grenades from Sarang, as not only one but two players have been taken down. It is a 1v1 situation, Sarang versus Immortal.
Now this is where Sarang has to rush in. He's got to be boosting up perfect decision according to me before he goes in. But at the same time, if he delays, it's not going to be easy for him. He's going to be delaying and giving another blessing for the side of Team EXO to pick up, become a 4-man squad and come in and attack. But others can also take advantage of it. I'm specifically speaking about the side of WSF because they're all 4-man standing. Another Molly is going to be coming in as Sarang's location is going to be compromised. It's going to be Team EXO dominating against him as he's going to be putting up the last medkit he had for himself.
Oh yeah. At this point, you know, Sarang is still going to pursue, trying to get the players off EXO. Another nade being taken down.
Oh!
At their side does not really get the damage done though. But at the same time needs to understand 23 seconds remain and EXO have managed to get Immortal, or rather Fierce, back alive. He's going to patch himself up. It is again a 1v3 situation. Another nade might come over. This could be devastating if Sensei did come under the radars, but that's not the case as EXO somehow are still alive, but Sarang still trying to get out the better out of Fierce, knocks him out, instantly finishes him off, and EXO have nothing to say.
Oh my god, 7 Seas is playing to perfection. It looks like if this team plays as a solo game, I think they're going to have better finishes for themselves because every single time we have seen teammates have been performing well. Immortal at this point of time with that smoke sound, it's going to be easy for him to rush in, take another player down. Can he clutch this out? We have seen a lot of clutches in the game already as Sarang knows kind of the location of Sensei. He might push in at this point of time, but let's not forget Sensei on his belly wants to jiggle around to make sure that he has better information, better real estate, and also a better crosshair against the side of Sarang.
EXO, they're in tatters, but Esports Wala WSF, they know this is their game to win, as now only surviving player Sarang. Well, his position has been compromised, but still, look at Bajwa. Does not really want to overextend. Waits for the right time for Sarang to step out, but not necessary, as finally, Esports Wala WSF managed to get that coveted chicken dinner that they were longing for so long. As ladies and gentlemen, we head into the post-match segment powered by Loco. As, well, it was a game that I really can't describe what was going on.
I mean, look at this. For the first time ever, the finish points is going to be shared until the 14th position, with 3 coming in towards the side of Team Soul Retribution. So the minimum, nobody's going to go home empty-handed in this game, right? 2 points for the side of INS, FS Esports with 2 points. So according to me, this was a very well-balanced game, and the number of finishes taken by the side of ESWL and 7C is going to remain the same because of the kind of valor coming in from the side of Sarang. And let's not forget another valor coming in from the side of Team I am forgetting. I know it's got from the side of Kinetic coming in against the side of Team Soul. Oh my goodness, everything happened in the map of Miramar.
There were so many clutch moments right now that you mentioned. God, Sarang, even towards the end, Savitar also did try whatever
Kind of clutch coming in from the side of GOG Nick OP.
Yeah, almost he did that, right? There was a little bit of a shuffle, could hardly process what was really going on. But again, it was quite an eventful game of Miramar. Circle taking those eastern shifts, and that is where RE was in a really promising spot. Hyderabad Hydras could have done way better than how they really ended. But I think it's time to take a look at the iQOO MVP. It could be nobody else than the man in front of us, Sarang. 1,000+ points of damage, 7 finishes. He's been doing it all.
He's the only man who's been doing it, because that's the amount of finishes which 7 Seas have raked up for themselves, and all 7 coming in from one man, that is Sarang, who lived up when the team required the most. And let's not forget that the Hydra were also playing really well. It was Jackson doing the job for them, Ace Black for the side of HH, and Tango for the side of WSF. GOG Nick OP was doing the job, and we can see that, you know, I really love it when different name pops up in the MVP board, right? Because that shows that all the teams are giving the 100% of what they can, especially the Assaulters are able to do the best of what they can. And from here on, when we step into the match summary, we'll have a vague idea as to what has happened in this game.
Oh yeah, and not a lot of feelings though, I think could be one of the lowest amount of healings we witness in Miramar. Few grenade knocks, that's all right. 3 airdrops being looted, right?
Yep.
Maxi did have his hands on the AWM, could make no work of it. And I'm pretty sure XP is going to be disappointed. But I think it must be a little bit of a respite for him to know that it's a 300 plus meters of knocks coming out from Manya. But time to take a look at the FT graph that every single player, or rather every single team did come out at least with a single finish.
Yes, absolutely. But the only team who took the biggest of the chunk is going to be the side of 7Cs, right? They've got 7 finishes for their name. A little clinical from them was the side of WSF, right? So they were also getting 7 finishes. But I really like it, as I said already, when there are no Burj Khalifas, but everybody going to be sharing it. If this was the case from day 1, game 1, this fight would have been a fight to the finish.
I mean, yeah, I think as we take a look at the overall standings, right, Arka, Esports Wala WSF, a team that was lingering around the bottom half, finally finds something to fight for. But taking a look at the first 6 teams, it's pretty constant, right? Global Esports have stepped up a little bit despite still playing a game less than Hyderabad Hydras. I'm pretty sure if they have one more good game, maybe a chicken dinner in the next one, you never know, the 6th position could just be contested. But apart from that, Enigma Gaming taking a little bit of a fall out there, but they still have that 1 game cushion against the teams that have played 30 games. But as we move on to the second page, this is what I was talking about. Look at how close contention these teams are against each other.
Yes, absolutely. 2-2-2 coming in from the side of 7 Esports. FS with 2-2-1. Again, Big Brother also with 2-2-1. But no matter how close it's between the 9th and the 12th position, it's important for from the 15th or the 14th position, who is still under contestment for the position they're holding. It's going to be Blind Esports with 200, Autobotz with 191, and ACBC with 180. So as soon as we come to the 17th position, we have 179. Just 1 point difference is where, Team INS stands. And let's not forget they have another game to go as well. WSF with 5 to 6 points difference. That is also not going to matter much for them if they have another winner chicken dinner for themselves. But let's look at a little more to the bottom side, right? So if GOG have to fight it and make it inside, oh my goodness, they need 50 plus in at least 2 games.
They definitely do, right? Now, Esports Wala WSF, so many fingers had been pointed at them, right? Especially we were wondering if they've gotten a little too comfortable, but finally, it seems like they've settled in, at least in the map of Miramar, though. But this is, again, something not to scoff at, because if you're performing in that one particular map, you still have 2 Miramars in a day, and if you do have your good games over there, it is going to be enough to take you up to the top 16, because now they're at the 17th spot, and if they can keep on doing better, if they can get maybe one more good game, they're directly going to propel themselves maybe to 14th or 15th.
Yes, let's see whether that's going to be the case, because the chances are really, really high. But we all know it's all about the composure from here on. Who is going to make sure that they place themselves perfectly, but have their crosshairs in the exact position, and predicting that this is where the teams are going to come in from, because this is one thing which I'm able to see, right? Before we speak about this, strategies again coming in, I think it's time for us to watch out for our sponsors, as iQOO smartphones have come up with this beautiful device, Neo 6, and there's going to be a promo to show you guys of how this mobile is built and what are the features. I think it's time for us to get over there and see this.
Watch it, earn it.
crazy out there, right? On Loco, India's biggest gaming and live streaming platform. And well, it's time. It's time again. As you can see on your screens, we are giving away 3 brand new iQOO Neo 6. And Arka, you know what you gotta do.
Again, they come to the teacher to make sure that I give out my lessons straight. I'm going to keep it simple this time because we have a lot of strategies to bring out on the table. So head on to Amazon, make sure you search for iQOO Neo 6. There's going to be a click no more button, click it, and then from there on, you're going to answer 5 questions. From there on, you're going to give your details of yourself, and then click on notify me and wait for a call or an email coming your way telling that congratulations, you won the best of the best at the best time.
Oh yeah, you certainly have. And it is just around the corner. 31st of May is when this phone is releasing. And of course, it's an Amazon special. But now, coming back to what really happened in Miramar, we witnessed so many things, right? Let's start off with INS just going wild after UP50. Get that one knock. And I think it's better if we do have the highlights also, which are ready for you guys, as we can have a more clearer picture as to what really happened.
Yes, absolutely. It started off over here, as you said. It's INS coming in with UP50 and making sure that, you know, they got the best of what it is. But at the same time, let's not forget this, that, you know, UP50 had a very good retaliation coming in. If not Sarkar also getting taken down over there, it was... I believe that, you know, UP50 would have been a little more of a stronger team. But at the same time, Crazy Soul trying to do something crazy. And if we had connected and taken down the side of Sarkar, I believe this would have been one of the best clips to witness in the game of BGM.
I mean... This is one of those areas, Arka, right? I really felt they could have done so much more. INS, they were in such a good spot. They had that one knock. They could have, you know, waited it out a little bit longer. Maybe isolate the other players, and then they could have really gone after them. But them deciding against it, and this is where we saw the players of Global Esports. They came in, and the next moment, what they do is find the last player of UP50. But this is where things went all awry for Team Soul.
Absolutely. And let's not... we have to thank the grenades coming in and also the cover coming in from the side of Goblin, right? Onyx had a grenade in his hand. He could have just gone in for that grenade and made sure that, you know, he gets that finish point. But ultimately, BEO also did a little bit of a damage, but all thanks to God at one side, you know. He was just waiting for the right moment. Goblin walks in first, connects it perfectly, and the other one is just jumping in the air. You know, if he does the damage, the fall damage is also going to be adding in. And the final player, Omega, doing the same mistake.
Oh yeah, I think in this particular moment, right, we can clearly say that God, the way he was positioning himself, Team Soul, one, they just come in, and the next moment, they just get taken down. And, well, I mean, this one fight, Hydra also were in really good position against Hyderabad Hydras, and they got the better out of them.
Not forget the other side, what was happening. It was 7Cs versus the side of Team EXO, right? Where I really thought that the side of 7Cs could actually take down the side of Team EXO. They delayed it a little bit, but later on, yes, the fight did go in the favor of 7Cs.
Oh yeah, and you know, again, coming back to Global Esports, at that situation, somewhere down the line, they could have done a little better, but it's all right. It's all right. But Autobotz, I mean, this was one of those teams that played around the edges. They kind of got caught in the mix of things, right? You had EXO from one direction, then from the other side, another team. All they could do was just wait for the fate that was awaiting them. And Retribution RTR, well, they wanted to contest against Ari, and Hero did whatever he could.
Let's not forget this fight which came in over here with Autobotz, right? I really thought that, you know, Autobotz were going to get taken down. But yeah, they did eventually. Let's not forget the last man trying to run away. But again, where he got taken down was also ruthless, right? WSF, that is where they started off the domination. They had not much finishes for themselves, but from there on it was easier. But this match, GE versus the side of GOG. Always, it's the side of MJ and Bullet to get taken down and ultimately falling on one of their players to survive. But this time it was not leader, but Nikopi.
I think Nikopi did not have a lot to fight with, but still, whatever he had, he did make the best use out of it, right? Did manage to try to go for some finishes out there, but AJ just got inside the cover at the right nick of time. And this is where Sarang just stepping up the guns. Now, this is one of those fights that we did miss out, right? He was away from his pack. The other members were fighting it out. It was a 1v3. Wow, this was amazing. But the next moment, we saw the players of 7C, a little bit of a pickle against EXO. He comes over there. He also unleashes hell, and Savita, this is where it all got twisted for EXO. This is where they kind of started falling out.
Now, at the same time, Savitar over here, if he had got that connection against the side of Fierce with that peek behind the box, I think he also would have got a very good chance. But let's not forget that, Sarang's grenade, which followed up behind it, was also wonderful. But on the other side, it was the I would say that it was the road rollers coming in from the other side, making sure they take them down. But Sarang on the other side, the way he started to get those finishes, which was necessary, was something really commendable.
I think after that 1v3 that he just pulled out against FS, right? That was the confidence. That was that extra kick that he needed to go after the players of EXO. And yeah, if you look at the bigger picture, they made it to the top 2, right? That's such a nice thing, considering really felt that maybe EXO could be the ones winning it all around, just staying inside that pit for so long. And Sensei had no other cover to go around. The moment he steps up, it had to be him dying to the zone, or otherwise just falling down to Esports Wala WSF. A beautiful spread around, and we did talk about it, right? Dropping off at El Azhar. This is one of those circles that they can really capitalize upon, them or our Esports, and it was the former.
Yeah, but at the same time, what Sarang did at one point of time when it got 3 knocks, I'm so sorry, he didn't go in for a push, but rather he went in for that loot, got himself those medkits which was required, and then moved on to have around 8 to 10 medkits for himself, and that saved him for the day. Sometimes we do sit here and speculate in the heat of the moment. You're like, what are you doing? Why don't you go in? But sometimes all of it, when it falls in place and the strategy of the IHL comes into picture, that is where we realize this is the reason why they are on the battlefield and we are behind the mic.
And yeah, at this point, I think it was a perfect game, right, for Esports Wala WSF, considering all odds, the way they had to lift up, and now they are in the midst of fights, right? They are in situations where they can engage in and get some decent, juicy points for themselves. But otherwise, I think it was a pretty wholesome game of Miramar, one of the circles that we haven't witnessed or seen in a long, long time. But questions again at Hyderabad Hydras, right? What on earth were they thinking? Just going after Hyderabad Hydra officials like that?
I mean, I would say this, that, a little bit of overconfidence is what I would like to call it, right? Because ultimately they were kind of spread around as well, and it was not unnecessary for them. But I do believe they were trying to capitalize on more than one knock. I'll take care of it. I'm pretty confident over here that I can get a knock or so, and then the rest of them can come in. But at least did they realize that, they are a pack of wolves on the other side. They're going to scavenge upon you. One knock, they're going to continue on finishing you first and then concentrating on the others. And I think that is what came in from the other side.
Anything could possibly happen, but it is time right now as we head into the pre-match segment powered by Loco, as we have teams from Group C just sitting it out. It is going to be chilly in Vikendi, and the big man comes to take it over.
Now this is where the voice is going to go a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. Increase those volumes and make sure you welcome the man with the bass, as A and B are going to collide. Let's not forget to read out the names of B, which is going to be coming in. It's going to be OR, BBE, IE, Walkouts, Blind, Enigma Galaxy, ACBC, and Marcus Gaming, where most of these teams who actually need a winner chicken dinner for themselves to keep that last ray of hope alive to make it into the next round.
Well, of course, what you all said was correct, and I hear that bass, that baritone in my voice as well. But I like the fact that WSF Esports Wala finally, the boys from Punjab, getting the job done, getting their first chicken dinner, and this is going to be their steady rise up the rankings. And again, goes to show that anyone can do it. But Group C sitting this one out, I do believe. Group A going up against Group B. It is going to be interesting to see the little dynamic that's going to be on display for us. But again, it is going to be Vikendi. So, whatever game plan that they have, do they have a game plan?
At this point of time, I think after 2 days of seeing how Vikendi is turned out to be, I think they would have started to lay in a basic game plan, to be specific. Either try to survive until the end or go in for a heal battle when necessary or something like that. But, specifying on the rotations that we're going to go here and have everything done like how we do in a map of Erangel or even in a map of Miramar, I don't think so that's going to be the case.
Well, again, as you said, of course, we just joking around over here whether they have game plans, because these boys are taking it seriously. After all, it is the pros that are on the prowl. But again, it's just that I wonder how much time they are actually giving to this particular map, because again, your breadwinners, your basic maps where you can actually thrive and shine and plan something out, even if the circle does drastic shifts, are your maps of Erangel and Miramar. So again, it's going to be interesting to see what they do bring in. But again, I love the fact that we do have Vikendi in this tournament, and of course talking about the iQOO BMPS powered by a loco. Massive shout out to BGMI Crofton for not just giving all the players an opportunity, but for us to finally meet and have purpose to cast. And before we get on with the show, you know where this is heading. We have that nice little promo video coming up. See you on the other side. The iQOO Neo 6, where if you do have the power to win, well, you can slay your damn dragons and your demons as well. But the thing is, how do our lovely viewers get a chance to get one? Let me take this over, because I know you are the teacher. Let me have a go. All right, 5 steps, right? This is what you have to do. If you want an iQOO Neo 6 for yourself, you go to Amazon, type iQOO Neo 6. Notify Me is going to pop up, or No More rather is going to pop up. I made an oopsie. Sorry for that. And of course, you are going to have to participate in a little quiz. The answers are pretty easy. And well, then you're going to find out whether you stand a chance to win this amazing phone. Again, jam-packed full of features.
I would given you a hout on that, but I would cut off 1 point for you because you forgot to put their name, email address, and phone number. Because that's the most important thing, because we need to know whom we're giving it away to as well, right? So yes, ladies and gentlemen, the map of Vikendi is going to be coming on our screens anytime soon. But yes, you did point out a very good one that, in WSF played an amazing game previously, got the most wanted winner chicken dinner for themselves. And I strongly feel from here on, the graph is going to pick up slowly for them.
Well, let's see if it's going to be a different scenario for Team MG, because Star is going out and, well, the big bad Dawn is coming back in. Now, we did see the substitution take place yesterday, right? But the thing is, it didn't really pan out for them. So I wonder if they've done their homework, and I wonder if, they are going to get something out of this game. And speaking about getting something out of, well, the entire tournament, we are giving away BGMI merchandise to a few lucky of you every single day. And, well, since I don't want to mess this up, Arca, how do we go about it?
So, ladies and gentlemen, get on to the Esports channel. That's BGMI Esports channel, or Battlegrounds Mobile India Esports channel over there. In the link, you'll have a description. In the description, I'm so sorry, you'll have a link for yourself. You're going to click on that. I know you're happy. Yeah, you're going to click on that and make sure that you fill up your form. And then coming back over here, you're going to spam out the favorite team or the team you feel is going to be on the top of the table by the end of the day only, and not the overall points table. If you're lucky enough, if your predictions have come out right, you're going to receive a call or probably a parcel to your home which says that congratulations, you got merchandiser for yourself.
Well, of course, oh my goodness, every single time I look at this, it just reminds me of the Himalayas, right? I mean, it is so beautiful, and well, that is the map. Not just the map itself, all the maps in BGMI are just, made with such love and such detail that it just feels like, you're walking amongst them yourself. But for now, the snowmobile on our screens, and you don't want to be caught out in the open riding that, do you?
Oh, no. Never, ever. But rather, if that's the only mode of transport over the icy place, or the icy lake, I don't think so. I'm going to be thinking twice, because the kind of stability it's going to give me in this specific place which we're speaking about and getting me to safety, I think that is what I'll use.
All those treads will definitely come in handy, and well, we can actually be salespeople for something like this. But again, that's going to be something different. For now, because we do have a little map screen on the side that you guys are not privy to right now, I have a look at the spawn point, and well, a lot of people are huddled in one place, probably just having a little bit of discussion, while others are still just practicing their shooting. And looks like Vikendi, again, one of the newer maps, so some places are still under construction, as we just have a quick tour of your coal mines.
Yep, at the same time, I really want some final circles to be forming in over here with fights inside the tunnels. Molly's trying to restrict the opponents from rushing in. That is going to be one hell of a fight to watch out for. But let's not forget, sometimes I would also want some waters to be hitting as well, because we have seen a lot of people swimming in the map of Erangel, but not in the map of Vikendi, whereas the Sanhok, it was another case altogether. There's to traverse in the waters all the way around, and that's something I missed from the change of the maps.
Well, something you guys are not going to miss is the fact that the big bird has taken to the sky one more time, and of course it is going to be Esports Walla. We support farmers who are going to be leading the charge this time around. Now, we are going to be flying down to the southeast, as a few of them are going to be coming down. I like the fact that they have their snowboards on hand as well, because, well, they might just slide down Mount Krichas, if Kresnich, I beg your pardon, if they are going to be lucky. But again, we are going to be flying over the Dino Park, and things are going to end just south of the winery.
Now, this is where I want the circle also to be forming in, right? Because the underground at the winery, if with the blood can be wine mixed in, I think it's going to be good for the flow, as it's going to get drunk. But on the other side, let's not forget that the teams have already headed off towards the side of Port. There are a few who's going to be heading towards the side of Trino. I don't know. Yes, we were wanting a zone like this, and eventually a bit of Winery is there, but Milnar is where we want to place yourself, and that is where ACBC are heading themselves. But yes, there were times when I was asked this question, where do you want the circle to be forming in? I always said Dino Park in between those caves. Keeping my fingers crossed as my hopes are going to be a little high.
Oh, even I am going to be hoping that things do end over there, because, it's always nice to just have a look at history and walk with those dinosaurs. But for now, a couple of teams might just be heading on a little bit of a collision course in Volnovo. And let's wait and find out if that is going to be the case. Well, we were kind of right. It is going to be Global Esports taking the fight to Team MG. Now that you have the first few shots are going to be rattled off, as AJ is going to make sure he just keeps the enemy at bay. But for now, again, you got to keep one thing in mind. Remember how last time Global Esports and these two teams met elsewhere? They wasted a lot of time on the rooftops. I wonder if they are going to do something different, because for now, Pavkilo, well, he does have that revolver in its hands. It packs quite a punch, but you do have to be accurate.
Now, at the same time, he's trying to push in to regroup with his teammate, and that's a very clever thing to see. Now, this is where Don is going to drop a gun for his teammate and make sure that, this is where we share. We're going to rush in together and take down the side of Global Esports, as Global Esports on the other side is also raking some farming for themselves. I do agree that this fight can be one of the most devastating fights if both of teams to take it, but I believe that, Global Esports would rather fall back towards the side of Volnovo or probably towards the side of Dino Park at this point of time, because ultimately losing teammates over here is the last thing MG would want.
You know what's interesting here, buddy?
Yep.
Both these teams in the Vikendi yesterday dropped down at Movatra, which is, of course, a bit west of their current position. And maybe Global Esports thought, you know what, let's just change the city. Maybe Team MG thought the same thing, and have a look at this, a little deja vu moment for them, because, well, it is the same teams, but different parts of the map. And once they do, connect with one another, if they do exchange fire, they'll be like, oh, wait a second, they have the same plan that we had.
Now, at the same time, that is where strategies come to make these people think the same thing. Because from yesterday, I've been observing one thing. Where the flight path has gone in the map of Vikendi, that is where the circles have been forming up. And that is what I think both these teams are looking out for. And that is where the flight path kind of went right over Winery. And that's why they were like, you know what, we'll just stick close to the flight path at this point of time and make sure that we retain the circle as well. And I believe strongly that this is the reason why both of them thought the same thing.
Well, I think GOG didn't get the memo, because they are all the way to the north at Trevno. And, well, they are going to have a long, long drive ahead of them. But again, a lot of open spaces. There's a lot of vegetation in this map, despite it being a tundra region area, right? And despite it is covered with snow pretty much all over the place. So they can kind of get in. But again, a lot of teams that, like we saw yesterday, right? RTR, I mean, they are the wolves. They're a pack of wolves who love staying out in the open instead of, getting some fortification in the form of houses. Because again, yes, you might be safe for some time, but if you do not know the ins and outs of a house, have a look at how many windows there are. You can get shot at from anywhere.
Now, at the same time, the best part about this windows over here, but we speak about windows, Shadow is going to be striking from the window itself to show us how you can take the fight towards the side of the enemies. One man taking down two players. The confirmation might be coming in as Abrar is going to be walking into his crosshairs as well. And this is how you make use of the windows. And Kinetic is going to end in the last moment itself in the 16th position with no finishes for themselves. This is not Walkouts wanted in this game, as they were in the 13th position or probably the 16th position by this time. And they're going to say goodbye probably if they continue to play the same.
Oh my goodness. Well, the Walkouts are going to be walking away from the map of Vikendi right at the beginning. And although Williams did do his part, making sure he helped his teammate out, kudos to Shadow lurking in those shadows like we was just talking about the windows. He goes out and, well, caught them off guard, getting those 2 knocks. And again, at that point, the information should have been relayed to the remaining members of Walkout, right? I mean, either you cut your losses, but you don't come head on at the same window where someone could shoot at you because, well, you either have to drive or, well, die in this case because, again, a little bit of miscommunication coming in. What do you think?
I think it's the difference of the maps, right? In the map of Erangel, when you rush in like that, you're going to be holding windows which is not so open. And the size of the window when it comes to the map of Vikendi is so big that, you know, it's going to be easy for you to take players down as only from above the waist they're going to be visible and evidently visible because of the white background of the snow as well. And that is where they're going to take it home. But for me, the thing which stood out is where he went in for the heal and he knew that he had few more seconds for himself. He's not going to stop healing as the vehicle is going to be coming in. He completes his healing and then takes the fight. And I do believe that's the best thing, as the instant replay is going to jot us down every single point.
Well, there you have it. That's where the first car comes in. Crashes. All Shadow does is move his position to the left and lays down his shots with his weapon. And now this is where I am going to be thinking out loud, because he comes straight at him, and before he is even, you know, getting out of his vehicle and before his feet touch the ground, well, he was brought down to his knees. But again, that is the whole thing about Vikendi, as you correctly pointed out, that, you know, perhaps it could be that the lay of the terrain is not as good as maps like Erangel. But again, I think that rush was a little shouldn't have really come in, buddy.
You can call it immature for that gameplay, right? Because when a player, 2 of your players have got taken down from a window itself, the information had to be very clear that, you know, do not come in straight, but rather try to come around, or else it can be a very, very bad story. I do believe that, you know, the instant replay is going to be coming in. Look at this. Shadow already does the damage to both the players, comes in on the other side, connects it perfectly to the head, and both of them get taken down. Now, this is where they could say that, you know, this is the house as to where they're coming in, right? See, this is going to be coming in. Shots are connected to both their heads.
Now, that is where the panic kind of struck in. Have a look at that. The vehicle kind of swerves to the right over there as they are getting shot. This is when all hell basically was let loose, right? And whoever the driver was basically panicked, crashed it into the door. Had they gone a bit to the left, it would have been a different story. And speaking of a different story, looks like ACBC's Evil Sky is going to be brought down to his knees, as INS are the ones who are trying to be the aggressors this time around. Now, Joker is going to try and see if he can spot anything in the distance, and well, Crazy Soul is going to make sure he backs up his teammate.
No, absolutely. No, ACBC on the other side have already got a knock. Capron knows that he has to go in for his teammate rather than everything else. But his footstep at this point of time has given out his location, where he's going to be waiting for the scavengers, all 4 of them, to walk into his crosshairs. He has to be very, very careful. He has to be very, very calm. But throwables are going to be doing the job as he gets taken down. And the confirmations also might be coming in anytime soon. INS exactly knows how to play this game, right? First, it's going to be throwables inside these places because of the small space in each and every room. It's possible for the splash to take down people, which does happen successfully, and then from there on move in as a group and take down the side of ACBC.
Well, looks like ACBC are going to be reduced to just AC for now, because 2 of the members are going to have to skedaddle out, but luck is not going to be in their favor, as again, a little panicky moves over there. We are going to have a spin, but boy, oh boy, that is some good treads on those wheels, because otherwise he would have lost control. Now, Evil Sky has been wiped out for sure, which means Rain and Haxer are the last 2 gentlemen alive for their teams. And again, we might have just seen something what we saw happening with Walkouts, the way, you know, again, as soon as you get shot at, right, the first instinct is you kind of panic. Yep. And in that panic, that is where mistakes are made. And have a look on the right side of your screens. Looks like a couple of teams might be locking horns as RTR
and GOG.
Yes, sir, and GOG. They are going to be, well, for now, I think they're just going to let them whiz past them, because, again, they don't want to make all that commotion and let people know that, hey, there's somebody else coming in behind this team.
Now, Vikendi is also one of those maps, you know, you can maintain. This is the only map which says you're far, you're close, you're close. Because in the map of Sanhok, no matter how far you are, you were
you're
close.
Always close.
Yeah, in the map of Miramar, no matter how close you are, you're still far away, right?
Yes,
but
sir.
in the map of Vikendi, you need to make sure that you know your distance well, or else it's not going to be good. As Scoops tries to push his left to take down the players far, far away, but they have to realize that first, it's important for them to make it inside the circle, and when you're going to respect the circle, you're going to be gifted with a lot of things. And Hydras on the other side is taken on the side of Team INS. Shots from far away is also given up as a backup for Dynamite to get away from that place, but throwables from the side of INS. Let's see how well they can toss it down.
I like how Dynamite is right up there in the thick and thin of all the action, but Jackson's position is what is going to make sure that INS don't layer too much over that little ledge over there, the ridge in fact, as of course they are going to be kept at bay, and this is going to give Dynamite some time to skedaddle out of there. However, on the other hand, we do have GOG, who, as expected, they ran head into the position of Nigma Galaxy. Now, one member is going to be down from either side, but the revives are going to be coming in. But the problem is the blue zone is going to kind of make it a little bit tricky, as Leader is going to lay down a few shots. In fact, he is going to have to reposition himself as well. Shots fired in the smoke. Some of them could connect. But for now,
it does, right? It does very, very well. And this is the moment where GOG is going to try to rush in, or else it's going to be, as you said, a double-edged sword.
it is indeed, but again, you know, as all the shots are being rattled off, there you have it. Bullet is going to come in from the other end, and now looks like Nigma Galaxy, boy oh boy, they are in a world of trouble, but the circle is still going to implode in on itself. We might just see Dino Park popping up sooner rather than later. However, I get the fight taking on right now, right? Now, Nigma Galaxy, they are going to get the revives in, but the problem is they are losing valuable utilities, and I think this is the right call for them. Get in the water and try and get out on the other side.
Now, this is where GOG can dominate this, right? They'll know that there is no other way for the side of Nigma Galaxy to take, because they're not on the roadways, they're not on the other side of the island, and obviously it's the waters, and that is where GOG can come in and dominate.
Absolutely, I agree with you. In fact, have a look at that. What's going to happen now is I have a little bit of a predicament over here. Two of their members are already on the other side. Now, had GOG rushed past them on the bridge, I'm going to hold my thought because another fight is breaking out, and it isn't fox hunting season this time, because the Autobotz are the ones who are keeping Team MG at bay. Elsewhere, we see RTR is going to get the better of GOG. Again, that is something that we did anticipate, as Ghosty or Ghosty from Team MG is going to be brought down and well finished in the blink of an eye. Now, there you have it. GOG have another problem hitting them from behind, and let's see if Retribution can do what they did yesterday on Vikendi and walk away with that chicken dinner.
Now, this is where I would like to call GOG as the sausage in the hot dog, as they're going to get churned from both the directions. As one side, it's going to be RTR, and from the other side, the team which was just fighting it out. And I do believe that, you know, it's going to be hard for the side of RTR to take this fight, right? Because they do not have much resources, and they were coming in low. GOG on the other side has to pick up Bullet at this point of time, but Doddy is want to stay back and try to take the fight against the side of GOG. But if the damage is being dealt, GOG can eat him up.
Well, let's see if GOG can eat them up, because again, they are utilizing all those valuables, but now the fight is going to be going straight to their faces, as Snake is going to make sure he keeps the enemy at bay. Unfortunately, the G36C is going to be just a little bit faster, and he is going to be brought down and, well, put on the ground instantly. Now, RTR, they do have that one finish. They have the high ground as well. In fact, they have a few options, because they are at the hot springs right now, right? But the thing is, they still have another bridge that they can traverse by, just as you saw on the right side of your screens, that leads to Volnovo. And of course, Volnovo, I beg your pardon, is already going to be unoccupied, but looks like another team is coming in. Looks like Nigma Galaxy realize, hey, wait a second, there's still a kerfuffle taking place over here, but now Bullet is going to be going around the rock over here. One man down from either side. It is going to be a one-on-one situation, but you got to keep in mind, RTR could come in from behind and, well, put a knife deep in their backs.
Now, this is where Leader OP, as I said, always, this is the man to survive. Try to play it as safe as possible, get some placement points for the team, but can he do it again? As Nigma Galaxy and RTR are not going to let them go anytime soon. But now, the attention is going to be taken away from the side of Nigma, right? Against the side of GOG, right? As Nigma Galaxy is going to be walking into the crosses of RTR, as they kind of know the location of Leader as well.
But the thing is, I wonder if Nigma Galaxy are aware that RTR is still in the blue behind them, because they are going to be making sure that they have all those energy drinks. And now, like I said, RTR could capitalize on a few more finishes, but time is of the essence. The circle, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be closing in a few seconds. And, well, once that does happen, the damage by the blue is going to just be a bit more, and I believe this is the right call. They have to move, and, well, look at that. They still have the option to come in from the city of Volnova and possibly hit the Abbey or, you know, those compounds nearby. But the question on everyone's mind, are we going to be going to the dinosaurs? And, well, we are going to do that, but we might just have some coastal battles in store for you.
Yes, absolutely. It's going to be Miramar, where ACBC from the get-go have been holding that place. That was their drop location. They're going to be so happy to welcome everybody else as they know it much better. Yes, the western side of the map, I do understand that it's going to be easy for all these teams to take it out.
Have a look at what RTR are doing now. We kind of anticipated that they might go through Volnova. They might actually go towards the Abbey, but now they are in a good position, buddy, to gatekeep anything that is left from that fight which we saw take place earlier. Now, GOG, of course, are going to be surviving just by one man, and now Enigma Galaxy might be walking into a trap of their own making. Elsewhere, Enigma still not getting the thing, but he does take a shot. He jumps, he shoots, he does connect. Now the thing is back up. It's going to be coming in, and he has to.
Oh, nice!
The Autobotz are going to be going down. Is it going to be one by one? Eggy is going to make sure he gets out of harm's way in the nick of time, and this is where that lovely angle is going to be set up and comes in handy, as Rex from afar is going to make sure that no one is going to push up on his teammate. But look at this, Big Brothers want to party as well, because from the distance, well, they just took out Avi.
Now Eggy is the last man standing for the no. Two men standing, but one among them is going to be Eggy. But Eggy with that grenade is going to be so happy to take down players and also get the confirmation as quickly as possible, because from far away, BB are not going to stop, right? So every angle they find, they're going to make sure they take down players. As Eggy, there's another grenade which is going to be tossed in towards him, thanks to the compound that he's going to be, holding back that position. But at the same time, he has to be very, very careful what he does next, because Fox kind of knows his location, and we all know the Fox are strongest in the Arctics.
Oh, absolutely. And the thing is, well, he is a lone fox, and they are solitary animals as well. But the problem is, we have a pack of wolves on either end as they are trying to dig their fangs in deep. And, well, Fox looks like his time is running out. Now, he does smoke it up, making sure he just kind of, keeps the enemy guessing. I mean, you don't want to give them a clear side of line, even though it's just coming up the stairs. It is going to confuse them, because remember, BB from afar are still going to be laying down all that lead in their direction. And, well, when you have a nice little vantage point, why not? Now, speaking of something happening on the other side of the map, we did kind of anticipate RTR, putting up a blockade, but Enigma Galaxy kind of outsmarted them. I'm going to come to that in a second when the map comes up, because for now, Enigma Eggy, they're trying to flush out the Fox from its hole.
Now, this is what happens when you're holding one corner for a really long time, right? This grenade is going to be popped in perfectly. In the splash radius is where Fox is going to get taken down. And there's going to be a molly coming up. But eventually, Fox does do the IQ whale. It's going to be Evo getting Noah's information right now. Throws into the right corner. But Fox is going to be healing up to his fullest potential. And also healing up to his fullest. And also be boosting up to his fullest potential. And coming down to take down the side of Evo. But ultimately, it was... Was it Fox? Yes, Fox comes in from another angle out of nowhere to take him down. I really want to see that in an instant replay.
I don't know why I feel that Evo was just trying to blow himself up to smithereens, because if you notice one thing, it was Evo's Molotov that burned Eggy to a crisp. And, well, why would you throw a Molotov on the ground floor when you want to assault the top? So, again, let's just have a look and see what exactly went wrong, because we are going to have a replay. Keep an eye on this. Look. The grenade comes in. The Molotov, which was thrown in from behind, actually kind of bleeds a little bit. And, well, Evo, I do believe, was like, you know what, I've had enough. I'm just going to blow myself up. Maybe a little bit of infighting is what I do believe could be happening. And, well, we are going to be critical about that just yet, because I've been in that position before. You make a mistake. It's like, you have all those voices in your head, and you're like, all right, wait a second. I'm just going to blow myself up. There you go. Everything is fair. But, again, a couple of mistakes coming in from Evo over there, which the Fox, one of the smartest animals out there, did capitalize on.
No, important, right? We have been saying that stay together as a group, and then go in alone. And that is what the mistake they do. But at the same time, GOG leader OP still surviving as the lone man is something which we have to see. But on the western side of the map, which you did point out, Hydra have also come in a bit more closer. WSF has also come in. It's going to be IE also joining the fray, and that is where you wouldn't want to place yourself at this point of time. But let's see who's going to be coming out alive to challenge the side from the east as well, as it's going to be to the center where the drop is coming.
Well, the center is going to be where the drop is falling down. It looks like we are going to be happy, but not for long, because OR Esports, they are going to be taking them down one by one. And it looks like they heard some commotion in the distance as Global Esports were driving past. But IA, once again, they are going for that little split. I get it. But again, is that the position you want to be in? Because when teams like Blind Esports are going to be rushing towards you, someone is coming in from the right. Williams, is he going to have his blinders on right now? Because I get it. He wants to focus on Initiative Academy, who again are in a precarious situation, as we said earlier, because INS is coming up from behind. However, Blind Esports are going to thwart that little push for now, as they are going to go in for the revive. And, well, they are far, far away from the range of any grenades heading in that direction.
Now, we know how of a deadly player can blind rage be, right? So, push him for the close range battles and he can do wonders. As at this point of time, he's trying to do that as well, as the crosshairs have been centered towards the side of IE, who's gone in for a deep rotation and finally ending up in the jaws of death towards the side of WSF. There's no waterways they can rely on. If they choose to do so, they're just going to give up their life. So, obviously, coming back into the circle, they'll be finding another team right next to them. Let's see how long they can survive.
Well, let's see how long they can survive, because every single second does count on the map of Vikendi, and, well, you obviously want to get yourself some placement points, but looks like DG is going to be down on the ground, and, well, Aditya is going to be the Blazy, I beg your pardon, is going to be the last man standing for now. And, of course, the question is, are we going to have a sudden shift, or are we going to have something in Milnar? There you have it. The entire town of Milnar is still going to be in play, which means, well, a couple of teams are definitely going to be happy. But the problem is, ACBC, they just have 2 men standing, which means sooner or later, one of the teams in full force could be heading in their direction. Now, Dynamite, he knows something. All those smokes are being deployed. One stray shot could spell trouble for Blazy.
Now, it's not going to be easy for Blazy to come out of that, right? Because how many medkits he's got is also something which is going to matter. And the shots also coming in from the other side, that is where he's going to be putting an end, is the zone rather than the bullets itself. Too much of damage. It's just yet double-edged sword is not something you would want to watch. GE versus the side of OR, where OR have all grouped up together, as Manya is going to be cooking up a grenade, try to take down a player. I don't think so he's going to be connecting anybody at this point of time. But ultimately, let's see whether that's a small opening which was required for them. No, that's not going to be the case, as INS is where he's going to be walking into the crosshair of the OR itself.
Well, OR Esports are going to be giving everything they've got. Again, it was a little bit of a ballsy move coming in, because they did just go through a couple of members of Global Esports, but now it's going to be INS who are going to have to defend their position. And, well, we know that they love the aggression. We know that once they are on the hunt, oh boy, they love digging their fans in deep. That grenade, is it going to find its mark? It does not for now. Team INS, all they have to do is let them do their thing. Ooh, Jelly could be spotted out. In fact, this is what I'm talking about. If you do not know your terrain, have a look at that. Through the attic is where those shots are going to come in. And let me be honest with you. How often do you look at that tiny little window at the top of the house?
Now, this is what happens when you're going to be going into scrims, grinding it out as much as possible, as Crazy Soul is tossed in a grenade. But on the other side is going to be the side of BB versus the side of RTR, as the rush comes in from the side of Kinetic. We all know what kind of a beast this person can be. He's going to be going in for revival. No, he's going to be blocking in all 4 directions to make sure that he doesn't have anybody rushing in, and in case they do, this is how he's going to take them down. Finally going in for the revival. The final player wants to rush in and take down this player, or probably come in for a revival, but Kinetic is going to be on the higher end.
Man, Craniax's determination was just amazing. He is actually a little bit of a maniac right now, but now he's going to make sure he whips out his G36. The enemy's coming in. He's a little bit confused, but again, in that Hellstar is going to be taken down, and now BB are in a world of trouble. The last man is Scream. He is going to put a molly out, but his HP is so little that it is going to be, well, nothing too good. But again, from behind, Craniax is going to be shot in the back, and Scream again, despite not having too much HP, is going to make sure he patches himself up and basically picks up his teammate. A little bit of an oopsie coming in from Craniax over there, but oh my goodness, Scream, of course, your iQOO MVP from a game before, is going to capitalize on that situation. Presence of mind was 100% for the lad.
Now, at the same time, the sound is something which Kinetic should have listened to, right? He heard the footsteps coming in from behind. All he had to do was turn around. But on the other side, Coops is going to be coming into the crosshairs, and that's the end for the side of RTR, as G is going to be happy to pick up that free finish point coming their way. Now, they're gatekeeping at this point of time, right? They know BBs are also coming in. They heard the commotion. They're doing the third party perfectly, as it's going to be the side of NGX trying to make it inside the circle. GOG leader also has to make it inside the circle, and the more of commotion is going to be coming as G Manya gets taken down.
Well, Manya is going to be taken down. The question is, are his teammates going to do something about it? Because, well, we do have a little switch to the first person just to have a better look over there, as ACBC's Rain is making it rain on the opponents, not with some money, but with grenades this time. Manya is going to be confirmed, and now Hydra officials, they are trying to go into his house. They are trying to make him pay for what he's done. He is going to be doing something or the other at this moment, but he knows someone is going to be down below. Elsewhere, Power Kilo is going to get the better of Scream. Now, Grenades are going to come in. Again, they don't really have an idea of the ins and outs of this house, which is why they are being just a little bit hesitant. But I think someone who isn't being hesitant are the boys from Nigma Galaxy, as they are going to be shooting. But for now, your winners of the last game, WSF, are taking the fight right to Blind Esports.
Now, this is what happens when you take down Blind, because they're very, very good with the terrain. They want to hold back the side of WSF as much as possible, but Deadpool has to do something different, and so is the right side of Rage, as they know the kind of moments which is coming in from the side of WSF is become a little predictable according to me, and that is what Blind wants to capitalize on. Rage is cook up the grenade, and he wants to cook it up behind the compound, which is also not possible at this point of time, as Williams has rotated around, come in a bit more closer with his teammate to make sure they have pack of wolves as they rush in against the opponents with 7 finishes. They're looking the strongest.
They are looking strong indeed right now, and the fact that they all 4 members are still alive is going to be something that is going to be coming in their favor. Now, the problem for WSF is that they are at the edge of that circle, and they are going to have to make a few drastic moves. Now, Rage might just get the opponent on fire. In fact, I do believe that Molotov did kind of connect, as grenades are going to be going off every single direction. And, well, your screen might just be a little shaky right now. Bajwa making sure he does get some cover. In fact, again, they want to circumnavigate around the opponents and make it to safety. But now Williams might just spot off cover. He hops, he skips, he jumps, and he makes it in the nick of time.
Now, this is where we have to see how Blind is going to retaliate, and they've done it in a precision, as the zone is going to be coming in towards the side of WSF. They're going to put the players down, but the confirmation is something which they'll be looking out for. A Shadow on the other side also strikes the final player, gets all those finishes for themselves. 9 finishes, as Blind is going to turn towards the side of Hydras. What did I say about Blind? They're going to stick together, come in, make sure that they have all angles for themselves, and that is how they take the fight. Now, Hydras have to be very careful, as the circle is not favoring them, but who is going to be favored is the side of GOG. And they have one last man standing inside the circle in one corner, waiting for all of them to get taken down and probably get the winner chicken dinner if he's able to clutch out at least 2 players.
Well, let's see if he can do something, because again, you know, he is the last man standing. But right now, looks like ACBC are going to be taking on Hydra. In fact, one of them is going to be brought down. It is still a 2v2 situation. Dynamite's brought down. Now we are going to go on a 1v2 spot over here. Haxer is trying to finish him. Maybe that wasn't the right call, because he did kind of have an idea someone was rushing in, and well, his accuracy was kind of on point. Now this is where Team INS, they are going to be moving in. This is where Blind Esports are going to be moving in, and well, Billion, this might be a good grenade. Unfortunately, it was cooked a bit too much. However, just outside, we have someone on their knees, and he might have a little bit of an anticipation coming in that someone is going to come in for the revive. INS, just 2 finishes for them so far. However, they can make it a whole lot more, as INS are going to be cooking a few grenades. It is going to be flung. Unfortunately, it's on the wrong side of the wall.
Now, this is where Blind is still sticking out with their teammates, trying to spread around, trying to make it inside the circle is going to be the priority. But ultimately, one good grenade coming in from the side of Crazy Soul is going to be confirming. And this is what happens when you have too much information. Now, Deadpool will be the next man to get taken down. Another grenade coming in from the side of Crazy Soul. It's going to be a rush coming in from the side of INS to confirm all the last player. But a clutch comes in from the other side. Let's see how well they're going to sustain. A Shadow wants to do wonders. That's the 3rd player coming into his crosshair. Puts that person down as well, as 8 finishes what he's raked up. He wants the last player. He knows the footsteps coming in. He's already ready for the window, but ultimately gets taken down. But that Valor is going to be lived for a really long time.
Wow, what an exchange taking place over here, but right now their days are still not over, because INS Crazy Soul, well, he is finally going to be taken out, and it's going to be Hydra official who are going to try and make the move elsewhere. Or Esports are in a fight of their own, and now Nigma's Apollo, the god himself, could be laying down a grenade, but he decides not to, because, well, when the enemies are fighting down below, he wants to get a better position for himself. OR Esports 3-man squad, as Atanki is going to patch himself up, and Enigma Galaxy, once again, playing a better game this time around, vying for one of their first few chicken dinners. Maybe this could be the map they do so, because, well, Global Esports' Knuckle, the last man standing for his team, is going to find it a bit tricky getting inside the circle, but he does. In fact, he does hit the deck, and this is it. Which he gets that little high advantage. He gets up atop that wall, and that is all she wrote for Global Esports. 4 teams remaining, and only 8 players, out of which, well, Esports have 3.
Now this is where I would like to thank the side of leader OP for bringing his team into the top 4 or probably get it into the top 3 as well, and the chances of them making it into the top 2 looks even more stronger as OR and Nigma at this point of time have locked horns, and Nigma Galaxy have not watched out for their back, and that is where GOG is still lingering around. That is going to be leader OP. If he strikes when the iron is hot, I do believe we can take it home.
Keep one thing in mind, although we have all these teams fighting it out, I'm going to hold my thought because from the distance, MJ is going to be taken down, and now smokes are going to be deployed and possibly a little bit of revive coming in. Or Esports down to one last man standing, but have a look at Hydra official. You can't really see them. You can see him all the way in the distance over there. Pav is making sure he's going for that heal battle, making sure he administers as many first aids as he can and, well, get his team those few extra position points, which is exactly what leader is doing right now as grenades are going to be flung in the smoke. They are going to connect once again, and Jelly is going to be brought down, and over here he's hoping against all odds that a few of those bullets do connect with Naru. Once again, is going to be coming in. There you have it. The last first aids are coming in. Oh, wait a second. He had a few more because there was a great line right next to him.
Now, how well he's going to be surviving this is also going to be important as Nigma on the verge of eliminating the side of OR at this point of time. This Molly has done most of the damage. One last man standing from the side of, Enigma has to do a lot of job. In case he takes down the side of OR, that is going to be the blessing in disguise for the side of GOG, where he's going to be coming in as the script is going to be perfect, picture perfect for him to clutch it out and take that most wanted winner chicken dinner as he's the last man surviving, having a view of everything which is happening over here. This is the moment for them to capitalize.
Well, he is going to keep his patience. He is going to keep that trigger discipline because he knows the moment he lets loose it could be problematic, and well, those position points are something that is going to come in handy as well. Athunki with a grenade, it is going to be flung in Nigma Galaxy's direction, and Wixky was the intended target. A follow-up grenade, but again, there is a little wall that I'm pretty sure they aren't really aware of because there's so much smoke obscuring their vision. But for now, OR Esports, once again, they were given enough time to get back on their feet, and this is where it could be problematic. MJ is going to reposition himself, but once again, GOG in the background, just lying in wait, possibly for the opportune moment to strike.
Now this is where he has to pray that the next 4 seconds things happens, or leader, the zone is going to start eating him up. He has to go in for the trigger, but ultimately OR is also getting in. This is where leader can actually rush inside and allow the zone to eat up all of these players, but leader on the other side gets taken down because of the play zone, giving the match away in the hands of Enigma Galaxy. A 1v1 situation as MJ got the final bit of it for himself, and OR, for the patience, for the composure, is going to give him that winner chicken dinner for themselves.
Well, they have the WWCD as we are going to move into the post-match segment powered by Loco. We are going to see where your team stand. Of course, GOG's leader, he maybe could have taken a few shots, but I'm pretty sure they're going to be happy with the 12 points, I beg your pardon, the 10 points that they do have on the leaderboard. But have a look at Blind Esports, man. 12 finishes for themselves, and just that one coming in from positions. A lovely game this time around, and well, they were the aggressors. They, in fact, were taking the fight straight to the enemy's doorstep.
Now, that is where I felt that, leader OP could actually crawl his way inside, right? Nigma was so much having attention towards the side of Team OR. He could have actually come in and made it to the center of the circle and picked up that winner chicken dinner, but not bad, right? Because he's got 10 position points for himself.
He does have 10 position points, and keep one thing in mind. 10 is better than 0 because we had all but written them off at the beginning, right? And, well, I mean, I guess that's why he's called leader, the guy who was just a bit too OP.
Oh, exactly. But at the same time, Hydra officials on the other side, 4 finish points. That also played for placement points over here as well. But Blind was the only team looking out for finishes after finishes, taking fight after fight and making sure that they put up 13 points for themselves. As we step into the iQOO MVP, somewhere I feel it's going to be coming in from the side of Blind, but we did see Shadow was having 8 finishes and 9 finishes coming in from a single man. This man is not in the shadows anymore.
Oh, he is definitely basking in the limelight right now. 1,210 points of damage. You got to keep one thing in mind. He is one short of Athunki yesterday, who did have 10 for himself. But again, what a game coming in from the lads from Blind Shadow. And, well, let's see if they continue this momentum forth in the next game. But now we are going to have a look at the top 5 leaders. It is going to be Nigma Galaxy's MJ, who does find himself on this page once again. Williams making an appearance on this page as well. And of course, Orange Rock Esports, your winners of the last game. And Aru is going to be representing them as far as the top 5 leaders go.
mean, they're going to be happy, right? With the side of Hydra having Jackson over there just for 2 finishes. But the kind of damage here, just 835 damage. Someone else has reaped benefits of all of this. And FT map is going to show us exactly who has reaped the benefit of what Hydras had pulled that off. As we're going to be stepping to it later on, Batch Summary over here comes up with 11,422 healings, the highest in the map of, Vikendi, probably the highest in all the 3 maps put together.
And I'm telling you one thing, it's only going to keep increasing because, again, once you are, your numbers are dwindling down, once you are basically like a 1 or 2 man squad, you can't really expect to go up against a full roster and, pull off a miracle. Sometimes they do happen. We saw some amazing exchanges taking place last time around. I mean, in the game of Vikendi itself, some amazing clutch moments coming in. But again, the victories were short-lived. And, well, have a look at the knocks. 75. Have you seen that number before? I think it's one of the highest.
No, this is the highest coming in the map of Vikendi. Probably highest number of knocks. Yes, we will stick to Vikendi for now because this is what we know the best. But 5 grenade finishes is also good. As I said, it's going to be blind as well as the side of Hydras as well as side of Enigma doing most of the damage. But what I was looking out for, the least amount of damage dished in and taken the maximum finish points coming in from the side of GOG. 453 damage. They came in with 0 finishes. But they're going to be so happy with the 10 points which they badly needed in this game.
Well, one team that isn't going to be happy is the one that walked out first. I'm, of course, talking about Walkouts. 65 points for them and, well, a couple of blunders coming their way. But again, the point is, when we all make mistakes, it's whether we learn from them or not, and that is what basically defines you. Because let me tell you one thing, I've made my fair share of mistakes in my life, but life is still tickety-boo. Now, let's have a look and see what all this has done to the overall standings, because that is what is going to be popping up on your screen now. OR Esports still holding on to the lead, of course, because Team Soul didn't play this, but Hydra and Nigma finally exchanging positions at 4 and 5.
Now, at the same time, the most important thing for us to see is everybody have played 30 matches for themselves, right? So this is again the point where we have to say there are only few maps left out in this game. It's time for you to pick up the pace if you want to make it inside the top 16. It's never too late until you can do miracles for yourselves. But yes, it's going to be 238, the minimum of the points in the top 8. Let's not forget that there's only one team with the highest number of winner chicken dinner. That's going to be OR with 8 for themselves.
I think they were, they didn't like the fact that they were sharing that tag with Team EXO because both had 7 before this. They're like, you know what, I'm going to be doing something. Let's go and win this, boys. And again, they came so close to basically, being wiped out. Had Enigma Galaxy just pushed on a little bit, because I'm pretty sure Vixie knew exactly where they were. But again, they weren't anticipating that burnt little vehicle over there, protecting them from all the fire that was rained upon them. But, again, it is what it is. And Big Brother Esports climbing up to the 9th spot.
Now, this is where 2 teams have realized it's the finishes are going to be counted. Blind 123 and INS 98 compared to the position points of 90 and 89. And this is the kind of changes you need to bring, right? You need to realize that it's a finish points working out for them. But looking at the overall points table, 182 points or 185 points is what you need to get to the 16th position. And I believe now suddenly Team MG and GOG are back into the attack. Still have a very good opportunity because 40 points is what they need. 10 points GOG got in this game, and the rest of the games, if they pick up another 10 each, I think they can somehow make it into the 18th or the 19th position to fight it out in the final week.
Also, maybe, just get that aggression amped up just a little bit, because they are going to have to pick fights every now and then. 59 isn't where you want to be right now, but ACBC, well, they had a little moment in the sunshine as well, but now they're going to be slipping out of the 16th position down to 17. And, well, GOG, as you correctly mentioned, are going to move up a spot. Now, the thing is, it was Vikendi. I get it, You could clearly see, Arca, that the fact that, the teams didn't really know the lay of the land, it was on display on the screens because they were being hesitant and, a few false moves were being made. And again, that's time and practice, I think, will definitely change that. But overall, what were your impressions of this game?
The aggressors or the assaulters always benefit in the map of Vikendi, and that is what happened over here, which coming in. But also, if you're a solo man standing, make sure you play like leader OP and try to prove yourself to be the best, because sometimes when things are not working out, that is where you give your complete self to the IGL and just follow what he says. And we all know GOG's IGLers always place his team perfectly inside the circle, and that is what happened over here as well.
patience is a virtue, right? And that is what this man displayed to us.
Yep.
Because if you remember the first few fights when they were basically battling it out against Nigma Galaxy pulls out, RTR comes in from behind, and Nigma Galaxy comes back in like a proper punch to the face, right? And he still just kept his calm. He knew he was in a tricky spot.
Yep.
And then even later, because we have the map feed, I'm sure you guys will check this out later on, he was in the wake of Nigma Galaxy as they were going along the south part of this island. And, didn't move a muscle, didn't bat an eyelash, and, got the job done. Again, that is why he is the leader. And, it was just a brilliant affair in Vikendi. But, of course, none of this would have been possible without BGMI Crofton and our lovely sponsors. I'm, of course, talking about the iQOO Neo 6. And once you grab it, you can go to Loco. But before that, we are going to be switching over to that beautiful video where we teach you how to slay a dragon.
Watch it, earn it.
What are you guys waiting for? If you want to start your esports career now, all you have to do is head over to Loco, and well, maybe all of us will be a bit loco about you guys too, but the thing is, you need devices, and this is where this gentleman to my left comes in.
Yeah, you guys have to head on to Amazon immediately. Make sure that you search for iQOO Neo 6, and from there you're going to click on Know More, answer 5 questions for yourself, put in your details so that we know that you're the person who answered it correctly, and after that click on Notify Me, because as soon as the market hits, with this beautiful mobile over here, and that is where, you'll keep your eyes open for every email or phone call which is going to be coming your way, because you don't want to miss out on this beauty in your hand.
Of course, and then you can ditch the old device, because once you grab this, you're going to need nothing else. But again, I loved how Vikendi panned out, right? It was a beautiful map, and again, we did have those drastic shifts. I'm kind of glad that we did see something different, because normally you see fights taking place out in the open terrains. This time, we had those little southern hills, a little bit of greenery abound as well, and of course, I just love those, the mills over there, and it was a very picturesque scene. However, we had people trying to finish one another. But again, well, what do you take away from this game?
I think that, we have to look at the highlights to understand more about the game, right? There was so much of commotion in this game that I really want to relive every single moment, where it started off over here, coming in from the side of Shadow, a beautiful clutch his way, first 2 players gets taken down, the same mistake happens as the third player starts to rush into the window itself, and this is the lesson learned hard way for the side of Walkouts. Next time you're rushing into a compound, make sure that you have different angles, or you're going to get taken down like how Abrar got taken down here.
Again, just let it sink in, because I'm pretty sure Walkouts are going to be going over this as well, and see where they made mistakes. And oh, that grenade was going to be painful. Now this is what you have to do when you come under fire. Keep your nerves about you while everyone else is losing theirs around, and well, that is how you get the job done. Now this is where GOG, they did put a tremendous amount of pressure on Nigma Galaxy. However, they were just a little bit hesitant in pushing out and getting the job done. And over here, Fox, boy, he had the game of his life right now, because I guess he is one of the reasons why the Autobotz were where they were right now.
At the same time, Chono, the way he took down the side of GOG was also commendable. And let's not forget, Coops from the top was randomly going in for sprays exactly where he felt the opponents were. But at the same time, Retaliation does come in perfectly to make sure they restrict the side of RTR. But from here on, Leader did not give away his location. He was just holding it out over there, and every single medkit which was left out is what he relied on, picked it up and made it inside the circle. But let's not forget, on the other side, it was Enigma's assault against the side of Walkouts, and I really loved the way they took it into their faces. I mean, it was the side of ACBs. Autobotz.
It was indeed, and although Avi did get a little bit unlucky over here because Big Brother's Scream was screaming from the other end, I like the way they were giving each other cover, because you remember Eggy was low on HP when he went in, but you know, it is what it is. We are going to see a couple of mistakes pop up later on. I do believe the highlights this time around are going to be a bit in detail, which I am not complaining about.
Yep.
But again, this factor over here, the way the Fox just held on to his ground. Now Evo was trying to throw a few grenades, right? But the fact that the Molotov kind of just burned Eggy to a crisp was when I'm pretty sure he was probably trying to fling it a bit to the north. He's just trying to make sure, whatever. But again, he knew everything was over, and I do believe he must have just kept his head to the side and been like, all right, I made a mistake. Here you go. I'm going to go out with the band as well.
Now, at the same time, on the other side, the side of Blind, the way they were dominating in this room itself, I mean, I really loved the way Williams was taking the fight, and he was also leading the fight itself. And let's not forget his teammate with 9 finishes by the end of the day, the way he was also salting. Oh my goodness.
Again, a lot of oh my goodness moments in this map because, well, look at that. You'd think you might be secure from one end, but chances are, well, someone is going to have their vision on you. But over here, Team INS, they did put up a good fight over here. Again, you got to check every single nook and cranny because from the attic, he was raining out death and destruction.
Now again, Kinetic is going to be coming in, making sure that he takes down everybody from the windows. But the final moments of the game came in over here, where he was kind of, looking forward for the finishes rather. And I do believe that, he did the right thing. But ultimately, not listening to the sound, the person went down to the window, but still continuing his assault forward. Made the biggest mistake ever as Scream puts him down, confirms him as well, and immediately makes it inside the circle. By then, it was too late for him as well.
Indecision on display on his part, but again, you got to learn from your mistakes. Now, Global Esports, they did have the best position at a certain time, but they were kind of taken from behind, and that is where it became problematic for them. And, well, WSF, despite having the winner with a chicken dinner in Miramar, they just couldn't traverse around because they thought they were safe for a little bit, but then Blind, they didn't check their blind side, as I like keep saying, because Blind Esports were there making sure that they got them one by one. And this is when Enigma Galaxy finally takes over the position that was under control of Global Esports because, well, they thought they had their backs against a wall.
Now again, ACBC versus the side of Hydras is also something which we have to learn as XR. He had to do is concentrating on the person, right? Again, he could hear the footstep rushing in towards him, but still goes in for the finish. I do understand finish points is something which you need, but when you can take 2, why not try for it? Is going to be the answer. It's going to be the question which is going to be put in front of them, but ultimately it was the grenades coming in from the side of Team INS, almost taking down the complete squad of Blind.
All right, now watch this. We are going to have them rushing in. He gets out, he shoots, he connects, and both of them going down. INS, this is not something you expect from them. Then from the other end, there's another gentleman coming at him, and Shane is going to be brought down as well, although he did try to get some cover. Now, the last man from INS is still going to be standing in Crazy Soul. Of course, the HP also factors in, and again, he didn't really anticipate that there was going to be a massive window over there.
No, exactly. Now, windows, the key points in the map of Vikendi has been proved to us. Let's see how many of them are going to learn from this. But Enigma Galaxy on the other side, Nakul gave all the time for Vixie to just climb up the compound and then take the players down. The final moments of the game is where we saw over here, right? Enigma Galaxy had struck so hard against the side of Team OR, but ultimately one good retaliation is more than enough for them. Vixie could have actually rushed in at this point of time, whereas his opponent would have given him all the information, but still to choose to do so. But Per on the other side, he did not have any medkits left. Eventually had to give his life for the zone.
Now that vehicle on fire was the saving grace for OR Esports because again, down to one last man, maybe even Aru could have been a little bit, impatient rushing in to do the job. I beg your pardon. I think I have a little something stuck in my throat.
Now, this is the time where I really felt that, OR had actually pulled it too much for themselves because they knew that the circle was coming in towards them, right? So, the real estate is where they were concentrating on. There was one hut in front of them, which they used as covered on one side and concentrated on the other. But at the same time, if they had to rotate and come around, they had to take the zone as well. But yes, this is where I felt Leader OP, if he had shown a little bit of valor, more valor than what he had over there. I mean, I wouldn't say that he did not perform, but a little bit more. When you push yourself, when you outperform yourself, is where you can expect miracles to go in your way.
Also, once you have made it to the final 3, but I guess he was assuming he didn't really know the position he was in, right? Because you only know how many players are remaining and not how many teams. So I guess what he probably thought was that, I want to just last for as long as possible, but take a few shots and who knows.
No, one other thing which I'm trying to restrict you from speaking further over here is he knew that he could see the circle in front of him, right? The blue zone is right in front of him completely. And he knows the number of players are also fighting in front of him, right? So he knew the players of OR, he knows the players of RTR. It's just that he thought that, they're going to fight out anytime soon. I'm just going to control and heal for myself. Probably I'll get the second position.
That could have been exactly what he was thinking, but again, he could have actually just completely decimated.
Yeah.
Enigma
That is also one
well.
other way.
So, there you go. I mean, the ifs and buts and coulda, woulda, shoulda is something that we shall argue about later on. But this is part and parcel of the job because well, that is what we're doing. We are going to be talking for a living. But again, a lovely game coming out. OR Esports just again just so close. And I just realized I've said again a lot in this last sentence. But so close to being wiped out. But that is where that perseverance kicks in. And again, had Aru gone in for the finish, maybe it would have been a different story.
But somewhere I feel that Enigma Galaxy had a very good opportunity, right? With 2 knocks already come in, one last player standing. Vexy knew the location. A grenade he was trying to pop in from far away, probably got in a little more closer and then tossed in. All those possibilities were also over there. So ladies and gentlemen, 2 different maps for us to see. In the map of Miramar, and nobody went empty-handed, and it was all finished points, which was collected by each and every team. But in the map of Vikendi, it was all about Assaulters taking most of it and just one man playing for placement points.
Well, again, there's a lot of the destination is the same. It doesn't matter what path you take, right? Because I could have wanted maybe a bit more action coming in, but again, it is what it is, and we're going to stop talking about Vikendi right now because, of course, the next game is going to be back in the green luscious plains of Erangel. Of course, we are going to take a break before that, but it was still. I like the fact that teams did something different, but for now. We are going to take a teeny weeny little break because I definitely need a glass of water or something, or maybe a nice hot coffee. And you guys should do the same because recharge yourselves. We are going to be back on the other side of this break. See you all then.
जब कोर्ट पर बनी टीम ऑफ 5 छठे यार का दिल टूटा ऐसे जैसे टूटे कांच क्योंकि अब से कोई नहीं होगा कभी भी लेफ्ट आउट Battlegrounds Mobile India brings you the new 8v8 TDM mode. Let the action begin in Santorini.
This car won't drive itself, right? Where to go, when to stop, read the map. अब ये सब तो in-game reader ही कर सकता है. And danger rarely announces itself. इसलिए आगे बढ़ने के लिए एक स्काउट भी जरूरी है. And without the fragger being there to wipe out the enemies, moving forward तो भूल ही जाओ. और फाइनली गाड़ी आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सिर्फ पहिए नहीं, जैक भी जरूरी है. कोई भी मैप हो और कोई भी रास्ता, जैक ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड्स के बिना टीम नहीं बनती. विदाउट यू एज द सपोर्ट ये गेम नहीं चलती. योर फ्रेंड्स आर वेटिंग फॉर यू ऑन द बैटलग्राउंड्स. फिर से अपने यारों के साथ चिकन डिनर करोगे, साथ मिलके रैंक पुश करोगे. बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, डाउनलोड नाउ.
It's not about being like everyone else. It's about having your own destination. It's not about how you fit in. It's about the skin you choose to fit in. It's not about you belonging somewhere. It's about you belonging with your squad. Because everyone can be a player in Battlegrounds Mobile India. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Let the battle begin. Download now.
ट्रेन और ट्रैक्स के छिचक छिचक के बीच अगर लोकल में बैठी टीम मुंबईज अपनी गेम पटरी पे ला रही है तो बनारस की पतली गलियों में राजेश गेम में पतली गली पकड़ रहा है. थैंक्स टू सिमरन उसके क्लैन के रैंक का कोई बाल भी बांका नहीं कर सकता. बड़ा बाजार में कैसा भी हो वाईफाई, पिंटू अपनी स्क्वाड को दे रहा है हाई फाई. और अरविंद उर्फ शार्प शूटर को है पता, द वन हु शोज द वे इज द रियल तला। चार मीनार के पास एवरीबॉडी नोज ये सिंगल हीरो और दो हाथ का गेम नहीं है। इरेंगल और मिरामार से भी बड़ा एक मैप है जहां हर कोई अपना रैंक पुश कर रहा है। बैटल ग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया रैंक पुश कर रहा है यहाँ। आप हो कहाँ? डाउनलोड नाउ।
What's your biggest weakness?
My biggest weakness?
If I had to pick one,
I'd say that
my biggest weakness is
That I'm a real giver, you know. I give more than I should.
Are you going to keep all the loot for yourself, huh? We don't need glory hunters on the team.
I'm firing on all cylinders 100% of the time. Gives others a huge complex.
Arey bhai, can't find any guns here. I'll be toast if I have to carry on with this frying pan.
I'm too calm and composed for my own good. Nothing can rattle me. I'm in constant zen mode. Beast mode, guys! Come on, let's go! I scout kar rahe hain, yaar. Hello, respond!
I just can't push people against their will, you know. Even if it's for their own good. Seeing people uncomfortable just doesn't sit right with me.
अबे तुम रेड जोन के बाहर नहीं निकल सकते, कंफर्ट जोन के बाहर कैसे निकलोगे? चिकन डिनर के सपने भूल जाओ, तुम्हारी किस्मत में भूखा मरना लिखा है।
Pick the game, drop the act. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Download now.
Well, we are back. I did have a glass of water and ooh, it does kind of sound a bit nice. And of course, we have a little bit of a switcheroo coming in because Amrit Gaurav or Fixus, I'm going to stop calling you Pain now because you are a little bit of a pain, but you know.
Did get that out.
You are a little bit of a pain, but of course, you know, we have kind of reconciled. Dude, last game, Vikendi. Oh my goodness. What were the teams thinking? I mean, what was your take on the map?
I mean, we've been witnessing Vikendi across those 4 days, right? It's been one good circle and then something you get a whammy, right? This was another one of those southwestern circles we've had. But yeah, I think there were a few teams that have been consistent throughout. Hydra Officials, Global Esports, even INS and all these teams. But yeah, there's some topic of discussion around Leader trying to just hold on the trigger for a little long, and we're going to talk about it.
Well, of course, we are going to still keep talking about it as we are moving into the pre-game segment powered by Loco. And, well, looks like the groups are going to still be the same. It is going to be A versus B, but this time around in Erangel.
I loved how Team Blind's Shadow performed, right? He was undoubtedly the best player inside the lobby.
100%.
And there's no questions of that. The way he was just showing resilience in all those fights, just players coming right at his direction, making sure he just repositions, just did everything. It was a wholesome game for him. But towards the end, I mean, for OR Esports, of course, they did get the chicken dinner. Was pretty calm, composed. They knew what to do. They took all the right fights. But there was, I mean, for Leader, of course, huge commends to him, considering had he gotten down pretty earlier, he would have never accrued those 10 points that he did for his team. Could have been 14, just saying, could have been 14, but it's all right.
Well, he could have been, and you know, we love just saying this. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, but again, it is what it is, and still for him, because we had kind of written him off at the beginning. But one thing I'm sure you noticed as well, you know, as Enigma Galaxy were traversing down the south, he was behind them, keeping a safe distance ever so often. He didn't get a vehicle. He ran all the way, you know, trying and looting up as much as he could. And, well, sometimes if you are left on your own, that is the thing you have to do. But now, it is going to be Erangel. What do you expect from these teams? Again, locking horns with one another.
I think a lot of the teams on the bottom half of the table have finally started to pick up pace, right? You're talking about Geo over here, really good game. Esports Wala, WSF, they've been playing amazing throughout the entire evening. Team Blind, they were somewhere around the mid-table, and they've also been pretty aggressive. 7C, as a matter of fact, they've been amazing as well. So now they've all settled in, right? A and B, we have to see how the Erangel really shows up.
Well, before we do head over to the map of Erangel again, a massive shout out to iQOO and Loco for making all of this possible. And you know what this means. We're going to see the hero jump up in the sky. He's going to have his sabers out. Suddenly the battery's going to go down, but the dragon is going to be slain. watch that again and again, can't we?
Oh yeah, I would love to see another one being made, so something else being slain. But again, the Wyvern, the Dragon, whatever. But I think the viewers have a fair share of chance to win 3 iQOO Neo 6 smartphones before it even launches. Of course, 31st May is what we're talking about. All they've got to do is head over to Amazon, right? On the search bar, search iQOO Neo 6. Participate in the quiz where we ask pretty simple questions about the specs and features of your phone. And then all you've got to do is just pray.
Well, of course, if you are pious, you are going to be lucky. But if you aren't, well, we still have something more in store for you because BGMI is going to be giving away a lot of merchandise in the form of those beautiful T-shirts, and they do look good in white. And I want one for myself, of course, the bottles as well. All you have to do is head over to the Esports page, fill the form in the description down below, making sure you give out all the right information. All the right information, and just predict which team is going to be on top as far as points go for that particular day. And who knows, you can rep your favorite game out in public.
And today is going to be really difficult to decide who's going to end up top, right? We've got OR Esports winning 1, Esports Wala WSF winning 1, R Esports winning 1. So it's so confusing. There haven't really been any consistent teams other than WSF for me so far right now. But, you know, if you talk about their matches, right, the way they've been performing, they've been really respecting the circle. They've been doing a pretty decent job. And today's day has all been about, you know, these teams around the 10 to 24th marker trying to step up. But this is where we're still going to get the conversation back to UP50. But we'll just wait for them to come.
We'll wait for the next game because that is when they are going to make an appearance, which means, well, we are going to say bye-bye from the studio because before all the death and destruction visits the map of Erangel, it is Sunday. Let us take you to church.
Which is abandoned for now. And considering all the bloodbath, you're not going to, you know, make questions at it. It's all about survival. I think that is where you're going to get off of your, you know, the religious desires that you tend to, or your responsibility duties, whatever.
Lovely song too.
Oh yeah. I mean, I am one of those guys who really can't relate to what you just said, but it is okay. You know, we've got that generation between us, and you've been subjected to a whole different culture.
Fixes. It came out pretty recent. Basically, your taste in music is...
it sucks, yeah.
But what does not suck is, of course, this beautiful view. And have a look at the water. I mean... Man, makes you want to go in for a dip. Of course, it is kind of getting hot out here. And, well...
Make sure you don't drown.
There you go. I know how to swim. Do you know how to swim?
Oh, I can swim better than you.
Oh my goodness.
Any day.
The thing is, see, this is why Fixes and I have this little friction. Because I don't know why, he just loves to one-up me on everything. And he did lose a couple of games recently. Of course, he's not going to be broadcasting that in public. I might have made something up over here, but
it's a pitch. It's a pitch, you know. I think we need to have a little bit of a show match for our viewers. I mean, we've been casting the games. I think it's where we just battle it out like men do. And but again, talking about this particular game, right, Erangel, we've seen some similar circles happening, but we've seen those shifts happening towards pretty late in the 5th or maybe the 6th one, where we find a little bit of changes around. So I'm subjected to something like that even in this one.
Well, we are going to be up in the sky high above all those beautiful hills, plains, and, well, a lot of urbanization down in Erangel escorted by those choppers. Now, this time around, we are going to be flying to the northeast, and kind of like the fact that, you know, the plane path is pretty much bisecting the map in half, which means we might not see a lot of clashes happening for those vehicles. But then again, who knows? Because, well, anything can happen, and I want to see some drama right at the beginning, as always.
Me too. You know, because considering how this flight path trajectory is going, you would somewhere anticipate a circle building around that eastern side, right? We've seen a lot of that, maybe towards the shoreline, but I'm going to be pretty pleased if we get to see a northern one, right? Somewhere around Siverny, maybe Stalbert. It's been a while.
Pick a direction.
I would want to go for Siverny. That is what I desire.
Right. He picks Siverny. I kind of feel it's going to be not Milta, I beg your pardon, military base, Novo, something around there. I feel it might be a bit to the southeast, but we're going to have to wait and find out. And all the teams are going to be dropping down from the heavens above. And, of course, all these numbers are going to be on your screen to take a look at.
Yeah, I mean, Aditya so far has been the best player in the lobby and in fact
All
in
right,
the
all right.
entire
Not bad.
Fragabots. But all right, we're going to take this. We've seen the circle, not the hybrid one. However,
I like this.
Yeah, I love this. If it kind of shifts a little bit towards the shooting range area, maybe towards the western side.
Zarki, buddy. When was the
So
last
much.
time you've seen the city or the little town of Zarki?
I think it's been ages.
It's been
I'll be
ages.
honestly, because even in iQOO BGIS, I don't remember seeing one of those. You've got those rosy fields, little bit of red all around. It's a whole different terrain.
Autumn in the air.
Oh yeah, of course, and this is going to benefit so many of these other teams, right? Especially the likes of Walkouts, maybe Team MG, because they kind of tend to go out there.
Have a look at what, of course, now we know, whenever Georgia Paul is going to be empty, that's where Initiative Academy love heading. But they do have a few more options because as they are traveling to their favorite spots, they are going to see across the water that another team is going to be going to Northern Georgia. And, well, they do love calling it their house. And for now, the Walkouts, they are still in this game. Now, the question is, all the teams, Fixes, that love dropping down to the south near Milta and the surrounding areas, do they have options? Because, yes, you can still, kind of navigate your way around Yasnaya, pull in somewhere near Severny. But would they do that, or would they want to take the fight head-on?
I think if you're talking about the southern teams, right, in this case ACBC, all they could do is take the Western Bridge, take the Western Highway all the way up maybe towards Georgia. But when it comes down to teams like Big Brother or maybe the others around, like teams like Enigma or something, they can wait it out a little bit, let the players of INS get inside the circle and do the same.
Well, again, we are going to have to wait and find out if that is going to be the case, because for now, everyone is not really in each other's faces, and they can peacefully loot around, in fact go on a nice little drive and just try and find a little footing for themselves in the next zone, or where they think the next zone might shift. But for now, Jelly is going to make sure he doesn't leave any stone unturned, as of course loot is going to be of the essence at this moment.
And the best part about Initiative Academy in this particular game is they get so much room to breathe, right? You don't have UP50, you don't have Hyderabad, Hydras to deal with. It's just Walkouts. You've been in this situation before. And we've been talking about them, right? Blazy 2K, one of their star players. He's been performing, he's been delivering, has made his way to the leaderboards. Even if things don't really end well for Initiative Academy, what they can really do is have Blazy 2K being picked up by maybe different organizations, because I'm pretty sure his rates have gone way high now.
Juicy. And of course, let them get done with this tournament first, mate, before we are already shuffling players around. But of course,
it happens.
Yeah, this, it's always a love-hate thing in our Indian gaming community. But again, that is part and parcel of this job. But again, if you do have the skills, of course you want to be paid more, and of course you want to be surrounded by the best of the best. But what I also like believing is that you don't just give up after your first fall, because teams like, say, Hyderabad Hydra, we've been talking about it, these boys, they've stuck around for a long time, and yeah, they might have a few bad games, but sometimes when they show us what they are made of, oh boy, it is just an amazing thing to watch.
Some players are pretty adamant, right? They want to stick with their brothers, with whom they have gelled up. The synergy is on point. I think one of the examples over here would be Scream, right? A Big Brother Scream. He's been approached by a lot of different organizations already, and he said a no out loud. He wants to stick. He knows that this is the team with which he can really excel even in the future. And considering what an interesting prospect he is, I'm pretty sure this boy is going to go way above.
Well, they definitely are showcasing that in the iQOO BMPS, powered by Loco so far. But Blind Esports, again, you've been looking out for this team, and they have really been keeping a smile on my face, especially that man we just talked about earlier, Shadow.
I think whenever it comes to Blind XP, the only name that really keeps used to keep popping up was Williams, right? One of the veterans into the scene, one of the highest fraggers. But suddenly, Rage and Shadow, they're building up a name for themselves, right? The way they've been performing, especially Rage, has been the more consistent one. And if you talk about the rotations of Team Blind, they kind of head towards the Gatka around the trenches. We've seen multiple times, those fights against INS every single time. Maybe it could happen today also, but so much room and space for Esports Wala WSF to work out, considering Team Soul hasn't dropped off at Gatka.
But of course, they're not going to be in Gatka because they are not in this game as well. Now, you got to keep one thing in mind. Look at Enigma, something that we kind of predicted, right? They are going to circumnavigate around Yasnaya and go between the teams of Hydra Official and RTR, which means Severny or the hills just to the south of Severny could be up for grabs. And, you know, Enigma, they have actually kind of thrived in that situation before. We saw that little fight take place with that massive warehouse that is pretty much around that area, and the way they, you know, moved around and got done with a few teams. But I'm still worried about teams coming from the down south. Now, have a look at that. INS dangerously close to BB, and I do believe we might have a little bit of a skirmish because OR Esports are going to be lying in wait. But for now, I do believe they're just going to stop at the periphery and see where it takes them.
I think what I love about this particular rotation was coming from Global Esports, right? Manya, being the scout for his team, goes on and takes that intersecting junction over there. So even if the circle kind of goes a little bit up north, he is going to be well stabilized, well situated for his teammates to provide cover fire. Or if it goes down south, I really hope that they have at least 2 more players stationing down towards the Everest, the northern Everest squad house that we really have. If they kind of get those 2 points, then Global Esports might have a really, really good game.
Well, they might have a good game, or everything that we said is going to be that little Costas curse, and they are going to get nada out of the situation. But for now, again, not a single shot fired as we are reaching the 8-minute mark, and Bios is going to make sure he finds a nice little spot for himself. We already know where these boys are going to be heading, but it looks like this time, buddy, they are venturing a bit deeper towards the center, and they might just have a head-on collision with the boys from WSF. Question is, are they going to go for the mountain, or are they going to be at the base of it? We're going to have to wait and find out, because a lot of teams' fixes still out in the blue.
Already taking the King of the Hills possession, Esports Wala WSF, right? A lot of teams have resorted to that. Sort of a similar of a soul strategy that we've even seen them do in the past, right? Drop over at Gatka, head over the hills, try to defend with all your might, and eventually, while falling down, that is the one point where you have to somehow keep your players alive. Because if you do that, then you know the whereabouts of all the other teams, and I'm pretty sure you're going to have really good time inside the game if you can rack up finishes. Now, considering the fact that Esports Wala WSF have that adrenaline coursing through their veins, 2 really good games, and now they can really engage in fight, spread their wings a little bit, and get the job done.
Well, they get the job done, or maybe they might just fly away. Let's see if that is going to happen, because for now, the circle has kind of imploded in on itself, and a major part of it is still north of that little river that you see on your map. So we are going to have some action take place at the shooting range, because 2 teams are going to be locking horns in the form of Enigma Gaming and Team MG. But elsewhere, BB, they are moving through a lot of teams as well, and looks like a few shots might finally be let loose, and well, a few bodies might just hit the ground.
I really feel it's going to be maybe a ruined circle, but for now, it's going to be interesting, because Global Esports, I think they might just get challenged anytime sooner or later, because you've got the players of Team Enigma stationed at the northern side, and someone rushing at their compound. They might find themselves in a bit of a situation, but Initiative Academy taking the squad house I was really talking about, all 4 of their players stationed. One of them would be on that open warehouses, maybe make a little bit of a distance, keep it from each other, try to cut off the flank. But let's see how these boys are going to fare off, because whenever it comes down to talking about Initiative Academy, it is always Blazy 2K. But lately, it's also been Loki who's making those big movements.
And of course, we did have a look at the map just moments before. Nigma Galaxy also opting to go around Yasnaya and come up north somewhere near Severny, which in fact means they might actually be on a head-on collision with Retribution RTR. Whether that is going to be the case, we are going to have to wait and find out. But again, I'm surprised not a single shot fired, although GOG, they are going to be low on HP, and that is largely thanks to the blue zone. But there you have it as far as finished leaderboards go. Looks like Aditya's reign was short-lived, because Goblin wanted the throne back for himself.
Oh yeah, and you've got still ample chances for at least in this game, maybe one more extra finish, and they're going to be even Stevens. But right, like you said, right, a lot of teams are resorting to take that eastern northern route over there, just go around. But if the circle shifts down below, that's where the trouble arises, right? A lot of the other teams, now you can see the teams like Autobotz, they're still on the peripheries, right? If there's a hardship, maybe towards the northern side, they still have access to that Western George Paul bridge that we have, and that might be a really good move to make.
Well, let's see if that is going to be a good move, because we are now at 11 minutes, 30 seconds, and not a single bullet has been fired. We did ask them, is the weapons working fine? They're like, everything is good, no jamming over here. But again, now is when all hell is going to break loose, and someone is going to let slip the dogs of war, because have a look at what is happening just east of George Paul, where the drop is going to be falling down. A lot of teams are going to be eyeing whether someone is going to go for it, because they are going to have an idea, oh baby, that someone is going to be nearby. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The first few shots coming in at the 12-minute mark.
I couldn't be more happier than this.
It's fine. I don't even care if they'd get a knock or not right now.
They're just trying to, you know, take the vehicle down, do some substantial amount of damage is what the intention is. But finally, the moment of truth arises, right? This is where we're going to finally have a slight idea, or rather more vivid picture of what is going to happen. Is it going to go down towards that ruins area, which I really feel could be the case, or maybe could go towards northwestern side? Oh, there you go.
Hey man, at least the mountain is still going to be in play. We might see a similar circle to what we saw yesterday. Now this is where the current kings, well, I mean, the kings were kings once in Miramar. WSF are going to be in a good position, but the problem is, Fixes. Now, we've seen them, you know, showcase some aggressive game styles, and I do like what they come up with, but defensively, they know a couple of teams could be gunning for their position from either direction. Do you think they are ready for what is heading towards them?
I mean, at this point, I'm pretty sure that we finally have some teams fighting it out, right? Now, teams are finally going to start congregating, try to take a good position, maybe few ridges here and there. And this is where maybe ACBC could be contested, maybe even the players of Esports while WSF could be contested, or maybe Big Brother as well, as they were holding down to the containers. And that is where Autobotz are really headed at.
I just want to give a little bit of a disclaimer right now. 64 people still alive. Soon the action is going to break out. And, well, there you have it. Finally, Craniacs, in fact, did take a few bullets straight to his cranium. And there you have it. Something is going to break out. What I was going to say is it is going to be a plenty. We might miss something, but for now, we aren't going to miss the fact that Eggy is going to be chasing the fire with RTR. And Rex is going to come in and make sure he holds down the fort as far as he was concerned. Duty made a little bit of a mistake. In fact, he should be getting out of the vehicle a bit sooner. He thought maybe he could accelerate. He should have reversed it back in again. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. But what did RTR just do, Fixes?
No, two players getting knocked down. Enigma really knew this was the fight to take. One of them again comes in, gets taken down, and Duty, well, he wanted to come to aid his teammates, try to get a few revives up, but that was again the wrong decision to make. But while this fight was going on, we had a little bit of a kerfuffle between the players of Nigma Galaxy and GOG. I hope everything is fine and good, but I believe one of the players, yes, of Nigma Galaxy did lose out.
Well, right now, looks like INS, they're going to be at the church over here, and Blinds are going to be nearby. In fact, Blinds Williams is going to be atop the church, and now his teammates are going to be coming in. Grenades are going to be flung. Keep one thing in mind, Rage is at that broken down castle, and if INS go around it, it could be problematic. In fact, grenades are going to be thrown in every single direction. And Shadow is trying to make sure he gets a little semblance of sound, but there you have it. INS Shane is going to get the better of Williams for now.
Oh, look at the angle he really created, right? Had to get inside the church, and least when he was just anticipating it. But that has been the thing with Team INS. Every single time, they kind of move in like a pack of wolves, never really shy down, and that has also been one of their underlying problems, right? One grade comes in, and they are absolutely obliterated. They've managed to get one finish, now they're eyeing for the next.
Well, they are eyeing for the next, and it looks like Raid's position is going to be given out as well, as Shane did take a few shots to his body. But for now, oh, is this the perfect position you want to be in? Lucky for him, they still have that little cover in the form of that church. Now, the circle is still going to shift further down south, which means all these teams are still going to be happy with their position so far. All they have to do is move a little bit inside. Now, Blind, their position is good atop that little castle over there, but I think he did spot something out here, Fixes.
Yes, OR and the split, you know. way apart from each other. This is where they really need to regroup, right? They need to have the forces combined. But for Team INS, it's all about trying to stay alive because they're being shot from elsewhere, right? It is OR also trying to do the same. At some point or the other, maybe we might get to witness a fight in the Everest areas where ACBC and Esports Walla WSF are in real close vicinity.
Speaking of teams going up against one another, Enigma Galaxy just blew up Enigma's Avi, which means it could be problematic for Enigma Gaming. They are still outside the circle, and we missed the action. I'm sure you guys did too. We're going to have a quick replay and see just exactly what went down. There you have it. Oh my goodness, again, that Lamborghini just spinning out of control, and well, Vixie was blown to bits along with it.
There you have Team Blind and a little bit of a situation. Again, those nades keep on falling. And INS, they've really been capitalizing upon that. But look at Avi. Had no other option. Enigma Galaxy knew they had their prey in their jaws and just had to eat it up.
Wait a second. Blinds, of course, you know, they were still kind of looking good. That grenade comes in, but then Dionysus comes in and pretty much makes quick work of them. I think there's only one person lurking in the shadows, and that could be Shadow himself. We're going to have to see if he does something like he did last game, pull off something out of his hat as Dionysus. Again, kind of might be reminded of Greece back in the day with all these ruins around, and he might just feel right at home. But once again, let's just have a look at the action we missed. There you have a Deadpool showing his back once again. Fixes, how many times have you seen that happen to this boy?
And Team Blind, they were kind of in a very bad spot, right? They were knowing they're getting clobbered down by the players of INS, had no other choice but to run, and so are the players of Team Enigma. Eventually, just to fall down to the players of Global Esports, AG getting the better out of it. GOG made a dash for the circle, but did not have enough smokes deployed.
Not enough smokes deployed, but right now, Global Esports, buddy, are going to have that same little bit of a fiasco on their heads. Two of the members are going to be down on their knees as Rex, although he does have some smoke around him, he is going to make sure he patches himself up. Now, we do have a battle for the King of the Hill. Is it going to be WSF or are ACBC going to dethrone them for now? But for now, again, they are going to keep their cool because, again, they don't want to overstep, right? If they keep going up higher and higher on that mountain, they could be shot at from behind. And speaking of getting shot at, looks like Enigma Eggy's days are finally numbered, and ACBC is going to be raining down death as Rex is blown to smithereens.
This is where I really want Leader or maybe MJ to look at the backlines. Maybe Leader is taking the charge of it. But for now, Global Esports are having made a few replacements. I think Joker is not playing this one. Ronnie coming in. Already their IGL getting taken out of the picture over here. There's no chance on earth that they can go for the revive. So they have to cut on their losses. Now getting inside the circle could face maybe a hungry INS.
Well, the thing is, he is going to try and regroup with his teammate, and Blind over there is finally going to be taken out by INS's Crazy Soul. So imagine the angles that they have set up. But the problem is, Ronnie and the boys, well, they do have enemies nearby, and they are going to try and make any little bit of cover for themselves as they can, anticipating correctly that that compound up ahead could be occupied, but looks like iQOO did not put the brakes on when he got out of his vehicle, as a result of which he has been knocked out. For now, it does seem like Big Brothers are vying to take control of this mountain as well. Scream is going to get out of there as quickly as he can because he definitely saw that grenade heading his way.
The Battle of Olympus has finally broken out as Beast getting shot from the backlines. It is 3 teams trying to be the king of the hills, and one shall only remain supreme. But at the same time, what I love about ACBC is the way they're kind of withdrawing from the fight, trying to create different angles and let BB and the other team fight it out.
Well, they are going to let them do that. However, they have to make sure they get a few points for themselves as well. And speaking of BB, he is going to lob a grenade, and, well, I wonder what the intended target was because all I saw was his own teammates over there. In fact, Scream, that's what I was worried about because there was no way that grenade was making it over the mark that he had hoped for. In fact, it bounced back down and almost took his teammate off his feet. But for now, they do have a little bit of cover over here, especially from any teams coming in from up top. Well, and from the bottom, they're going to make sure they deploy enough smoke screens. Althunky over here and the boys with more, they do have that compound, and, well, they are in a nice spot and they could rack up quite a few finishes here.
All they have to do is look after Team Hydra officials. The moment they have their backlines cleared, I think this could be a winner-winner chicken dinner game for them. As Initiative Academy, we have been talking about this, right? They were under heavy fire from this right at the after the shift. They were getting shot by the players of GOG. Everybody just coming after them, but Scream just waiting for his grenade to be popped over. Current takes a massive amount of damage, but it is going to be someone else who gets the knock.
Well, someone else will get the knock right now, and of course, like flak grenades, that is going to be raining down death from above. Another grenade goes boom, and with that, another one is going to bite the dust. Elsewhere, INS are going to be opening up on EW. Well, and on another team, I beg your pardon, but right now, Nigma Galaxy is going to be coming in from the side. One grenade goes boom, and MJ is going to make sure he takes a lot of them with him. Of course, Apollo is going to be helping him. WSF, buddy, same thing. We've seen them do this again and again. They just got themselves in a little bit of a sandwich situation. And, well, although it might look good, it wasn't delicious for them.
Yeah, of course. I mean, considering they were in a very precarious spot, taking a lot of fights. But for now, MJ has to fight it against one of the best players in the lobby, it is Scream. Look at how he's making those movements, the grip over it, where majority would even fall. He still stands tall.
Oh, he is still standing tall right now, but the circle is going to be closing in, and it is going to decide the fate. It is going to shift down south, which means, well, Orange OR Esports, I beg your pardon, are going to be in a very happy situation right now. Now, all they have to do is make sure they lead the lambs through the slaughter, right, and just let everyone come towards them. Now, Apollo atop Olympus right now. Can he do something? Because Dionysus is going to be on the bottom, and as soon as I take his name, he's going to be taken out by Hydra Official. Now, Hydra Official, 2 finishes for themselves. They have to make quick work because they are at the edge of the circle here. However, keep one thing in mind. There's someone to your left here, Legend. He does not care right now. He is going to be running through that smoke, and chances are he just might get bit by a hungry, hungry snake.
Still Power Kilo. He's not even moving a muscle. Just waiting for someone of Hydra to really spot him out. Maybe that's where he takes a shot. Jackson still oblivious. Finally does and takes one down. But Legend with that fast trade does good work of him as Nigma Galaxy's Apollo just on the brinks of elimination. We're going to see what he does as now he needs to patch himself before engaging in a fight. Zen OP still alive and kicking on full HP. Bronze at the last nick of moment steps out but eventually falls as Big Brother somehow still managed to win that fight.
Well, they did manage to win the fight, but they still have a long way ahead, and now Hydra Official realize, wait a second, there's someone in the smoke over here, and Bob is going to go right ahead, but AJ is concentrating on Team INS. Now, the question is, does he know that death might be lurking just behind them? I think he does. He does hear the vehicles coming in. His position could be given away. A grenade is going to be lobbed as OR's Jelly is taking the fight, and that car went flying. Hopefully, it does not hit anybody on the way. Now, the thing is, OR Jelly right in the face of all the action. They're going to make sure they have that nice little footing over there because this is what this team loves doing. You got to keep one thing in mind. They love setting up all those angle fixes, but Hydra, Dynamite, they are being really, really careful, but grenades are coming in. One of them, in fact, is going to get Jackson, and Legend is going to go down as well, and this is where Dynamite is going to come under fire. Another grenade from AJ could be it. This could be the final nail in the coffin. It does go boom, and there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Global Esports wiping out a team. 9 finishes for them so far. The thing is, their victory just might be short-lived.
OR, they are again having the game of their life. The way these lads have been playing, the way they've been giving cover fire to all their teammates, especially Jelly holding his fort against the entire squad of Autobotz, and Aru and Aditya also helping him from the backlines. Look at how beautifully they take the control of the circle, but in the midst of it all, ACBC's Capron, Zenop, 2 of the solo players surviving for their team. I think the main fight is going to be between OR and GE. Whoever wins gets the chicken dinner.
OR is getting it. There's 4 lads overhead, and the thing is, they know exactly where everyone is. I wonder if that's going to be the case as far as Zen OP is concerned. But right now, Atanki is going to be a little disappointed he doesn't have a single finish to his name. But again, after all, ladies and gentlemen, this is a team game, and again, we are going to have some cover coming in. I do believe they know there's only one man standing. Ronnie's got grenades on either side, but it's going to be Atanki's bullets that are going to finally seal the deal, and he does get taken down from distance. But the fact is, OR Esports still have that number advantage. The Capo gets out of cover. He does take him down, but that is going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. Back-to-back chicken dinners. OR Esports winner in this game as we head into the post-match segment powered by Loco.
And this is where it is OR Esports supremacy all around, right? And Aru being the MVP, I believe. did do a lot. As if you take a look at the point standings over here, Global Esports, they needed this game, right?
Oh, yeah.
More than the finishes, what really stands out is the position points that they threw, the way it rotated inside the circle. But OR Esports, the moment, I think from the third circle itself, they were stationed at that particular area, and that is where the circle kept on rotating. There were some moments where maybe Jelly thought it might go a little bit towards the northern side, but still did not deter to fight against Autobotz and still come out as the victors.
I will say one thing, you know, because we have pretty much established the fact that these boys love setting up angles. Have you noticed something? The moment they realize, the moment an opposing team realizes that, you know, the shots coming in from XYZ place are by OR Esports, nobody really rushes their position.
Yeah, of course, because they also do understand the fact that someone from the backlines is going to be providing cover fire to them, right? The one fight against Autobotz, it was Jelly all by his lonesome. They could have flung a few grenades, could have done everything, but they did not resort to that.
But now, let's have a look and see who is going to be crowned the iQOO MVP. And, well, lo and behold, it is going to be a member of Global Esports, AJ, with 8 finishes, 768 points of damage. And you know what? I don't blame him right now. The amount of grenades that he threw with pinpoint accuracy was mesmerizing.
It's so much, it was so much chaos throughout the end, right? As we take a look at the top 5 players inside the lobby, had to be Aru there somewhere, as he provided some beautiful, beautiful cover fire to save his Capitan. But even for Hydra officials, we've been seeing them having the very good time inside the iQOO BMPS, finally finding their groove, getting their mojo. But for Initiative Academy, we always talk about Blazy, but Loki is also making some strides.
He does look mischievous too. I mean, I think you picked the name perfectly over here, as we are going to be having a look at a few more facts and a few more figures, which means the match summary is going to be popping up. And what stands out for you here?
I think the 9 grenade finishes, right, towards the end, kind of felt like an artificial red zone being formed. It was just nades everywhere here and there. I think it was the 13th minute where we had the first knock coming out. And, well, it was a pretty slow game because everyone was sort of settling themselves in. Everyone was confused where the circle is going to shift next. Because had they known it being a northern circle, they could have gone for a few objective fights, which they did not. And towards the end, when it went down south, that is where we saw majority of the fights breaking out.
Now, we did see, of course, the fights breaking out, but let's have a look and see which team was dishing out the damage and which team capitalizes on those finishes, because the FD graph is up on our screen. And, well, Walkouts once again 0-0.
Okay, I mean, Walkouts, they have one good game and then they kind of mess it up. Has been the go-to case with them, right? Towards the end, maybe they kind of have to come back bouncing because the other teams are finally stepping up. Now, this is where you've got to talk about GOG. They're also making, at least trying, right? Giving efforts in the right direction. This time, look at the damage numbers. 1,000+ points of damage, just 3 finishes. It is okay. It is something that they can really live with. But another team, I mean, Enigma Galaxy, I think they were pretty amazing as well.
They were indeed, and they were actually taking the fights straight to the enemy. That is something that I did appreciate from the team. Now, GOG, yes, it's going to be a bit of a hard road ahead, but they have started, and it does look like they have some momentum in their favor at this stage. Now, I am kind of worried about a few others, but you know what? We're going to hold on to that thought because let's just have a look and see how these teams have done, because the overall standings should be popping up on our screens now. And of course, a few changes on the first page. Hydra and Nigma once again exchanging their positions, and it looks like Global are going to snatch away the 6th spot from Hyderabad Hydras, courtesy those 11 points.
Look at the lead that's been built up on the very top, right? It's even more than 100 right now. And this is where Team Soul, EXO, really someone needs to catch up, right? Someone needs to have a good game. EXO, of course, a Miramar good game. They kind of ended at top 3. Did not have a lot of finishes to work around though. But in this game, Hydra official, like you said, have switched up places, but it is going to be a little short-lived because one good game for Enigma Galaxy, even the 4th spot could be contested. But talking about the others, of course, Global Esports have really stepped up this time around. 266 points at 6th spot. As we move into the 2nd base, this is where I'm really more curious as to what's happening. Look at the difference.
Changed.
So less, but nothing has really changed between all these teams.
I mean, they all got, you know, the right amount of points to make sure they hold on to their spot. Now, of course, you want to keep one thing in mind. The cutoff basically is somewhere around the 200 mark. All right, 197 points is what Team INS has now. The third page is where things actually are going to be tricky because these are the teams that are in danger. And have a look at that. ACBC just 1 point shy of INS. And I guess 18 till about 21, they can still make it at the end of this day only if they have one good game. But what about 22, 23, 24?
I mean, GOG, all right. If they can have two very good games, maybe we can still consider them to be the contenders. But what really steps out for me is ACBC in this one. Captain, one of the players who did survive till the very end. You know, if you talk about ACBC's journey all the way from the southern side, head over towards the Everest, it was such a tough time for them. But having one of those players alive and trying to get those position points, they're somehow still in the mix of things.
Still in the mix of things, and let's see if it's only going to keep getting better. But again, you know, I mean, a lot of teams over here finally getting a taste of that chicken.
Yeah.
And WSF, what I feel is, you know, fine, the aggression is something that I actually do enjoy watching. I'm sure all of you at home will agree as well. But when they are in that defensive situation, right? They let the enemies, or they let whatever team is coming towards them dictate all the terms, and that is where I believe they are a little weaker as compared to the others.
Now, this is where the discussion comes about taking the higher grounds, right? For a moment, we all thought there is a stark possibility that the circle will go towards Everest. So many teams came in at the same time. Big Brothers comes in, Enigma Galaxy come in. You had the other teams as well. Everyone was just fighting against each other. And in the center of it all were WSF, right? It felt like they had too much on their plates, and it was so difficult to handle, right? It's one player watching out for 3-4 players of a different team. He gets a knock, but instantly gets traded off. The moment the other players goes to try and get the rest back up, that is where they open from another area. So that is how the cookie crumbled for WSF, but it's still okay for them at this point.
It is still okay at this point, and of course it is what it is. And what this is going on over here is the iQOO BMPS powered by Loco, and of course a massive shout out to BGMI Crafton for making all of this happen. So once again, you know where we are heading. Let's have a look and see how to slay your dragon.
Watch it, earn it.
Watch, stream, play, repeat. And we're going to do that a lot right now as well, because we do tend to repeat ourselves quite a bit, especially as it comes to the giveaways. And we are talking about the iQOO Neo 6. You might be wondering, why do they keep going on about this? Because, well, 3 of you lucky winners can walk away with one today.
Plus, we love you guys. We love you guys. We're going to be generous enough. 3 iQOO phones are on the giveaway today. How do you do that, right? All you have to do is head over to Amazon, search for iQOO Neo 6, participate in that quiz, and like I said, like he's been telling, pray, and if you're lucky, you might have one of these by the end of the evening.
Well, you might just have that, but now let's just have a look and see what actually went down in the game of Erangel. It was a slow start, but when action broke out, oh boy, it was a plenty.
And this particular fight, look at it, right? 2 of the players had been knocked out. There was no need for Duty to really come into it for his teammates, right? He knew what fate awaited him. And this was again one of those areas while 2 teams were traversing from the northern side, Vikendi just got picked off. But this is what I've been loving about INS, you know. They do not care about anything else. Just move in together, just scare the life out of their opponents and take them down.
Well, of course, that is what you are supposed to do. And Enigma also, you know, the thing is, they keep tumbling like dominoes over one another. But once again, Deadpool, the maximum number of times, and I am going to be a bit critical over here, I've always seen him getting shot in the back fixes.
I mean, again, in this situation, can't really be very critical.
But
right?
you know, no. So let me just break it down. Of
Okay.
course, lovely player. They are the pros on the prowl at the end of the day. What I mean is, he knows Dionysus is close by. He knows that he is going to have an angle. He knows that he can maybe stop him in his tracks, but before he did that, or before he thought about that, he was trying to go in for the revive and back off a bit. And he's got to take the fight.
This is where the mentality really comes in, right? Team Blind, they were getting clobbered, they were getting devastated by the players of INS. All they had to do was the next reflex is try to survive. And all they wanted to run. And the moment they try to run, they realize there's someone on their tails. And, well, of course, like you've been saying, right? It comes down to the psyche of the players. Few of the players kind of respond back and fight and bite back. But he was the one a little bit submissive over there, could not be the right decision. But look at this. This is what I was talking about, right? Esports Wala WSF right at the center of all the actions when you've got so many teams trying to push it. It was Big Brothers, Nigma Galaxy, and that is how things went awry for them.
See, some teams did thrive under all that pressure, under all that chaos, and over here as well, although Apollo and the boys did try, they were overwhelmed. Imagine that. He still does get those double knocks, but, the remaining members of Big Brothers, they're going to make sure they finally put him in his place. They do lose a couple, as a result of which, coming down the hill was a little problematic. But Global Esports over here being a pawn on the side of the little fight that's going on in the distance, as INS was at the receiving end of things.
And I really liked Global Esports rotation this came around, right? Right from the very start, they took that Western Rozhok highway, just went over to that junction point, had one of their players stationed. The moment the circle kind of went south, they instantly rotated right on the southeastern area of where OR was situated, right? That is where they engage into multiple fights, had that fight going along with Hydra officials. Look at this, right? They had them pinned to one corner, few good grenades just come in, and Dynamite pretty much out of options.
Pretty much out of options, and the thing is, I thought it could have been the other way around. Because Global Esports, this is where they did, capitalize on the fact that, Hydra officials were being just a little bit too hesitant. But of course, as we said, their victory was short-lived as AJ was taken out with a bang, and now OR Esports, they went in and got the job done. ACBC, again, a valiant effort coming in over here from Capron. He does get a couple of knocks. Maybe a third would have kind of, just put them in their tracks just a wee bit. But unfortunately, had he maybe crouched down over there because, hit the deck completely, had he gone prone, those shots that were coming in from the other side would not have hit him. But again, coulda, woulda, shoulda, but a valiant effort nonetheless.
Yes, I think considering ACBC and their entry inside the circle, how they lost out on majority of the players while just going in for the ramming, that is where Capron still showing that resilience there, the never give up attitude. Yeah, of course, he knew by the end his fate was sealed, right? He knew that there's an entire squad of war right in front of him. He did all he possibly could. Now, we would have been really happier if he managed to get one of those finishes, but it's all right. I mean, he props to the effort, and still, as long as he's keeping his team in the mix, it is what we're going to take with open arms.
Of course, that was, of course, the map of Erangel.
Yeah.
Now things are going to change because, well, the temperatures are going to be rising up a bit. It is going to be the deserts of Miramar where the action takes place next. And, well, I think my throat would definitely want me to take a bit of a break right now, which means in due time, the sun himself, Arca, is going to be sitting where I am. And again, in case you guys are wondering why I said that, so Arca, as we obviously discussed, is the Sanskrit word for the sun, which is quite interesting. But, for now, Fixus, lovely game, but the action started too slow. Why do you think that was? It was a circle, basically, right?
Right, like I said, right, teams did not want to commit too much, right, from the very start. They were still in the mix, having two mindsets that if the circle kind of goes a little towards the northern side, then what are we going to do? It's better we wait for that curveball to hit, and let's just keep floating around the entire map. And the moment it went a little down south, that is where we had the entire lobby just completely chaotic, fights everywhere, bloods being splattered left, right, and center. And that was the only reason that I can feel at this point, because other than that, they were also reluctant, just sitting down inside the compounds in the safe houses. That could have been the case.
It could have been the case. Now, I'm just trying to figure out, how OR dealt with the situations, because we did see Hydra officials were coming up behind them towards the last few circles, those little yellow dots on your little mini-map, and they were still engaging with every team that was coming down from the mountain. Now, the thing is, Hydra officials, again, I don't want to say that they got unlucky because another team was, pretty much sending a barrage of bullets their way. But that mentality that, oh, it's OR Esports, they probably should have gone in for the rush, or that little ridge, how it rises and then you have the houses, at least taken that for cover.
100% agree with you. And I think I really felt had Hydra fought it out against OR, things could have been completely different because Jelly was situated in a different position. Had they gone from the southern side, things could have been different. But again, same old things. But finally, ladies and gentlemen, it is time as we head into the pre-match segment powered by Loco. As of course, XP's got a throat issue right now. He's gonna have some water and have it all sorted up. While our sunshine, our ray of hope, Arca joins us, and he's gonna give and share his expertise because now we do have teams from Group C coming into the mix of things. Now, Arca. Now we've got another game of Miramar with us. We've got Hyderabad, Hydras, Seoul, EXO, all of these teams coming back. And do you think it's going to be someone from maybe B, or is it going to be someone from C taking a chicken now?
That's a little hard for me to say. I mean, looking at the
just
situation,
your hunch, not just your hunch. Nothing statistical though.
C.
C is what you
Even
said.
though my heart says B, I'm going with my brains at this point of time because that is what needs to be up and running for any of these teams, right? But in amongst all those actions, I saw one team's dream getting shattered because of one man. That was the side of GOG. They were trying to get inside, and they saw INS just move in from that location. They tagged off INS, they put a player down, but after that, what they thought was not in the right sense, according to me. They could have put up smokes, they could have made it inside the circle, but no, they wanted to run inside. Billions, one spray with the 4x, put on 3 players of GOG, left out with one last player. I mean, in such circles, it's obvious there's going to be crosshairs around you. They're going to be trying to take advantage of it. Like one spray and 3 players getting taken down, that is like gifting away free points for the others, right? So somewhere I feel, these are the points where, few teams have to learn, right? Stick to the basics, use those amenities properly, have the right kind of resources at the right time in the game, and make sure that, you use it as well. But again, a good game coming in. I'm probably not disappointed in this game because the kind of distribution of finishes which took place in this, but rather, yes, I'm looking forward for the new map coming up because that is where the action is going to happen.
I think GOG is learning things the hard way, right? But, we have been teachers over here. We've been talking about the iQOO Neo 6. It's an amazing phone so far. We've been preaching about it, and our friends from iQOO also have a special message for you guys. And it's going to be on your screens right now, how to slay a dragon. What, I love it. Even when the phone's getting plugged into the charger, it still maintains that cool, right? Of course, courtesy to that cascade liquid cooling system. But yes, for all you viewers, we know you all want to start your esports journey, and we are giving away 3 iQOO Neo 6 smartphones out here. And
Fixes is going to tell us how to do it.
He's done that. All right. On the search bar, of course, head over to Amazon, iQOO Neo 6, and this is where you take part in a quiz, right? Pretty simple questions. We know we've already given you the answers. We've even given you some hacks on how to increase your chances. To head over to the English stream because that's where your presence is going to be felt, and if you're lucky, you're going to come out through.
Absolutely, but at the same time, there's going to be merchandisers giveaway where it's going to be. I mean, I know that iQOO Pro Series has been in the game of BGMI has been one of the biggest thing ever in the industry. The kind of prize pool, the kind of talk, the kind of new revolution it's brought in, and you need to own those merchandisers to also have the bragging rights yourself. So what you have to do is head on to BGMI Esports channel. Make sure in the description below you find a link. Click on that. You're gonna put on all the details over there, right? So and then after that, you're gonna spam out hashtag the team you feel is gonna be ending on the top by the end of the day, on the top of the specific day, but not the overall points table, if your predictions come out true, then you're going to be gifted with these merchandises.
Oh, you certainly will. And it's all about the exclusivity, right? Imagine when a lot of people are watching, lakhs and lakhs of people are watching the stream, and you are picked up just a lucky 10 every single day. And all you've got to do is support your teams, right? And not just that, even when you sort of head over to Loco, you have chances to win free UC if you've been watching all the games, and all you've got to do is answer some easy questions. But for now, I think now this is where we head into the desert again, and this is where the big discussion really comes up. Team SOUL. The previous game, I mean, they just got 1v4 by God from Kinetic, just hunkered down to that one position, had no other option, but still did come out shining.
No, this is where I feel bad for the team because of two reasons. One game goes so well for them that they try to prioritize the circle, not take unwanted fights, not rush in blank, and the very next game they do all the basics wrong, right? Are not allowing the opponents to make the mistake, and they became a little hesitant in the beginning, and due to which they were getting blessed and all of a sudden become overconfident and push in. I don't understand when professional teams actually do this. We do understand they are one of the teams to watch out for, the favorites to win this tournament with the side of Team OR at this point of time, but still, every move they make is going to be jotted down in the textbook telling that, this is what they did right and that is how they won. So I just hopefully they're not going to be pointed at the other way around telling that this is not what you should do at one point of time in the game.
I think for Team SOUL over there, they could have done so much things, right? Could have gone for a bait and switch strat. We did see Akshat just, taking a leap of faith. And in that moment, while God's attention was redirected at his position, someone else could have really come in. But
no, the point is this, right? That is where we said basics. One person went for a leap of faith. He got destroyed. Why is the second person following up the same fate?
Just cocky behavior. And we've been talking about this, right, time and again. This is where Team SOUL just understand they've already qualified, they've made it to the finals, they're looking at the big prize, settling themselves in really unfair conditions or maybe situation, are learning things the hard way because the lead has been increased even by 100 points plus more, as now even OR in pursuit to make the lead even higher and very, very hard to climb or make it equal. They're inside the lobby as the flight path trajectory all the way from El Azahar towards El Pozo. The teams going down south are going to have a little bit of turbulence.
Now, somewhere I feel the circle is going to go towards the side of Tumasera and Los Ligos. And at this point of time, I just pray God that, the teams which choose the northern side of the map also, tries to rotate around as quickly as possible, try to get off what the best they can. But ultimately, it's easy for us to sit over here and speak, right? So they'll be strategizing on every single move. Again, the strategy keeps changing by the performance of the previous map as well. So I know that few teams have not had it, and that's why I'm going to keep my finger crossed for most of them. As for one last time, we're going to look at the overall standings in the map of Miramar, where again Team EXO is catching up very, very close to Team SOUL, 1 point away. And if they do well, then this is also one of those places where Team SOUL will be losing their lead.
I think the first Miramar game we had, EXO had a fairly decent time.
Oh,
but
nice!
OR Esports might have themselves in a little bit of a trouble. It's goose hunting season, as Aru is still on his gliders, but had Hero even had a red dot, maybe things could have gone all wrong, all down to tatters. But it's all right. Now finally he's going to breathe a sigh of relief. But there you go. Just rubbing the sweat away. And now he heads into his desired area to loot.
Now at the same time, he just became a little persistent with the M24, wanted to make a mark. Probably if I'd come back inside, taken another gun, probably a gun which is like an AR or an SMG, and then gone in for a spray, it would have been better. I know the distance is pretty hard to cover, right? But let's not forget a broken gun was right there by the door. And sometimes that do connect in a very long distance. And I've seen that happen before.
This is where this discussion comes in, right? He did not want to lose sight of his prey. And all he wanted to do, it was a long shot, right? Had it connected, it would have been for the highlight reels. Very rarely have we seen all these shots kind of hit.
That is the whole point, right? So the chances of you getting a knock is more important over there to be on the highlight reel, because ultimately you can't get that finish. It's so far away, you can't come closer.
Oh yeah, that also. But again, had he gone for maybe an SMG or an AR, chances would have been there. It was, I think, around 200 plus or maybe 300 plus distance, right? You got that even bullet drops coming into account, which is where I still feel, you know, bolt actions kind of prevail a little supreme. And yeah, it was just about having maybe an optical sight. Maybe that could have been the case, but it's all right, you know. Well, let's get back to discussion, right? We've got another eastern circle. We've got a little bit of an affinity of the circle trying to stay around those eastern areas. But I think Team Kinetic have a really important job to do right at the heart of the circle around that graveyard area. They're going to have a juicy loot. We've got to see how they tackle when blind comes their way.
Now, this is where I strongly feel that, you know, teams like Team Soul need to be careful, because in the map of Miramar, I've seen them, they've tried to, you know, play a very, very split gameplay, right? So I just hope that this time they don't do it, especially in their rotations. They tend to stick together. At this point of time, Hacker has to do a lot of looting. I know that in the place we are at the side of Picardo, there's going to be ample amount of loot for the whole squad to take in. But at the same time, when I look at the southern side of the map, where I was expecting the circle to go in and again getting betrayed and shattered, and I don't know what all words to use on myself at this point of time, we do see that there's just one team going over there, and that's going to be Team MG. And this is one of those teams who need to get an ample number of 30 to 40 points in this game, or I don't think so they can make it in the next week itself.
I mean, yeah, for Team MG, it's not been a sunny time. It's been all autumn. They're all gloomy around. But Miramar always is sort of a breath of fresh air to them, right? In Miramar, they believe. And likewise, all the edgy teams, you know, that kind of stay around the circle's edges, head over to the corners of different maps, inside the map of Miramar. They kind of are the ones who wait for that hard shift to happen, and that is where they make the moves. Now, the only thing about Team MG that kind of pesters me a little bit is kind of tend to engage into fights which they do not really come out as the victors, right? It's always Dionysus who sort of tends to survive towards the end, and that is one thing that they need to do, right? Do not just rely on him. You've got to get your other players also online.
Oh yes, it's always about the teamwork. It's never about the solo performances. We have been seeing this as well. But at the same time, you know, ladies and gentlemen, before the storm is the calm, and we are seeing that on our screens at this point of time. One other team which we have to speak about is the side of UP50, and I still feel they have not learned their lessons of playing a split gameplay. I don't know how much more are they going to do it. I mean, I've seen few teams persistent like this, you know, they want to stick onto the strategy, become strong with it. But do you think that UP50 is also looking forward for such kind of a game where you're not going to be like, I'm just going to stay over here, do the same, as Nigma Galaxy is starting to dominate against them? If they get this knock, it's obviously a finish they were wanting to as the spray goes in, but by the nick of a second, he turns around to a Dunes, and that is where he's going to get shot yet again from the side of Dreams, but somehow survives a little longer in this game.
This is where I'm starting to get a little concerned about KSR, right? Does he have adequate vehicles there? Does he have one for himself? Because if he does not, then things could go very, very bad for him, as Apollo could make a move any single moment. Now, what you said about UP50, I kind of agree with what you did, because talking about the Miramar games, that they have a lot of tough situations for themselves, especially the one that they are the neighbors of Team Soul. Now, one of those teams that never really hesitates to engage in a fight. Now, every single time they want to traverse around, there's somewhere on the line that they kind of lock on heads with them. And that is something that needs to be addressed. But if not done sooner, I don't think there's going to be any games for UP50 to be playing in the finals.
Now let's see what's going to happen from here on. It's going to be a very, very different story for the teams on the bottom, as this is one of the final maps of the day, final maps of the week, you know. After this, it's just one map, and then they have just 16 left to prove themselves, to prove their mettle, that they are worthy of going into the next round. That's going to be the grand finals itself. So I know that this is too quick for me to ask, what do you have to say about the side of ACBC? Do you think they'll make it into the next round?
I think if they keep on continue playing like how they played in Erangel, right? Focus on the positionings, try to steer off fights, try to get a good position towards the end, I think they still have a chance, right? They're still one of the teams that's on the 17th position. Not a lot of points separate them though. right? I think if they kind of have few consistent games, I'm pretty sure we might get to see more out of them. But this is where even the trouble arises, right? Teams like Esports, Wala, WSF have been stepping up. GOG also lately, nothing to be really unhappy about, because again, considering week 1, week 2 has been a blessing in disguise for this team.
Yeah, but at the same time, the next two teams I want to speak about is Team INS and also the team of ACBC, right? So these two teams are also in the radar at this point of time. I mean, I know they'll somehow make it in the top 16 by the end of the day, but does it have what it takes for them to make it into the top 16 by the end of the next week?
I think INS, a team like that, they're one of the boys. Like I've said, they've done the same old thing. They're doing the same old thing. And sometimes I'm not going to be stepping up the gun over here. It's worked out, right? Every single time you see them, they just go in head on, 4 players at a player, try to they know that the player is isolated, take a fight. And if it works out, it works out. If it doesn't, it's all right. We're going to come back in the next game. I think one of the best examples is how they played against UP50 in the previous map of Miramar, right? Did not have any care in the world, just spots one down, then goes right after the others. The loose cannons of the tournament, and they've pretty much lived up to their name.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment where we have to start looking at the map as the next circle is going to be formed, and this is where everybody's fate are going to be written. It's going to be completely towards the western side of the map at Monte Novo, and we're able to see that, it's the side of Marcus or Nigma Galaxy. I believe we're going to be coming in towards the side of Power Grid, and I would want to see which team will be coming in from the side of Creator Fields, trying to backstab them, take that position from the left, and make sure that they get some finish points as well as some good placement points for themselves.
I think this is one of those circles that could really favor the players of 7C over here, right? 7C, for what Sarang did in the first game of Miramar today,
Absolutely.
I think he's going to be on a whole different high. And look at the split over here. Savitar, a little aloof from his back, the other 3 players at a similar spot. They've got that high ground advantage to play around with. And this is a moment where we might get to see a few action breaking out.
Now, we have been seeing that, few of these teams always look forward to go to the dead center of the map. But there are teams like Team Soul who don't go to the complete dead center, but rather try to play around between the center and the next zone itself. So, the prediction which comes in between those two places, what do you have to say about that?
I think, at this point of Miramar, like you said, there are a few teams who kind of try to play around the center. There are a few teams around the edges. But it is always the teams that are on the edges who have the right time of entry that prevails supreme, right? One of the prime examples of would be always OR Esports. Now, if you take a look at the map feed in front of us, yeah, even Team EXO as well, But OR still, because they've been my favorite in the map of Miramar, especially for what they did yesterday, they 100% have to be. But now, getting back into things, right? We've got Team MG just on the edges, having spotted out the players of ACBC, will be unleashing all that mag, but I'm pretty sure he's going to be fine and sound for now, but not for long.
Oh, it's going to be Kepron on the other side, who's in the crosses of Hyderabad, Hydras. And this was something I was looking out for, because ultimately when I was looking at the map and asking you questions, I thought of putting this on you. But ultimately, it's important for us to also know the stats of several other things. So yes, looking back into this game, this is going to be the most important game, even for the side of Hyderabad, Hydras, because somewhere I feel by the end of this game, they're going to cement themselves into the next round, because they have got enough number of points, and I think that they've crossed the 250 mark by now. And with this, there's no one else who can outnumber them into the top 16.
Yeah, that's the thing that we've been talking about, right? Eyes on the prize. And Hyderabad Hydra have been a little careless, like just now. Striker getting picked off over here. Hyderabad Hydras, again, one of the teams that I hold in high regards whenever it comes to the game of Miramar right now. They've got their vehicles, right out in the open, but they have a little semblance of cover, that rocky, or maybe that shed to work things around with. But Captain, look at him. The moment he steps out, maybe it could be Ace Black or Carry who fires at their direction, for which Evil Sky is very well stationed. But what really comes into play over here is the circle is starting to close in.
No, again, the formation coming in from the side of the Hydra was really, really good. Right now, they're going to rotate around Hyderabad Hydras and going to take that inside of the circle with a little bit of a ridge and high ground to make sure that they welcome the side of ACBC once they go in for a rotation. Because ultimately on the other side is Marcus Gaming. You're kind of spreading around, making sure that they have a proper fortress to anybody coming in close towards them. As Hyderabad Hydras have other plans to do, they're going to be heading into the hard cover, and look at what's going to happen. They're going to be blessed with the zone as well, as they're going to be going towards the side of Patron.
Look at Omega. He's making those notorious moves over there. I mean, right in the midst of the enemy, just going through all those teams. And I'm starting to wonder if he can see it through, right, towards the end. Because Team Soul now they're in a little bit of a dicey situation. Do they follow after the IGL, even after knowing that there's so many teams right behind them? But Hyderabad Hydras also, you know, managing to disengage from this particular situation. But Omega is the one who never tucks his tail and rather fires it against his opponents as the charge comes in, as he has to take a fight against Canary. But look at his attention not really being there, and Canary getting the better out of him.
Now, that is not something I was expecting, but at the same time, could this be the fall of Team Soul? No, that's not going to be the case, as Rockstar is going to be on fire at this point of time. As Jadoo comes in, jumps and strikes, and he's going to say Team Soul goodbye to the 16th position. I don't understand how come they got taken down. I just hope for an instant replay to come in as quickly as possible, as another team tries to come in and take down the side of RE, and they're going to pay a very hefty price. Where is Rage at this point of time? Where is Deadpool? They're coming in a little behind, as a grenade is going to be cooked in. No retaliation to perfection, as Jadoo from the other angle is also taking him down. One good grenade coming in from the side of Canary. There's another squad going down for 8 finish points for the side of RE.
There you go. Canary dragged along the grenade. Does get the better out of Rage though. But now instantly needs to go for the revives, right? Deadpool charging at his direction. There's going to be Williams and him. And they might push in any single moment. But all those smokes being laid out. Jadoo, he is going to be making some moves through the window. Maybe has a slight idea of where Deadpool could be, as the Molotov does come in. But Williams could make some good work out of that Groza, as Jadoo just bounces in, crouches and toggles and gets the better out of him. The lonesome survivor surviving. Williams over here out of options, but still manages to get the better out of Canary, as he's getting taken shot down from the insides, as Jadoo is going to be putting an end to his life, and out go Blind Esports.
Where was this Esports all the time? Look at the way they're spreading around in the terrain they have, having the right angles, making sure they're composed, welcoming everybody through the windows alone. And this is the first time I'm able to see Team Soul is entering into a building without using any kind of throwables and playing a very, very hefty price. And so will be the side of Team Blind as well. I don't know how come Rage was not leading the fight, but rather someone else was actually coming in and eventually had to pay a very hefty price.
Soul never were in the mix of fighting, as Hyderabad Hydra striker just tips out, punches one on his head, and the next moment hits a few body shots, and Hitman could be the assassin somewhere else, but not right now, as Hyderabad Hydras are making control, or rather taking control of the situation around the edges, and this is what they've been waiting for. The hard curveball hitting goes all the way down south, and Savita right at the center of the zone. Now he's going to be creating enough room. Look at the plethora of teams trying to get inside the circle, as Hyderabad Hydras are here to pick a fight.
Now at the same time, Hyderabad Hydras, I think now they're trying to pull up a very wrong string, as the grenade is going to be going towards the side of Max OP. Does an ample amount of damage, as Explicit is going to be changing his location. Now they're on from the other side. It's going to be ACBC also coming into fray, being a blessing in disguise for the side of Hyderabad Hydras. No, the tables are turning yet again, as Carry goes in inside and clears off another squad. And it's going to be seconds where we can expect the side of ACBC to be probably coming in. We all know they're going to prioritize the zone as of now, but in case free kills are lying around, why not come and take it?
Oh yeah, and ACBC, that's the right decision to make. It's again outside the circle, but Hyderabad Hydra seem to have recuperated. The revives have also come in. Just by a few more seconds, and the players are going to be as good as new. As ACBC, now they realize time is of the essence. One of the players already on that flag angle, as Maxi gets taken down, but the trades are also going to be in place. Ace Black cooking up yet another grenade. He is certainly going to see the bright end of things, get the better out of Evil Sky. But look at Rain. He's in the hiding, as Hyderabad Hydras again go after the players of ACBC. Captain getting taken down at this point, as Rain, he's got to tuck his tails and run.
No, he's not going to do that, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to be cooking up a grenade, planning to take down the side of HH at this point of time. I don't know how well that's going to turn out as he takes down Hexar, rather. He's going to be taking down a teammate and making sure that no finish points given away. It's a finish point gained at this point of time, as outside the zone is where Evil Sky is also getting taken down. ACBC is left out with one last player. Now, the escape of HH, I believe, was one of the cleverest and the safest thing to do.
Oh yeah, I think they knew that it's already the first circle. Do not want to stay away from the circle for too long, as Sarang spotting out Bio. Did land a couple of shots, but that was all he could get. But now he has a slight idea of KU's position, and look at the audacity of this player, right? Just going head on, gets that knock, and will still live to fight another day. But no, God puts an end to him as Prince. What on earth was that, Arka?
It looks like Team Soul again falling into the death. I mean, this is what pro players are doing at this point of time, being too overconfident, a deja vu moment. Yet again, I think Kinetic is pretty much ready for all the teams to do the same. I think this is their strategy. Put the opponents in such a position, they're just going to fall in front of them and eventually they can dominate on it. But at the same time, Team OR have their eyes set on two other teams, right? Inside the circle, we all know what they're capable of. It's Gusty is going to be saved by the bullet is what I felt. But Aditya is going to explode him in the vehicle and eradicate him out of the game.
Look at Aditya. Look at how he's playing around the cover. But this is where OR Esports do understand that it is an open area and they cannot stick out for too long, because maybe if they've heard the commotions, it is Team MG trying to get in closer, creep in, maybe snipe someone out. But UP50, they're getting the better work out of TV, as Hyderabad Hydras find themselves in a whole different situation all along, as they're now burning in lava. Gary getting taken down, gets into that Molotov out here, as MJ, he is going to make sure that the entire squad of Hyderabad Hydras are put 6 feet under, as well, it was a valiant effort. They wanted to contest for the compounds and they've learned their lesson.
Now, with 2 men standing, you want to go and compete for a compound. I don't know whether that's a safe thing to do, right? But ultimately, IE on the other side, a push coming in from the side of OR. We all know what they do. There's going to be Ataki coming in from an off angle, spraying blank and making sure he take players down at this point of time. Loki with the last man standing. Can he do the mischievous things of what he does every single time, as Ataki is going to be coming in from the other angle, again spraying it around as Dawn from far away, or probably Ataki himself would have landed the final bullet.
Oh yeah, I think for OR Esports, it was nothing of a difficult time over here. Just losing out on Jelly, their head being cut off, but it's still not going to deter them from trying to have a good game. But now they've got to get inside the circle, as 7C, king of the hills, on the precipice of this mountain, just getting a few finishes secured, as Savitar does have a slight idea of the whereabouts of players from RE, right? Now look at the spread again. It's so much of a bold moves being made, because now Aladdin is being pushed over by God, but still somehow he's got to hold off all by his lonesome.
Now, I really want to see whether Aladdin has the capability of doing what a Sarang does all the time, as he's going to be going in for a spray, doesn't go for a reload. Ultimately, crosshairs were not kept as precise as how Sarang keeps his crosshairs, due to which they have to pay a hefty price, as Kinetic is picking up more finishes for themselves. 4 already coming in, and I know that they're going to be happy with what's happening with them.
Ooh, look at OR. Completely oblivious about Ari's position. Aru has taken quite a hefty chunk of damage. Needs to somehow reposition and administer that first aid. As Aditya, he's also cornered. Now Canary knows he's got everyone in their crosshairs. He's going to make a move. Has the perfect Molotov. If it lands in perfection, then OR, all 3 of the players are going to be turned to barbecue, as Canary steps it up, gets the second one. Now, Atanki, the lonesome survivor, has been such a valuable player for the squad, but now resorting to the revives has no other time, as Aru, he is buying out for all that information. Atanki steps out of cover. Can he get the work done? No, as Rockstar just charges in and OR is out of the server.
R Esports, 10 finishes for themselves. What are they doing all of a sudden? They were at the bottoms of the tables, and all of a sudden they want to make sure that they are on the top, as Kinetic is coming in to dominate against them. And this was the very position where they were taking down a player, and now they're tasting their own medicine as grenades are started to connect. Rockstar is down on his knee. Kennedy is down on his knees, and Rockstar has to do some wonders, as the smoke is going to restrict them for a few period of time. But at the same time, will they be able to bounce back as the push comes in successful from the side of KU?
Oh, there you go. The silhouette of rocks are visible pretty much, but still managed to see it through. Now a 1v1 situation, wants to ensure the finish, but in the process, just God comes in at the right moment, and a little bit of a frustration being visible from his side. But Team Kinetic, they're going to be happy with what they have earned over here. As Savitar, look at him, the lonesome survivor, still high and mighty as this grenade. Had it gone a few centimeters forward, could have been the reason why Sensei could have been out of the server by now.
No, let's not forget it was not just few centimeters, it was also the angle in which, but I really love that fake smoke coming in over there, and that is what EXO is very clever about. They put up a smoke at one corner, you know, attracting all the attentions of the opponents, but they're going to be sitting somewhere else and going in for the revival. But ultimately, we have to watch out for what UP is going to do. Are they going to follow the pros footsteps coming into the crosshairs of EXO as they have a little bit of a control of this terrain? But yet again, we're able to see that UP50 would want to make it inside the circle, take the high ground, and take this home as they need this winner chicken for themselves.
Of course they need. Now the only advantage that they have against UP50 is that high ground, those little hills to work around with. But UP50, they need to watch out for the tails, because you can see Beard Baba in your map right now. But for now, Big Brother, they're making good work cut out from the players of Nigma. Galaxy 1 already being taken down. Vixie showing his backs, and he's going to get shot at. Now Xenop knows what he has to do, will follow up eventually with the Molotov, as I think Punk also is going to try and lob a few utility out there. Still not being able to flush him out, but Punk gets the work done, as EXO are going to be a one-finish stronger squad, as now finally UP50 figuring out how to climb over the hills, as Immortal and Punk and Fierce are still the players surviving for Team EXO.
This is where everything is going to go wrong for the side of EXO, as UP50 have taken the gear up right now. They want the control of this corner. They want to come in late into this game. They've got decent amount of finishes, what I would like to say. Like 3 has already gone in. They have one man standing, as there's another fight taking down between the side of Fierce and Punk, where they can come in and backstab them and pick up all these finishes for themselves, as BB at this point of time concentrating to clear out the 2 men standing. A 2v3 situation. Can EXO prove their mettle over here, as some grenades are going to be exchanged?
Let's definitely have to step it up a notch, and we know Fierce is capable of surviving, or rather thriving in such situations. Oh, he's making some big ball moves, as there you go, Beard Baba finally coming in. Are UP50 aware of this occurrence? But now Beard Baba, not having the best of HPs, is going to be flying in with that grenade, but now he has to administer that first aid. But does it come out strong? No, it's going to be the answer.
Look at who's got the best spot in the house, ladies and gentlemen, with the high ground, with everything, and the grenade going into perfection. OP is going to be visible with those pixels. Then OP might get taken down, being a blessing in disguise for the side of Team EXO. It's going to be 7C Savitar. All he has to do is just wait it out, make sure he connects every single grenade, every single bullet, pick up all those finishes for himself, and if possible, get this winner chicken dinner for himself.
7C. Look at Savitar. He's already fuming, right? I mean, I've got to do all the job. I've got to carry you guys to victory right now. Now has to hope that the circuit kind of shifts to his direction. A little bit of sounds being shots being fired elsewhere. EXO still in the mix, but UP50, this is one of those games that they can actually make it count. Now finally trying to make it inside the circle. Now if it goes up top, this could be the end of things, but Fierce, he wants revenge. Can he get it? That's the big question.
Now look at what is happening. UP50 have got man advantage. They have to stick on to it, as BBE is the only other team which will have better, and that's going to be Rage got taken down. KSR getting taken down. Fierce showing what his name, or why he's named is the name Fierce itself, as he's going to be getting confirmation of at least 1 or 2 teams at this point of time, as Punk is also going to be accompanying him. Now the throwables might come into picture, but at the same time BBE is also watching this all up close, as Savitar from the top wants to strike as well. UP50 were having a good time so far, and all of a sudden are suffering to make it inside the circle.
Look at Savitar being so mischievous. One good grenade could take down 2, but he's got angle on every single player inside the lobby. Helgot taking down Sarkar in this situation. Aditya, the lonesome survivor of Team UP50. Just maybe 30 seconds ago, they were a full-fledged squad, now reduced to just 2. Now, I'm starting to wonder if they have any utility left, any resource to use at this point, because that could be the best time to do so, as he's got 15 first aids on him.
I don't think so. That's going to be enough, right? This zone is going to eat him up so quickly, and no fights are going to be taking place until the next circle is going to be predicted, as well as Marcus Gaming on the other side of one man standing. Look at that. It's going to be TK with one man standing, 7Cs with one man standing. As TK goes home, there's only 2 teams with one man standing, 2 teams with 2 men standing, and BBE having the highest advantage of it all. And where does the zone go into? It goes into the favor of Savitar at this point of time also. And this is the moment we have to see how well he's going to dominate. And he's got one more, person right below him. That's going to be Marcus Gaming, Dionysus, as he's called the beast from the Greek gods itself. That is what I've heard from XP.
I think Dionysus, if there was a lone survivor award just in Miramar, could be one of the recipients for the same. But Savitar, 10 meters outside the circle. This is where he's got to move in. But what I'm more focused on is the fight right in front of me. This is where Big Brother just waiting for the fight to break down between UP50 and EXO and try and capitalize, right? Everyone just aware of each other's surroundings. It's all about making the first move, taking that first step. As Savitar, he is going to do something really crazy, something out of the world, takes a leap, still lands in safe, still has a perfect semblance of cover. Oh, this boy is having so much fun.
Now, at the same time, Dionysus would have heard that buggy, right? And this is where he has to be very careful. Now, that's a push coming in from the side of BB. And what are UP50 doing at this point of time is something very, very important, because they can come in. And no, they're going to be on the receiving end at this point of time, as Aditya has got his crosses set perfectly. He's going to be outside the circle, coming back inside, waiting for these two to fight out. And that is where he's going to be taking the fight to the enemy's face. But ultimately, he's also coming into the crosshairs of Hellgod at this point of time, as Savitar's head is also going to be visible. This is the final moments of the game, as a pan is getting ready to take down a player. Whether that's going to be the key for success for the side of 7Cs with one man standing. What's going to happen next?
He's out of ammunition. I hope he's taken something from that airdrop. But for now, he's going to resort to his pans. He's going to make it count. Oh, gets the big green cannon. If he can do something out of it, I am going to lose my mind. But for now, he's going to be patient. He's going to let the circle sink in. Still has 3 first hits to work around with. This is where Dionysus could get caught off guard. But now, Savitar still spotting one of those players out. Takes a shot, does not really connect as Hellgod realizes he's out of anything to really work out. Still prones in and finally just gets obliterated.
But I love the overconfidence coming in from the side of 7Cs, right? You use the word cocky, and I do believe that is what they were going to do. And now Dionysus just moved, gave up his location. They're going to be falling into his crosshairs, and this is where he can dominate at this point of time. The second person also watched it. Could this be the game for the side of MG Dionysus? He's got health in his name. He's got control over the terrain as well as one last man upstairs. Is he going for the leap of faith? But at the same time, let's not forget he's got some medkits for himself, where Dionysus doesn't have one for himself.
1v1 situation. I think we all know how it's going to end. Maybe in a healing battle at this point, ladies and gentlemen, because Dionysus, all he's got to hope is Zenopi trying to take that leap, right? And Zenopi has those two first stages to work around with, and then just could jump off. So he's the one who could have a really good game over here, as the circle seems to be slowly closing in. He's trying to get an angle, maybe on Dionysus, because it is always going to be Zenopi who has it, all the advantage right on him.
I'm going to place my bets on Dionysus at this point of time. He's going to be slow. He's got it composed. He knows exactly which side to keep his crosshair. I just hope that he hears the footstep in case Zen OP is going to be coming in. I know there's the other part of the triangle which we're looking at. The other face of this mountain is where Zen OP will have a little bit of an advantage. But at the same time, let's not forget that, Dionysus has got that deadly gun where he can put it over the horizon and just wait out for Zen OP to put up his head. And that is what he's trying to do. As he goes for a jump, it's going to be where? It's going to be dominated as a 1v3 again comes out in favor of MG. Marcus Gaming is going to be so happy with the final 3 finishes. It's the only 3 finishes this team has got for themselves.
Oh, Team MG, finally, after so many games, do come out strong. Dionysus being the absolute star for his team. The patience, the composure, the way he held himself, those last-minute maneuvers just taking to the other side of the slopes. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to discuss so much more about it, as it is the post-match segment powered by Loco. But Big Brother Esports, I mean, it was a 1v3 situation. Zenopi, all he could have do all he could have done was just wait for the other side of triangle. The moment he could come out, being a little impatient and had to pay a price.
No, there was also one other place for him to move, right? The other side of the triangle, and next to the drop itself, there was another angle in which he could go in. But for now, we're going to be looking at this Big Brother Esports are going to rake up 20 points, and they're going to be so happy with it. Again, Team Soul, Blind and Walkouts are going to go out very, very early, where FS, Walkouts and Initiative Academy are going to be just 1-1-2 respectively. Let's not forget the rest of them had an average of 4 finishes for themselves, and they're going to be happy with it. But at the same time, let's not forget our esports performance in this game. 11 finishes. Just concentrate on finish points. I don't care about the position points, and eventually they're on the 5th position, and this is what happens when you concentrate on finish points.
I think they certainly have been the best team in the lobby, for me at least.
Exactly,
because,
I agree.
Considering the situation, they did so much. We're going to talk so much about that, but right now let's take a look at who the iQOO MVP is going to be. Savitar from 7C. Look at this young lad, 974 points of damage, 4 finishes to his name, had that high ground to himself from such a long time, right? Ever since the circle had formed, I felt he was over the hills. Really ran out of ammo, went and got that AWM, but would have loved to see him flying some fans, throwing some fans over, maybe get a few knocks. We would have lost our minds. But taking a look at the top 5 players, well, it is all in front of you, Arka.
I mean, I know that there's nobody from the side of MG, but let's not forget that 2 players of RE, 1 player of Kinetic is also over here. Kinetic God yet again performing and standing out for his team, and let's not forget Hellgod on the other side is also coming over here. An average of 900 for the first 2, and then an average of 500 for the rest 3 as well. The match summary goes like this, where we have 321 long distance finishes coming in from the side of Kinetic. Onyx, I don't think it's way too far, but still decent enough for the map of Miramar. But again, 70 knocks coming in, 4 grenade finishes. Nothing new out of the blue.
Nothing really fancy, right? I think it's the 2nd or 3rd time maybe we're seeing the circle kind of go till the 9th zone. But as we take a look at the FE craft, we're going to have some real high estates and Big Brother Esports. Look at them. 2,000 points of damage. They've been the ones, taking a lot of fights against the big names. But our Esports, I think this is one of those teams, right? First, a fight against Team Soul. There was no need for Soul to engage in that situation, right? Omega, he was going his path. He realizes he's being surrounded by 2 teams, instantly resorts to that compound, then gets pushed over. By the time his cavalry arises, that is where it was all gone awry for them. But then Team Blind also did come up. But let's take a look, ladies and gentlemen, as where these teams stand after 47 matches being played. As OR Esports right at the top, 464 points for them, and Team Soul still struggling, but still 2nd spot, nothing much to worry about.
No, the other thing is that Team EXO is catching up, right? They're 336 at this point of time, around 7 to 8 points right below them. So I'm not going to be shocked at any moment soon. They're going to be coming up. But OR Esports with 9 winner chicken dinners, I think they're going to put another one and make it 10 before the end of the next week itself. I mean, if they, I won't be shocked if they get more of how much they're going to get. But ultimately, yes, finally in the top of the table, we're able to see everybody have got winner chicken dinner for themselves, and it's going to be the next page where we'll start to do the numbers, right? From the 14th, 15th, 16th position, and from then on, how many points difference is going to be going where. But before that, one last time, we're going to read out for 7Cs and Enigma Gaming. One thing for 7Cs, I think they should have taken that fight seriously. Probably they would have got that winner chicken dinner and made it into the top 8 by now.
I think it's still pretty much a long shot. And Savitar did not really have much to play around with, right? Big Brother was just too aggressive. But like we've been saying, 199 is the cutoff. And look at Team INS at the 17th position, just by mere 2 points. But if you talk about teams making a rise, of course, Team MG get that chicken dinner now at the 163 points over here. But UP 50 Arca, 4-man strong team, made it so late inside the game just to mess it all up. How do they do that? They've become the punching bags in the lobby.
That's what I said, right? They're ready to do that as well. Again, in the final moments of the game, where they could have put up some smokes, again, not using the resources well or not having the right kind of farming, paid them a lot, and they still have one more game to go, right? So they can still, outnumber in case they do something wonderful in the final game. And then after that, it's just one more week left and 4 4 days of 16 games is what we're going to be left out with, and that is where everything will come to the line. But let's not forget that, you know, GOG and all those teams still have to make 40 to 50 points in this game to make sure they make it have a fighting chance over there. But let's not forget GOG not had a bad time, right? So 10 points in one game and around 5 to 6 in another. They'll need around 20 in the final game itself in case they can make it, or else just like how UP50 we have left them alone when it comes to the tournament, I think GOG will be joining them.
Or they certainly could be joining them. Even I feel that had I participated in iQOO BMOC, gotten into the BMPS, maybe dreamt about getting 30 to 40 points, and could have been possible. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we've got to talk about this beautiful phone, the iQOO Neo 6, and our friends from iQOO have a very special message for you guys where they are slaying the dragons.
Watch it, earn it.
It's all crazy out there on Loco, right? It is, you know, watch, play, repeat, and do all your streamings out there along with learn. Because, of course, you can find your favorite BGMI creators and players streaming their games over all those Netsy callouts. But, yeah, for all you enthusiasts, you know, you want a phone to start off your esports career, of course, we do recommend the iQOO Neo 6. And we're giving 3 away. We are giving 3 away. And Arka,
This time I'm going to do it because this is most important thing for them, right? So you guys head on to Amazon right away. In the search bar of Amazon, you're going to search for iQOO Neo 6. You're going to click on the search button below. You'll see no more, where this device is going to be there and some graphics are going to be there. Between that, there's going to be no more. Click on that and then you'll have 5 questions to answer.
Yeah.
If you do that perfectly, and after that, they're going to ask your name, your email address, as well as your phone number. Put those in and later wait for them to call you. But at the same time, don't forget to click on the notify me, as at this point of time, Kinetic did the impossible of taking down Omega at one point of time because Omega put his back again, right?
Yeah, Omega had his attention diverted elsewhere, right? He was looking out for his teammates, making sure that they'll come in safely, right? He was being a little selfless over there in the turn. He just got taken down. But what I loved about RV Sports is the way they sort of kind of recuperated in this entire situation, right? Rehealed themselves, got their players back up, and did whatever they could. And what Jadu did next just goes in. No matter, one of the players, I think Williams did have a Grotza, but still did eventually had to fall down. And it was the numbers of RV Sports that really spoke in volumes. But not just that, Arka, right? Even afterwards, after the fights that they took, they were really not shy. They were not getting scared, not faced by the enemy. Just go in. But Team Hyderabad, Hydras, I do not know what they were thinking staying at this place for so long.
And this is where we always keep telling, right? It's important for you to be on the move. If you stay in one place, you're going to allow the opponents to strategize much better against you. But Ace Black's one good grenade, having to know which angle to throw it in, was also very good. As striker, he was busy jumping around, not expecting a player to be there, but ultimately Caddy came in and gave the right kind of backup. But let's not forget, after this, it was the end of the story for them, as they were just moving away from this position. I do understand that was important, but they went into the jaws of death.
Oh, it is, right? And I mean, this is not typical of Hyderabad Hydras to kind of engage in situations such as this. But this is where we felt 7C had a few of those hiccups, and sort of become a trademark location or the trademark terrain for Team Kinetic to always engage in, especially God, right? He's been making those godly plays out here. But Aladdin and Savitar, they had a long spread, right? He did manage to get a few knocks, a few finishes, but eventually was pushed on, and all he could do was just fall into the jaws of death, just like Hyderabad Hydras did in this particular situation.
Absolutely, but Atanki on the other side, what kind of a menace this man can be when required. I mean, through the smokes, if you want somebody to spray and try and connect, that man is got to be Atanki, right? This is not the first time we are able to see him do that, but at the same time, we did get to know, right, from one of the players of TSM as to how they're able to detect enemies inside the smoke. We'll speak more about it later, but as of now, KU on the other side, they were also having a good time, but this was clinical coming in from the side of our Esports.
Oh, of course. You know, just trying to push all the players of OR to a certain corner. They had those Molotovs being flung over. Now, they realize that no one's been burned down to crisp, so it is ideal that they are going to be on the other side. Instantly just go pre-firing to that location. Such a valiant squad wipe. But then their happiness was kind of short-lived because, again, the hunters became hunted. They had no means to escape from that situation. There was no chance they were gonna come out alive, but still Rockstar did whatever he could.
Now, KU over there, you know, what did he do? He cornered that person and tried to go near his feet so that he doesn't go for a, go down on his belly, rather get that place for jiggling. But ultimately, this was the final moments where Vexy got taken down with one grenade and Molly following up. UP50 on the other side did some wonders against the side of Team EXO, but ultimately, you know, the revenge was taken as Fierce had to lay some on him. Savitar on the other side, being on the top, could have enjoyed a lot of it, could have taken the fight to the enemies, but his final moments will also come in. This is what we're speaking about, right? Fierce, the way he sprayed against two players over there. There was a ridge. Just lie down from the ridge for a few seconds. Allow Fierce to go in for a reload and then come in.
Exactly. You know, you need to have those quick reflexes, and this is where, you know, an iQOO Neo 6 really comes handy. This is what I love. This is where he went in for all those shenanigans, right? Took that leap over there, had his buggy still intact, found out there was an airdrop lying, and went for it, realized it's the worst time to have an AWM. Had it been an MG3 or maybe a Grozza, the entire squad of Team BB could have been wiped out, right? But it is what it is. But Team EXO, despite all odds, still making it to the top 4. But Savita, look at this. He had ample opportunities. He could have tried to, you know, go after a player, take a few shots, but it's all right. It's all right. It's all in good.
No.
Look at this spot. You know, just being on the precipice of that little cliff over there. Dionysus positioning himself in such a beautiful manner.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's not forget one more thing, right? There was a buggy over there as well. Two of these players could have jumped in from the other side, one player from this side. That strategy also did not coming in from the side of BB, and that also shocked me a lot. Just imagine if that converged from every single direction, it would have been much more easier for them. But the patience of Dionysus, oh my goodness. I know while coming in, next experiment is going to have a beautiful line, you know, especially made up for him for that god he is. But yes, again, ladies and gentlemen, it was an amazing day, amazing matches so far. Let's not forget the first map of Miramar where everybody had good points. The second came in the map of Vikendi where the other teams, the unexpected teams started to perform. And then from there on, every single map has turned out to be unique. So before we step into the next one, any final words on this map?
I think it was one of those chicken dinners that Big Brothers really threw off from their hands, right? Because, like you said, I completely agree with you. One of their players should have created distraction over there. You know, just got on the buggies, had their attention diverted from Dionysus, and the two players could have taken a leap. Or maybe it could have been one player jumping from this side, other one with a buggy. There were so many things they could have done, but just trying to drop in one after the other. It was that similar soul story against Team Kinetic. And
also one more team which happened today, right? The previous match
7C.
also. Yeah, 7C story again. So it was many teams are doing this mistake.
Teams, you know, kind of tend to get a little overboard. And this is where, again, we come back to the same old discussion, right? Teams aren't really try-harding. They are wanting to go for the finishes, being a little flashy, pull off those, finishes from the airs, get those shots done.
No, the reason why I'm stopping you this is I really want to know one thing, okay? It just flashed in my head. Is it that confidence that they have when there's auto-aim, right? When you jump in from the top, you're trying to spray, it locks itself, right? When you're jumping down. Is it that they've become used to that, you know, that's where they feel that as we jump down, we're going to make sure we keep firing so that it get locked to that person?
I think considering all these tier 1 professional players, right, they've been playing with the aim assist switched off for a long time. You know, you've got the tournament lobbies.
Oh
being
yeah, that's
created
also
up.
a good point.
So yeah, I think these players are kind of adept to those situations.
But
it's
Big
not
Brothers?
a huge concern, even for Big Brothers. I mean, they were the BGS finalists. They are the tier 1 team. They've been partaking in a lot of scrimmages, third-party events. So it is all about, you know, trying to make those moves, right? For the Instagrams, for the reels, you know, jumping up, being the Crusader of Death from above, being the Grim Reapers, whatever it was. So I think that is what the teams are resorting to. I'm pretty sure we're gonna see an entirely different picture whatsoever in the grand finals, where every single match counts. Now you tend to get that luxury when you've got a huge point being built up for Seoul. That is why, you know, I'm not being really critical. I think they can do whatever on earth they can. Already 350 points plus. They're such a good spot.
Yeah, absolutely agreed on this point. But at the same time, let's not forget that, you know, there were some Valos coming in the game as well. UP50 on the other side, throwing away this game is one of those things you wouldn't want to do. 4-man standing. Is it again that resources, the way you use your resources is something which is important? Because at one point of time when they're trying to push in, they knew exactly that it's an open field. They can expect somebody to be inside the hard compound. Was it the overconfidence or the lack of resources according to you?
I mean, this certainly could have been, right? Maybe they would have been out of resources, but it's time for me to finally stop speaking, ladies and gentlemen, as we head into the pre-match segment powered by Loco, as have already been taken off my chairs.
Oh yeah, exactly. Now again, ladies and gentlemen, increase the volume as the bass is gonna hit you hard. It's going to be XP back on the stage. Before he starts speaking, I'm going to read out the few teams that's going to be coming in this time. It's going to be GE, INS, Hydra, ATZ. That's going to be Autobotz, RTR, Retribution, GOG, Enigma Gaming, and WSF. The few of these teams actually need, you know, what do you call themselves, a most wanted winner chicken dinner, or probably 10 to 15 points for themselves and to make it into the next round, because the final day of this week, and they'll have just 16 games left next to make a big mark.
Well, I mean, of course, it is going to be a big game, but let me just
wait. Before you go anywhere,
Dionysus
please,
right now.
Yeah,
all right.
please.
Dionysus, the son of Zeus and Semele, well, he was the god of wine and loose inhibitions. But looks like he wasn't really imbibing this time around, because his focus was literally laser, and he was wired in. And, you know, again, I was listening to you guys go over, you know, the coulda, woulda, and shouldas, and, you know, at the time, I do believe, BB, they thought that, you know, this is in the bag. This is going to be their game. They knew where the enemy was. Maybe had they all come down at the same time, it would have been a different story altogether. But, you know, buts and ifs, we don't really use that a lot over here. But again, what a nice game. Marcus Gaming getting the chicken dinner. Still 18 points, a good leap for them.
Yeah, agreed on this point. But at the same time, you know, doing the hard work at the end moment of the tournament is not going to reap you much benefits, right? It's just going to bring you closer to the line, but not enough to make you cross it, right? Now, they'll need a big leap. Again, they'll need 2 to 3 more games of such 18-pointers or 20-pointers for themselves, and that is how they'll be making it to the next round.
Well, luckily, this tournament is going to go on for some time. There is going to be week 3, which is coming in, and of course, none of this would have been possible without iQOO and Loco. Of course, a massive shout out to BJ Crofton as well. But you know what this means? We are going to have a look at not how to train your dragon, but how to slay your dragon. Well, there you have it, of course, the iQOO Neo 6. Once you have that power to win, everything is possible in the world, can be at your feet. And if you want to grab one for yourselves, well, 3 lucky winners, they will stand a chance to win this bad boy. However, the question is, how do we go about it, Arkham?
Again, this is probably one of the last times I'm going to be saying this. One of the last. Where you have to head on to Amazon, search for iQOO Neo 6. From then on, click on No More, fill in the details, play the quiz, fill in the details, and then click on Notify Me.
There you go, simple steps over there. And if you aren't lucky, of course, BGMI is going to be giving out merchandise as well, which can be yours. And all you have to do is head over to the Esports channel, preferably the English one, because, you know, probability and all that. click that link, fill out your form, and make sure you predict correctly which team at the end of the day is going to run away with the maximum number of points. And of course, spread some love, hashtag, and who knows, you might just get some nice teas to rep out in public. Quickly, before we get on with the next game, UP50!
Exactly.
So close, yet so far away.
This is not the first time we had this feeling with UP50, right? Yeah, this is not the first time, because I don't know how come they lose. They become so overconfident at one point of time in the game that, you know, they do not go in with the right kind of resources and ultimately pay the price. But ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to be heading for the final map of the day. This is the last time you're going to be seeing Erangel for a really long time, because the break in between is where most of these teams are going to strategize for the fight to the finish, as we're going to be heading on. XP, what are your final thoughts before we just head into the game? Which team do you think is going to stand out in this game?
Well, look, it is going to be Group A taking on Group C. Of course, we have a lot of big names on either side, and you know, Team Seoul haven't really had the best days so far. Maybe, just maybe, they might be the ones I pick out because, again, they want to go out with a bang now. Or Esports, again, their lead is unsurmountable, right? Nobody can really come and take that away from them just yet. So week 3 is going to be different and fair, but this game right now, I don't know, buddy. I kind of have my hopes set on Team Seoul, and for some reason, XO comes in mind.
Oh yeah, 2 of the big teams. Right now, this is where I feel the teams on the bottom should understand the rotations of big teams like this. Try to push them, you know, try to go and take their places early so that, you know, evidently they have to push themselves to fight with the big bulls itself. Like, for example, think of Team Seoul and Team EXO taking a fight off, and then you have the side of Team Kinetic and 7Cs having a fight off, or probably Hydra Official as well as Global Esports having a fight off, and they're going to be left weak where the other teams can come in and dominate. This is where I feel that they can go in for those rotation places, take away the places of the teams which are going to be coming in over there, and allowing them to do something different, and that is going to in turn make them weak.
Well, I mean, couldn't have said it better myself, but again, I wonder if anyone is going to take our cues, because, you know, everyone at this point does have their game plan. But now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is time for the final lane to take to the skies, as Erangel is going to be on your screens, and well, looks like we are going to be heading a bit to the north with a slight tilt to the east, as we are going to be flying over the military base, the farm, mansion, and well, things will end at Stolberg. Now the thing is, most of the teams, for some reason, do love dropping where the plane path is, so it isn't going to be too much of an issue for them. However, teams that love going to Primorsk, of course, we do have the Autobotz, who are going to be trying to assemble this time around. Let's see what is their course of action, because it is going to be a long drive, and looks like they might, in fact, try and get those vehicles on. They're actually going for the farm.
Now this is where I really want to see. Look at how many teams are trying to get into the southern side of the map, because every single time the final map of Erangel is always challenge these teams to go to the southern side of the map, right? Or at least one map in the day of Erangel tends to go to the southern side of the map, and I do believe all of them are going over there. Before the circle comes in, I wanted to predict as to where you feel the circle is going to be.
Oh, I kind of have a feeling. Come on, please be right this time. It's going to be southwestern. Actually, no, it's going to be southeastern.
Milta Power and
Milta Power, a little bit of the military island.
Oh, I want to go to Stolberg 7 or shooting range kind of place, because that is where it's going to be. So the moment of truth, ladies and gentlemen, as the circle is going to be formed.
Well, I guess Stolberg is going to be there, not in the entirety, but I guess you win this one over here, our Kirkforce. You know, my piety is a little bit questionable. But now the circle is pretty much centered around. It is going to have a little bit of a northern shift to it, which, again, most of the teams are going to be comfortable, because you got to keep in mind, right? Teams like RTR, teams like RE. Wait a second. I see something quite interesting. Global Esports' Manya is, in fact, heading towards Novo Repnoy. Now, I doubt he knows that our Esports, well, he should know, because our Esports do call that place home. And in fact, he is heading straight into the Lion's Den. I wonder what's going on in his mind, because although even our Esports, you know, they aren't really going to they're not going to be anticipating that anyone's coming in. And well, quite interesting over here. He is going to make his way as shots are going to be
oh my goodness!
Jadu has magic in his fingers, and that little gamble by Global Esports did not pay out for them, as Manya, well, is sadly going to be 6 feet under, but boy, oh boy, he took his time, he lined up his shots, and I'm sure we're going to see that in the replays in a little bit of a slow-mo effect, because that was just pristine, and look at the smile on Jadu's face right now.
I mean, this is what I say. Grab the opportunity by its neck.
I'm pretty sure every other player in the game right now who's looking at the kill feed must be wondering, wait, what? Esports in Globe, when is this taking place? You know what I mean?
But ultimately, that was an amazing moment coming in from the side of Jadoo. Had the right gun to be used, to be specific. He had another gun probably.
Get a headshot, yep.
Yeah, and try to use it and take him down. As we speak about the instant replay, it's going to be coming in. This is the moment where he knew that it was coming in. Waited for it. Oh my goodness. Look at that. It was a headshot also getting connected. And Manya had to realize it. And without any helmet, he would have been like, what?
Keep one thing in mind. That AKM has a recoil like no other, and that gun goes all the way up if you let it, but that is what these boys are good at. Of course, you know, all the gyroscopes coming in, and that recoil control is something that sets the pros apart from the rest of us. But again, a lovely, lovely first finish coming in, and boy, oh boy, I wouldn't want to go up against this guy.
Obviously not in the mid-range with an AK in his hand like that, without helmet and vest, with with nothing
He thought he was safe.
Exactly. And that is the kind of overconfidence you don't need to have, and that is what they have learned at this point of time. And Manya being one of the strongest players for the side of GE, especially in the map of Erangel, that is not what they wanted. But at the same time, let's not forget to look at the others, as Hero would have also had the same fate coming in, because look at him, he was pretty much close to the side of RTR, towards the side of military base, eventually is falling back, as towards the other side of the bridge is where a 7C is standing to strike anybody coming here.
Keep one thing in mind. Normally, you don't see RTR down to the south, right? They love going to Stolber, they love going to Kameshki, and I'm sure they are wishing they were up north. But what Hero currently did right now is he went on a little bit of a reconnaissance mission, or recon is as what we call it, like scouting out ahead, right? Now, he realized he probably saw some commotion down in the buildings below, and again, they're trying to map out the next move, because keep in mind, chances are they might not head towards the circle from the eastern bridge, because they know that a plethora of teams are going to be lying in wait for them. So again, I do believe what he's trying to find out is he is going to be keeping an eye on them right now, 100%. Whereas our esports, the remaining members, might in fact start moving towards the western bridge. But if we saw one thing on the map, INS are going to be lying in wait as well. So again, oh boy, it is going to be a little tricky for them to make it to the next circle. But let's see how they do. So for now, Team Kinetic on our screens.
Oh my goodness. Again, the northern side of the map. Shooting range, Severny, Stolberg, Kameshki, Zarki, everything abandoned. and all those loot just going for a waste. Nobody wants to get in over there. As the side of GOG at this point of time going towards the side of Milta Power, allowing EXO to go into the side of Milta, 7Cs to the side of Farm, and I see that towards the side of Kamishki is Kinetic at this point of time. I really want to see who's going to be the first team to head in towards the side of shooting range. As I speak about it, I strongly feel that FS is trying to move into the northern side of the map, and so will the side of Team Hydra. But yes, this is going to be the team to talk about at this point of time, right? They need this very, very bad. At least 20 points. Because every time I see them climb up and come up close, you know, to the overall point standing of 16th position of a difference of 40, again they fall down to make it 50. And this time, I think it's better they make it 20 to 30 points in this game, or else I don't think so they'll have a fighting chance in the final week.
Well, I mean, again, it is easier said than done. I mean, to get 30 points, you get 15 from position. That means you need to go out and wipe out at least, well, what? I mean, let me do
3
my
squads?
maths. 4 squads almost. You know what
3
I mean?
to 4 squads.
3 to 4 squads. And if you want to do that, well, you are going to have to grab the bull by its horns and try and tame it. But the question is, are they going to do that? Or, again, you know, we still have another week of league play left in store for us, which means they still have 4 more days, and as you mentioned earlier, 16 games in hand to try and make it to the top 16. But boy, oh boy, Savathar, nice position in the last game of Miramar. Unfortunately, the poor guy ran out of ammunition, and well, the gods above, they sent him an AWM. I mean, that is just going to sting a little bit extra.
Now, the reason why I told GOG needs 20 points in this game is, let's consider 15 matches is what they have to play, right? An average of 5 points in each game is going to give them 45 points. Yeah, let's keep it 16 games on the other side. They're going to get around 45 plus another 5 is 50 points. And that will be more than enough for them to make it at the top 16. But they need the 10 more points of buffer points to make it very strong inside the 16th position. So that is where I feel, you know, they need those 20 points, and a total of 70 will be enough for them.
At that rate, I guess the average would be somewhere around 80, but again, we're going to not talk about that because, you know, our maths is definitely weak, and we're kind of like a cliche as far as the Indian education system is concerned. I guess that is why you and I are sitting over here casting, right? But now, another person who is going to be sitting in his buggy, Enigma Avi. Now, they haven't had the luck of, you know, tasting that delicious chicken so far. They have come close a couple of times.
Yep.
And still, as far as the leaderboard is concerned, they aren't in that much of a, you know, position that they have to really worry about it. But of course, they do want to make sure they get something for themselves. And this time around, because Hero did go and scout out that, you know, there's another team in the military island itself, they are making the right decision to stick to the east. And lo and behold, 7C Esports, they've kind of moved away, and looks like XO Fierce and one of his teammates might just be in the line of sight.
Now, you don't want to leave Yasnaya at this point of time, because that is where the next circle is heading, right? Mansion, Yasnaya, Stolber is where you want to stick around, and I can see most of those places have been abandoned, and any other spot for it to go will be towards the side of school. And I can see that most of them have predicted this and try to come in towards it, but no, the story is going to be so different, as it's going to be Stolber, Yasnaya, and 7 is where you would want to be, and Hyderabad, Hydra should head in as quickly as possible towards that. But yeah, I wanted the circle to be forming in over here, but ultimately that's what happened.
You know, normally you see migrations take place to the south. This time all the teams are going to be heading up north towards colder temperatures as well. There is going to be a kaleidoscope of color as Hydra Legend again. They prematurely did leave Yasnaya, and now they are going to be taking a few shots, and there you have it. KU is going to be coming in from afar. Dynamite is trying to make sure he disables as many vehicles as he can, but the enemy finally is at the gates.
Now, this is where I feel that, you know, the team to hit the side of Stolber is going to be blessed with a lot of finish points, and not only finish points, but also a little bit of placement points for themselves. At this point of time, KU is slithering slowly towards the side of Team Hydras, and Hydras have no clue that he's coming in closer.
Well, they don't have a clue, but it looks like Global Esports are going to find out that, somebody is going to be there, and it is the Stone Snake himself, Onyx, who makes sure he gets the job done before patching himself up. Now, what I'm worried about is Enigma Gaming are going to be pushing in. Have a look at your minimap right now. You can see a couple of green dots nearby, and their attention is wholly towards this side, which means, well, Kinetic, they might want to switch their position, because I think that is what Hydra officials, they did correct right now, right? They realized that, you know, they are going to be shot at from behind. They realized Onyx was shooting somewhere else. And look at that. They've skedaddled out of there, in fact, going back up towards Yasnaya, just overlooking that field.
At the same time, I can see Avi is trying to push his luck too much at this point of time, right? Because towards the side of Yasnaya, as you said, if there's another team coming in a bit more closer towards the side of Kinetic to this petrol pump, that is where Avi is going to be a very vulnerable spot. He doesn't have much of backup, as they're in a relay formation at this point of time coming in from their side. GOG on the other side wants to get into a rotation as EXO. It's Sensei also thinking the same way as that of GOG. Where is going to be the next circle? As we can see that at this point of time, UP50 is also heading towards the side of shooting range. We have WSF also coming in, RTR also coming in from the western side, and INS with a late rotation also coming in from the left side. Looks to be the dangerous spot. The next one to watch out for is shooting range.
Well, they are going to be in dangerous spots right now. Onyx is going to find himself in a little bit of a predicament as Rex atop his roof over here. Not the Fiddler this time. He does have that M4. He is going to be taking some shots where you have the smoke. He is going to try his luck and see if anything does fit. Now, lucky for them, you know, if those bullets hit those little gas pumps over there, the whole thing will not be blowing up in a massive blast, but it looks like he is going to get some retaliation fire coming his way. Now, Avi, again, we are used to seeing Enigma do this, right? They go out, they kind of you know, just draw the enemy in, kind of confuse them, and right now they are trying to figure out, hey, which is the best course of action for us to take, because they do have a few options, but you got to keep in mind Hydra officials could be that little blockade in line for them. As far as GOG is concerned, you were talking about them needing a good game. Unfortunately, Fairs just got the better of one of their members.
Now, this is what I said, right? Both of them were thinking of the same way, but EXO on the other side relies on the side of Yasnaya at this point of time, and that is why they were able to take down GOG. Now, this is where the bets are placed, and now is where the circles prediction is going to be coming in. in. Is it going towards the side of Solba? No! Two teams are blessed with the best spot right now. One is going to be GOG. The other one is going to be Team EXO. What did I say? Never leave the side of Yasnaya. Hydra doing the same mistake again. I can sense a little bit of deja vu.
And have a look at that. They are leaving the coastline by that little water body which we like calling a fjord. And now they are going to be assembling themselves towards the southern side of the city. Two reasons. A, high buildings, and B, an open kill zone down below as Hyderabad Hydras are going to come under fire. Striker, you better not move because, well, shots are going to be coming at you from UP50. And UP50, boys, if you can listen, hold down the fort and just think about what you want to do because, again, even the last game, all 4 members alive, but unfortunately their rotation into the final few circles is ultimately what led to their early demise as Maxi is going to go for the drop. And, well, when you don't really have enemies around and that is perfectly put up on a pedestal for him, I am not complaining.
No, he's got a... Oh my god, AWM was there, and if you were inside Yasnaya with AWM,
imagine that.
Yeah, exactly. You could have put up so many finish points for yourself, but GOG leader again gets taken down by the side Team EXO. Look at the difference between them, right? One is at the Yasnaya buildings, the other one is pretty much far away, but still, with the 4x spray every single time, they're gonna spray down the side of GOG, who have left a little bit of a hard cover and come near the ridge, an unwanted move according to me, right? They're becoming a little overconfident with their rotation. Now is not the time to go in for a rotation like that.
It definitely isn't. And, I was going to say one thing, that Team EXO are going to have their work cut out for them because teams are going to be coming in.
Oh, Immortal!
Immortal's mortality has been tested and it looks like, well, he doesn't quite live up to his name. But keep one thing in mind, Immortal got knocked out from elsewhere. And, of course, if you are going to be standing in the same place again and again and again, chances are you're going to go down. And I do believe this is the 3rd knock for the leader of GOG.
I really don't understand how that happened, but instant replay is going to show us exactly how the retaliation coming from the side of GOG, as it was this moment where Punk took down the side of Rockstar at one corner with that mini 18 again. He gets up, he sees Bullet from far away. He's going to put the crosshairs over there, then hits, oh my god, everything to the head itself, and making sure that he gets another knock for himself. Sensei on the other side, being that slithering snake again outside somewhere where no team is going to look out for him, is inside that crater or container.
Well, he is going to be sitting inside right now, just having a little downtime for himself, while his teammate Punk is just dishing out damage left, right, and center. 313 points for himself already, and, well, a majority of that came courtesy leader OP. Now, GOG, they have a little semblance. Look, they have that one little building on the right side of their current position, but the circle is going to be closing in, and about 5 seconds, well, we are going to find out where we are going.
Yeah,
well, it looks like it is going to be a northern shift, and all those boys on the cliffs are going to be a bit happy now. Hydra official, they still have a good position. They still have one of the biggest buildings, some of the biggest buildings, in fact, under their control, as now where they were before, Team Seoul are going to be taking over.
I mean, I never expected such a drastic shift coming in, It's going to be Team INS, according to me, right now in the best spot, obviously, because on the other side of that water body, nobody's going to be coming in, whereas the fight is going to take place on this side. Let's not forget that Kinetic has been holding that petrol pump for a really long time, and that's a very good moment for them, and whenever required, they can strike in, as they have a very big open field in front of them.
They do indeed. But the thing is, wait a second, what's happening over here? INS is going to be contesting GE's position right now, as Ronnie is going to bid us adieu, and Will Knuckle is going to swim far away.
Hyderabad, Hydras.
We did expect some action coming in. It's going to be Hydra Legends, in fact, who are going to be opening up on WSF, and looks like Dynamite is going to get the better of Current for now. Now have a look at how they are placed. They are at the edge, and, well, they are going to be rained down from either end, because look at Craniacs. He obviously has a lot of commotion, and he's going to try and make sure he gets as high up as possible. Boom! That was a grenade in your face. But speaking of RTR, they come under fire courtesy the Autobotz, and now shots are going to be fired. He does switch to the UMP. Keep one thing in mind also, he's got teammates to cover him from up top, and now this grenade could say it all.
Oh, support for the farmers out of this game. I don't know why They have to do this every single time. But we have to thank Jackson, you know. I think he's going to be having a moonwalk at this point of time. We can see that, you know, it's going to be clutch from the other side. Eventually getting surrounded by the side of 7 Seas. You can't take down the pack of Bulls when they're rushing in towards you. As Sarang will be trying to go down on his belly every single time when required. He's going to be doing this and making sure that he makes them pay at this point of time. Explicit is going to be trying to come in and make sure he does a little bit of a damage against the side of 7 Seas. He sees the person, he sees the most wanted bounty in front of him, but eventually a grenade is going to be coming in for retaliation. Let's see what's going to happen, as this grenade could be the next finish he'll be looking out for.
Well, for now, he is going to get out of way from that grenade, but Sarang, of course, he is going to be pushing in. He might have an idea that he might just be behind that tree. Elsewhere, Evo is going to be coming in from behind as Savitar is going to be blown to smithereens, and now, again, this could be problematic. Another grenade comes in. In fact, Explicit gets up. He shoots. Unfortunately for him, Sarang was on point, and wait a second, buddy, you got to get a bit more over the other side if you want to hide from the enemy, because these boys are hungry, and, well, Sarang making him pay for his mistake. With that, we have another team that does bite the dust, as FS Esports are going to bid us adieu. But for now, the question is, how do they deal with Enigma Gaming? Because again, remember, they are playing with those dips, and if Enigma had a few more grenades, which I kind of think they do not at this position, especially Evo, they are going in for a different play. Elsewhere, UP50 underwater with Maxi. He did pick up that AWM after all.
Now let's see how he's going to make use of it, right? Because ultimately it's an open field. There's not much of hard cover for teams to hide in, and every single time a pixel is going to be visible, that's going to take them down, and that is what he's trying to do as Max OP. He's got that visibility. What is he doing? He could have taken him out. Again, he misses it out. I mean, nobody's going to backstab him at this point of time, right? He could have gone in for that shot, and ultimately the zone is going to be shifting towards the side of Team EXO. Perfectly placed, pump the Sensei himself. This is where we can see the domination coming in from their side. But now what is GOG going to do? Because they're on the southern eastern side of the map, and they don't have any more hard covers for them to play around with.
Well, I guess the best course of action for them should be, take it easy, let the teams kind of find it out, and somehow, against all our odds, just, slink your way past them and make it to safety. But for now, Team INS, you have opted to go the waterway, and you know what, I don't blame them, because the thing is, as soon as they hit the other side of this fjord, well, they will have some cover, but the problem is you are going to be shot at from the likes of Hyderabad Hydras, who again have spotted some fish in the sea, and it looks like shots are going to be coming in. However, on the other hand, the other Hydras are going to get the better of RTR for now.
Now at the same time, UP50 are also over there, right? So eventually they know how easy it is going to be for them to take down enemies, as they're going to be pushing in towards them. Hyderabad Hydras are taking too much of a time over here. Eventually, it's the zone which is going to be coming in against the side of Striker. He needs to stay alive because he's worthy of every single moment. Look at the vehicle coming in from the side of 7C Prince, and eventually retaliation comes in from the side of Onyx, but still Prince is going to fall flat on his belly, take that shot towards him, survive a little more, and this is where he's the kings of the king.
Well, even though Kinetic was coming in a bit hard, the fact is he kind of just went a bit too far from his vehicle, and Prince, of course, the Prince of Darkness over here for that team is going to make sure they suffer from their mistakes. Now, INS, they have hit a bit of a footing. HH are going to be in a bit of trouble because Carry is going to be down on his knees, and it looks like the guy with the AWM isn't going to be in action just yet, which means Striker is now the last man standing for Hyderabad Hydras. Again, a few mistakes being made over there. They gave their position away. You got to keep that in mind. Even though they were the first to reach this spot, it is going to be problematic for them. Elsewhere, I do believe another team is going to bid us adieu, as GOG have finally been put out of their misery.
Now this is where, again, right, one rotation coming in from the side of GOG, backfiring so hard that all their teams are going to get crushed at this point of time, and Team Sword is finally found their match as Knuckle. Eventually a blessing in disguise from far away coming in to put an end for him, and that's going to be Akshat. It's the same teammate. Not bad. They have a rotation. They have a spread around. A linear formation coming in from the side of Team Soul towards one horizon. But let's not forget they have a pack of wolves in front of them. That's going to be EXO trying to come in.
Speaking of EXO, and you did say Sensei did put the circle right for himself. He does spot some smoke in the distance, and of course, in proper nature, you are going to take a few shots, and it looks like Hydra officials, their days could very well be numbered. Elsewhere, Striker is not going to give his finish to anyone, as he lets the gods of the water, Poseidon himself, take him to a watery grave. Now, Jackson is in a bit of trouble. Hydra official once again in a bit of a pickle. Question is, I want to see the fight breaking out between Team Soul and Team EXO, because that, of course, is going to be inevitable, as our esports still have their work cut out, because from afar, Enigma Gaming's Eggy is going to be laying down lead in his direction, but it's going to be Fierce who is going to clip the wings of the Canary.
Now this is what happens when you have Team EXO, right? But at the same time, on the other side, we're able to see one player of Team Soul has got taken down. I don't know by who. Probably it's from the side of INS. And this is where Team EXO doesn't want to get into the fray, right? They're just going to wait it out, allow these teammates to fight out with one another. And before Hector could touch him, Omega gets taken off. But at the same time, it's the loot which is even more important for them. They depend on the resources when required. They have the circle under their control as shots are going to be coming in. Hector could be the next man, got dug deep under. Let's see whether that's going to be the case, as a grenade coming in from the side of Sensei is going to pick up another finish for himself.
Well, let's see if that is going to be the case, because he wants to make sure that he doesn't take any chances, right? He knows there's a fallen person down there, and of course, when you have grenades and when you have your weapons, why go and overextend yourself? But for now, make sure he does that and get back with else, because you have match fight breaking out.
Oh!
Against Enigma. Here comes Hydra as well. It is going to be a 3-way, as our esports against all odds are going to get a double wipe right after one another. But the thing is, they have really little HP. Canary needs to patch himself up before he can do anything else.
I mean, I really love the way our stars were able to bring in. This is the kind of gameplay you need to have when you're on the bottom of the table to make sure that you get on the top. What a way to welcome all the other teams, right? Pour lead on them in such a way, it's just going to be the garlands of their death rather than something to give away.
Well, speaking of giveaway, I am just surprised, because our Esports was the first team that, pushed in on their position, and suddenly in from behind comes in the boys from Hydra. But right now, it is going to be a battle at some distance between 7C Esports and Team EXO, and looks like Prince again is going to be the Prince of Darkness himself.
Oh,
as
nice.
He does get the better of the opposition. His damage numbers are definitely going to be increasing. He sees Shane in the distance, realizes a grenade might be heading his way, and, well, he is going to just move himself a little bit to the right. That's is going to get Jordan. Our Esports once again defying all odds, as 7C are going to be falling down one by one. However, they still have 3 members alive. Canary does make quick work of Sarang, but Savathar is trying to snake his way across, hoping no one sees him from elsewhere.
Oh, no.
Now opening up on EXO. Punk and Canary finishes what his teammate started.
Now this is where Sensei is going to be walking into the crosshairs of Canary, as this man is looking unstoppable with having the highest finishes by an individual in this map, and eventually doesn't see Sensei as he gets up. It was a blessing in disguise for sure for the side of Team Sensei, but at the same time, they're going to be concentrating on the other corner, right? Put up some smokes, don't allow the opponents to have a view on them. Nobody's going to be backstabbing them, and that's going to be one of the biggest advantage our esports would want at this point of time, but making it inside the circle is going to be their top priority.
Well, speaking of priorities, Joker is doing what he does best with the VSS, and everybody's going to be guessing, where are these damn bullets coming from? Well, they are going to be coming courtesy of his subsonic weapon, and now he loves this. He loves this at the last few circles. I am amazed, and I appreciate the fact that he does that, making sure he deploys smoke screens for himself right now, because he can make it better. But of course, the oh no is going to be coming in, because the Canary was taken down, but Rockstar was on hand to finish off Team EXO. No. They still have one man standing right in the midst of all the action. There you have a look. It is going to be this. The question is, has he been spotted? Because any second now, as soon as Billion's smoke dissipate, well, chances are he might just be caught out, but grenades are going to be coming close to his position. And, well, 7C, on the other hand, are still going to have to deal with our esports.
Now, at the same time, this is where, they can expect the side of Team, probably INS to rush in towards the side of 7Cs and being a blessing in disguise for the side of our esports, as they're going to be slowly crawling in. And there it is. This is the moment where INS are going to concentrate on the side of Rockstars, as they're going to be pushing in as quickly as possible, as Rockstar on the other side will be going in for a heal battle. They've done the job with 10 finishes for themselves, right? So from here on, just go in for a heal battle, allow our INS and 7Cs to go in for a fight with one another, and that is where things can change out. Now this firing from the side of Aladdin would have brought in the attention of INS, as 7Cs is still looking out for one other finish of our esports.
Well, one of the finish, but I like the fact it is going to be enemies on the other side of the road. It is going to be a little bit of a modern western over here, as INS, again, they do have that man advantage, right? Which means they can do something drastic over there. But the question is, wherever the circle shifts next, of course, that team, all they have to do is cement their position, hold down the fort, and hopefully just make sure they pick off whoever is coming at them one by one. And, well, looks like it is going to go in favor of Team INS. Now, this is where all these angles are going to come in handy, as Rockstar from our Esports, who has been at Rockstar, have a look at that, going out in third position. 20 points for them this game is going to be something that they definitely needed. But before 7C Esports start making the move, expect a barrage of grenades to be flung on this side, expect the floor to be lava, and expect a lot of smoke to be deployed. And, well, let's see if that is what is going to happen. Before now, INS, they are looking good.
At the same time, I look at the mini-map and see the formation coming in from the side of INS, right? The spread around that map, making sure that, you know, not 4 of them are going to be sticking together. And this is where Team 7Cs can actually dominate. You know, they have to take one player at a time, as revival is going to be, you know, impossible for them. As Prince at this point of time is picking up a buggy, trying to come around and make sure that he crushes some skull whenever possible. But Crazy Soul has already done the damage, and it's impossible for 7Cs to think of something like a vehicle maneuver, as Crazy Soul knows the location, is already related to his teammates, and a Pain will be flying in, Pan will be flying in. I'm so sorry, but it's not going to be easy, as Prince at this point of time is going to let go of his teammate, and more Pans is going to be flying in towards them. It's not going to be enough as another player gets taken on. The final player is going to be Savitar. If they try to do something stupid, it's going to be hard, but Firepower will be putting an end for the side of Savitar.
Well, he does take a few shots at the opposition. In fact, he does get the better run. He wants to finish what he started 4-time man out with Team INS in the last game are going to get that delicious winner chicken dinner as we transition into the post-match segment powered by a loco to see just how they did. There you have it. The chicken dinner and those 10 finish points means they end up on top with 25 to their names.
Our Esports again performing amazingly well, you know, 20 more points for themselves, and this is where the overall points table is going to change for them, as 7Cs on the other side have got 21 to make sure that they're looking strong in the top 10 itself. Team EXO on the other side finally getting 14 points. Probably this time is where they would have challenged the side of Team Soul into that position, but let's not forget that Team Soul has also got 7 points for themselves, or probably it'll be a 1-2 point difference for the second position. But yeah, Hydra's official on the other side concentrating on finish points, getting the best of what they do.
Well, they did definitely have a good game this time around. Again, that little hesitancy that comes in when they want to shift towards the center is probably why they lost on that good position with Team Soul did. But now, the question is, who is going to be crowned the iQOO MVP, and someone who is a bit cray-cray? It's Crazy Soul from Team INS.
And just imagine 500 damage is all it takes for you to be in the top, you know, as a top MVP. Yeah. And at the same time, you know, survival does come into consideration, but ultimately we have seen other teams have come in on the top because of the damage. But yes, Sarang is going to be coming in with the 716 damage coming in for himself for 4 finishes. Let's not forget Canary for 557 damage for 5 finishes, and Dynamite, oh look at that, I mean 800 damage points for 3 finishes. I think that was the side of GOG which he took down.
Man, Dynamite does definitely pack quite a punch, but of course he did in fact take down that team, because you know, it was a little bit of a three-way, right? Because it was GOG, it was Hydra, and it was Canary and the boys from our Esports. But now let's have a look at a few more facts and figures. I know you would have loved it if the healing would have been 8888.
Obviously, right? I just love those rhyming numbers, but at the same time, look at what happened over here. 3 grenade finishes, nothing out of the box, 41 assists, an average game altogether, but not an average game for few teams like our Esports.
And we are going to find out exactly how they did, because the finish and damage graph is popping up, and like you mentioned, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 teams had a decent game, whereas everyone else, they didn't really get a lot. But WSF, that kind of sticks out like a sore thumb. 0-0.
Yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, let's not forget 2 teams 10 and 2 teams 9 shows that 40 of these finishes have been taken by 4 teams itself. So the rest were just, you know, tits and bits to be taken by the others. But let's not forget the 15th position was where our Esports were before they started off this game, right? I know it was pretty much inside the 16th, but let's see how well they've done in today's game to see in the overall point standing. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be stepping into the overall point standing to find out the fate of few teams who still have a chance to make it into the top 16.
Well, nothing out of the ordinary over here, but looks like Team XO
XO
is going to be taking that second position because, well, they might have a few finishes, but keep one thing in mind, boys and girls. We give precedence to those lovely position points. 350 for both teams.
Absolutely, and this is what I was expecting, right? Team Soul is going to regret, but at the same time, 7Cs, as we all know, after 32 matches played by everybody coming in over here, this is what the picture looks like. It's going to be so important from here on for the side of Team Soul to leave a mark, right? Because they were on the very top. And look at that, 115 points to be specific is the difference between OR and the second team. But again, coming down below, we're able to see that, 7Cs with 256 points with the kind of performance they put up, they were on the very rock bottom. And look at where they're standing right now.
I like the finishes of OR Esports. 2-2-2. And, well, of course, you do see all the chicken dinners. They might even get, well, they are going to end the day. In fact, they are going to end week 2 with 9 chicken dinners to their name so far. And it looks like they might be the first one to hit double digits. But we're going to have to wait a few days for that because that is going to take place in League Stage week 3. Now, let's have a look at the second page and see what is going to happen over here. Our Esports buddy, they are going to be climbing up slowly and steadily as they do have the 10th position for themselves as well. A few are going to fall down. ACBC, Walkouts and Blind are going to be slinking down the leaderboard ever so slowly.
Now we have to see how things are going to turn around, right? At this point of time, Blind Esports is the only team which is, having less than 100 points when it comes to position points. They're just 90. So they need a winner-winner chicken dinner or something like that, try to play for placement points. I do understand that, finish points is something which is working out for them and they want to stick on to that strategy from here on, but ultimately trying to get that balance will be important because ultimately if you fall into a tie at the 16th position and the 17th position with somebody, they'll have better placement points and that is when you're going to regret it.
See, that is of course what the whole point was because again, position points are what are going to make you, just be that one step ahead over somebody else. 201 was the 16th position?
Yes, absolutely. 16 was
17.
Exactly, just 1 point away with the side of Autobotz, right? So then we have Kinetic. They need around 16 points for themselves, and then add another 4 for the side of Esports. Voila, there's got to be 20. Another 5, 25 for Retribution. Initiative Academy 26. MG another 10, 26, 36. And GOG around 50 points, right? So this is what I said. Every single time GOG covers up that 40-point difference, they always fall down to 50 points difference, right? So from tomorrow, as I said, if they're done a good game over here, an average of 5 points to get 50, something we'll be looking out for. Every team on the bottom have to do this. Get an average of 6 in every single game. If not, you're going home.
Well, there you have it. You know what the average points needed is going to be. But again, it's easier said than done. I love the fact that we have this chance to sit over here and speculate because it is actually quite fun. But, that was the end of the action for all you lovely people on the last day of League Stage Week 2, which means the action is going to commence again. We still have another week of League play left, which means 16 games now pretty much are going to seal the fate for a lot of these teams. And after that, we are going to have to say bye-bye to 8 of them. And you know what? I'm not picking anybody right now. Even UP50, right? This is what they're going to do. First of all, take it easy tonight. Go out, have a good time, or whatever it is that you do to, just basically get in your zone. Come back strong tomorrow. Go over your mistakes. And actually have a look and see, what went wrong. And basically now we can clearly say this, right?
Yeah.
They are like a wild animal that is cornered. And that is when that wild animal is most dangerous because it is going to lash out because it has nothing else to lose.
Yeah.
And
there's another sentence which could be a little more better. A wounded lion's breath is much more dangerous than its roar.
Of course.
And I do believe that, this is where these wounded lions have to wake up because they've earned a very good title of being the new pros in the community. And it's time to live up to the responsibilities. It's time to live up to the name which has been given to you guys. So ultimately that is what is going to be coming in from the desk for today. But at the same time, ladies and gentlemen, do not forget to subscribe, like, share this stream so that everybody gets to know the intensity of this tournament. If you have to say something to me and XP, you can find us on our socials as well. So do not forget to hit us there. And if you just a few kind words is going to be a pat on our shoulders telling that we're doing a good job. And also do not forget to head on to Amazon, search for iQOO Neo 6, search for the mobiles, and then click on No More. Do the thing. You might get a chance to get this beauty in your hand.
Well, we still are holding these in our hands right now. And of course, it is going to be fun to see who all are the winners.
Yep,
Because
yep.
remember, the phone is going to be launching on the 31st of this month. So maybe June might be a good one for you. But again, you know, all the action is done. Now everyone is going to be taking a little bit of a breather. And, you know, again, it would not have been possible. One of the biggest tournaments so far.
Yep.
So BGMI Crafton, thank you so much. And, of course, our sponsors have a hand as well. Because without iQOO and Loco, who are now pretty much integrated into the Indian gaming community, this
Absolutely.
would not have happened. So for one last time, let's see how to slay your dragon.
Watch it, earn it.
Again, I can watch that promotional video every single time, and even like I said, you know, iQOO and Loco, they are pretty much infused with the Indian gaming community. And speaking of the Neo 6, what are we supposed to do once again?
I think they have to head on to Amazon. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, let's not forget to head on to Loco, India's biggest. I would not call India anymore. I mean, they're probably spread out on South Asia already. So I would say that the largest gaming platform for you guys to make sure you're going to head over there. What's going to happen over here? What's a gaming platform? It's a place where you get to see all different kinds of game being played by your favorite players. But at the same time, it's going to be most of our BGMI players over there, right? Because this is the biggest game out there. And make sure that you follow them as well. And also, you have some usage for the grab over there. But XP, I think Neo 6 is something which you need to do.
Well, of course, but also keep one thing in mind about the UC. All you have to do is click that first link in the description down below and just participate in a little bit of an in-stream quiz on Loco itself. And, well, you might just get all those flashy things. And speaking of giving away things, we have the giveaway winners popping up on our screen. So congratulations to Soma Bhattacharjee, Nirav Samgoi, and Viraj Shah.
Oh, finally, some hard names for you to say. I hope the next one is going to be easy, because that's where the challenge lies from my side. It's going to be Rishi, Abhishek, Tupe, and Ankit.
All right, that's pretty simple.
Yeah, Tupe. Yeah.
I guess it. And,
Anki, what? Is that Ankit?
Is this our Ankit production? You better be letting us know whether he got something, because if he is flashing something else, well, it looks like someone might just be lucky in this office building, but let's have a look and see who else is going to be walking away with those t-shirts and bottles. It's going to be Tungrani Prem, Amir Saeed, and Lokesh. Congratulations once again, lads.
Oh yes, the next few names again. I just hope it's easy again with that ADHD. Vikas Dwivedi. Oh yeah. Vikas Dwivedi, Vivek, Raju, Gogai. G-O-G-A-I. I get the name of G-O-G over there, but say
Gogai. Remember we talked about it yesterday. It's an Assamese name because I
Raju Gogai. Yeah, I get it.
But again, joining them, we have Rajdeep, we have Gururaj Salunke, and Anirudh Shastri.C.S. Huh, that's interesting.
It's good to see that, you know, he's not letting go of his ancestors' name right behind it.
Have you seen my thing over there? It's always Angad Singh Chahal. I'm proud of where I come from, man.
Yeah, exactly. So that is how it was, ladies and gentlemen. Week 2 was a lot of ups and downs. A lot of opportunities were given to the teams below to come in and conquer. There were only few who were able to do that and made sure they cement themselves into the top 16. The rise of EXO was one amongst them. Let's not forget the OVA domination on the top of the table, ladies and gentlemen. That is all we have to say about the the game over here for week 2. Week 3. is something intense.
Now that is where basically it's your make it or break it moment, because 16 teams are going to go forth to the finals after that, which means sadly we are going to have to say bye to 8 teams. The question is which ones, because even now for UP50 it is still a possibility. But again, from all of us here at BGMI Crofton, Tesseract, and of course from Arca and I, we are going to bid you adieu for this week. A nice little break is going to be coming in, which means we are going to see you next week. Make sure you mark your calendars. But once again, thank you for watching us. Good night and bye-bye.
Adios.
you.